The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Games are heating up at the Cairns Cup in St. Louis. The temperature is rising outside as well as in the playing hall with sizzling moves made across the boards. Harika Dronavalli had a chance to pass her co-leaders and take clear lead, but American Cup winner Alice Lee was able to hold on to a draw. Former world champion Alexandra Kosteniuk rebounded from a round 2 loss with a commanding win over Dzagnidze to put herself back into a tie for the lead. We're all knotted up at the top of the standings. Will the competition tighten, or will a front-runner emerge to unravel the tie? Day 4 of thrilling chess, coming up next.
Welcome to round 4 of the Cairns Cup. We are here in front of Busch Stadium. St. Louis is the home of the Cardinals and chess capital of the United States. Let's go to the studio and start the day.
After 3 rounds, it's still anybody's tournament to win, and there is still a long way to go. More fighting chess as round 4 begins right now. Hello and welcome. It's round 4 at the Cairns Cup. I'm International Master Jovanka Houska, and it's a great pleasure to be here in the studio alongside 2 of my favorite people, Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan and International Master Paikidze.
Pleasure to be with you both, as always. And boy, we've been having a lot of fun together. Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us. Welcome to our show. We are in round 4, and the games have been incredibly hard fought. Really good competitive rounds. I've been enjoying the action from the get-go. But tell us our standings after these 3 combative rounds, Jovi.
Exactly. And as we said, it's still very close at the top because we have a 4-way tie between Zhongyi, Alexandra Kosteniuk, Harika Dronavalli, and Mariya Muzychuk. But no one can relax because there are small margins here. There are 3 players on 1.5 points, and some players in that pack chasing their first win.
Absolutely. And tell us about the format.
Well, as always, we're in for some exciting chess because it's a 10-player round robin, which means the players play each other once. It's played in a very unconventional time control of 120 minutes. That's 2 hours plus 30-second time bonus per move. And this is what makes it really exciting. No draw offers allowed because it is, after all, a super tournament with an amazing $200,000 prize fund.
Absolutely. And our remaining schedule.
Yes, 3 rounds have been played, but there will be a rest day for the participants on June the 18th. That's Tuesday. And do remember that if after 9 rounds there is a tie for first place, there will be playoffs on Sunday, June the 23rd.
Somehow I'm looking forward to those. Expectations, Nasi. What do you have as your expectations for this round 4?
Well, we had a very solid round yesterday with 4 draws and only 1 win, but these ladies have been fighting very hard every day, and we expect nothing less today. Let's take a look at our standings and see where the top 4 rated players are at the moment. As you can see, they're still all in the top half of the tournament, but only Zhongyi and Mariya Muzychuk are sharing first, so it's still anybody's tournament. For today's key matchup, we have chosen the game between Dzagnidze and Anna Muzychuk. As you can see, they have played many games between them, 7 wins for Nana, 6 for Anna, and 14 draws. And it's an interesting match because Nana needs to come back from her yesterday's loss, and Anna is looking for her first win.
Exactly.
Now let's take a look at the results so far. Nana started the tournament with a very long 130-move draw against Harika Dronavalli. It was rook and bishop against rook technical endgame. Then she defeated Anna Zatonskih in the second round, and yesterday had a very tough round against the former world champion Alexandra Kosteniuk. So she's definitely looking back to recover from that. Let's see how Anna has done so far in the event. I believe she had a very peaceful and solid tournament so far. 3 draws. One of them was against her own sister, Mariya Muzychuk. So she's looking for that first win in the tournament. We'll see how it goes for her.
Sometimes those first wins can be so elusive, and it's my pleasure to introduce the 4th member of our broadcasting team, Begim. Begim, what are your expectations for round 4?
Hi guys, I cannot believe it's already round 4 of the tournament, but it also shows how exciting the tournament was so far, and I'm definitely looking forward to the game between the former world women's champion Alexandra Kosteniuk and young Alice Lee. We have 2 different generations, different styles battling today, and I'm super excited to find out how this game goes and interview the girls after the round. So the match is going to be very interesting because Alexandra Kosteniuk won her game yesterday with white pieces against Nana Dzagnidze, and she didn't give almost any chances for her opponent. And today Alice needs to defend black pieces, which means Alexandra is going to try to win the game, but also give some chances to Alice Lee, and hopefully Alice will use her chances well.
Boy, those junior matchups, Begim. I know what it's like. You know, you're facing the new up-and-comer. You don't want to lose to these juniors. And there we see Alexandra Kosteniuk getting into her game.
She's been very successful with the white pieces. So let's see whether Alice can actually stop Alexandra from getting a clean sweep with white.
Exactly. 2 wins, 1 loss so far for Alexandra Kosteniuk. But lay the table for our viewers. Tell them about the pairings for this round 4.
With pleasure, Yasser. And there you can see our marquee matchup between Nana Dzagnidze and Anna Muzychuk at the top. And it's also going to be very exciting between Zhongyi, who is the highest seed. She's the highest rated player. And she's playing the lowest rated player, Anna Zatonskih. Don't forget, last year, Anna Zatonskih was the Cairns Cup champion. Elisabeth Paehtz has the white pieces against Mariya Muzychuk. Harika Dronavalli will play Irina Krush. And another exciting game between Alexandra Kosteniuk and Alice Lee. Both of those players are super ambitious. They will want to win from the get-go.
Somehow, I mean, I feel it's so true of all the competitors. Speaking of which, they're competing hard, really hard. What are they competing for?
Well, there is a lot of prestige at stake, but there's also a lot of money. Take a look at that total prize fund of $200,000. First place will get you a staggeringly high $50,000. Second place, $40,000. Third place, $30,000. I mean, goodness me, this is awesome.
All the ladies need are more opportunities like this, and we will have a lot of professional lady players. As you can see at the World Chess Hall of Fame, players are getting seated, taking their places for the start of this round 4. And there's Anna at the board. She's
getting ready to play Nana Dzagnidze.
Solid play, yes. Solid results, yes. But also a little
bit wobbly,
right?
I would say. She was struggling in her first game.
Exactly.
Against Irina Krush. And then she was also, you know, against her sister. That kind of was a bit of a non-starter, even though it was a very sharp position. And yesterday, she again was on the worst end of a draw against Anna Zatonskih.
Exactly.
And she has a double black.
Right. And the white she had with her sister, how awkward. Oh, no. And there she's getting her game face on. When I'm thinking about Harika and Irina Krush, Harika tied for first. She's played a good tournament, but Irina feels like her 3 draws, she's left a few on the table, although, to be fair, should be pleased with
yesterday
having
she
held
escaped with a draw. The other 2 games, she definitely had the better of him.
Right.
But when I think of these 2 players, having played them both, I think of determination. They are ferocious competitors, and you feel the full focus. both of these very experienced grandmasters.
And when I think of our number one seed, Tan, for just a moment, tale of two stories here. Tan, our number one seed, co-leader, very, very nice. She's very pleased to be here in St. Louis. Anna Zatonskih, the defending champion, just had a Cinderella story last year, literally from last place. She won the first. And then she started with the two blacks, and it's just sort of like her games were okay, but everything went wrong. And she started with two losses, drew yesterday, and now she's got the third black out of four games.
Yes,
That's tough.
It's tough, but she's playing Zhongyi, highest rated player,
Right.
who will want to win.
Exactly.
So you can use the fact that Tan might take unnecessarily high risk in order to beat her.
I must say, so far, she's been, our number one seed, Tan, has been so pragmatic, and she played so well that game that she drew with Irina Krush. She found all of those swish and zoos, those in-between moves to keep the balance. Very impressive. As I think we're getting ready, the ladies came in and they shook hands, and then somehow I thought there was going to be move one, and I was ready with my mouse. And this is it.
This is the marquee matchup between Nana Dzagnidze and Anna Muzychuk. And it's
there
nice to
you
see
saw the start of the clock.
players actually wearing a lot of the Cairns Cup
Sweaters.
and
Yes.
denim shirts.
Yeah.
And we are often there. We do see
D2, D4.
D2, D4 being played by Nana.
Absolutely. For me, it was kind of interesting how my chess style evolved. I started with e4 as a kid, and I was playing e4, and I loved the gambits and the Max Langs. Then I realized I didn't know what I was doing. Like, my openings were terrible, and I couldn't put in the sufficient study time. So I switched to c4 and was just playing safe chess. Later, I switched to d4 when I wanted to show that I really did know the openings and what I was doing. And in these cases, this is actually a very crucial moment here on move 3, because today I noticed that g2, g3 has become like the go-to Catalan, and along with knight f3 has been the way of meeting the Queen's Gambit. Please, Julie.
No, yeah, I'm just looking at this
Oh,
game, and
knight
I see
C3,
that
C6.
Anna has played c6, going for the triangle setup. So big decision here from Nana. Does she play the most principal move, which is e4? Is she perhaps going to go for your approach, fianchettoing, to get that light square bishop into play? But we could be seeing something like this.
Yeah, this is a martial gambit, and this Slav, if you will, very, very, very complex, very, very sharp lines of play. c7, c6. One of the interesting things is about this position, Magnus Carlsen has been kind of trailblazing the move a7, a6. The idea is, if you play e4, you get into the similar lines that I was just showing with this pawn sacrifice, but it actually turns out that it was better to have your pawn on c7 in these in this particular gambit than it is on c6, and the pawn on a6 is actually rather useful. So a7, a6 has been what Magnus has been doing. c7, c6, I must say, this move always kept me a little bit uncomfortable, and I experimented with a lot of things, including queen b3, by the way, e2, e3, and I kind of got in. My opponents tricked me into a Slav that I didn't like. And I have also played c takes d5, e takes d5, queen c2, and a number of my opponents have played against me g6, bishop f4, bishop f5 variations. Usually, well, I want to say black equalizes, but okay, I mean, you need a lot of experience. Knight c3, c7, c6, and jump in on this one, Nasi. I don't know if this particular position has ever confounded you, but your insights on this one?
Yes, I've definitely faced this opening with both colors before, and with white, Unless I'm very well prepared, I don't play e4.
Right.
If I prepared before the game, then I'm happy to play e4.
Gotcha.
But it can lead to such sharp positions with the pawn sacrifice and everything that if you haven't looked at this line for a while, it would be risky to play.
Right.
But I do remember Nana playing this against Irina Krush last year at the Cairns Cup. So I'm sure she knows this opening quite well. But since she's taken her time, you know, maybe it's been a while since she has looked at it.
Well, one of the things about Nana, and in fact, I would almost say the Georgian women players, is that they're not that theoretical. Yeah.
Wow, that's throwing down the gauntlet. Why? What
well,
makes you
just
say
my
that?
experience of because
They just rather would fight.
They
want a position.
exactly. They want a position, so they know some tricky ideas here and there. But I wouldn't say that they're massively theoretical. Like I would
Okay.
say more like the Indian and Chinese players who seem to know everything in the book.
Right.
I
That's
mean,
a very good insight, Jovi. You're spilling our secrets.
no, I mean that's not to kind of denigrate them or anything, but actually just that was just my impression that they were very happy to get a position and then just take the game from there. They're fantastic in the middle game, and Nana herself has said that she feels what she enjoys most about chess is just getting a position and then unraveling and positioning, maneuvering the pieces to better squares.
Me too. I've always kind of thought of myself as a fighter rather than an opening theoretician. I wanted to turn our attention to the game of Alexander Kosteniuk and Alice Lee, the game that Begim highlighted as a go-to game. And they are in a Petrov defense. And knight c3, shocking to me, has become really modern, cutting-edge theory. Knight c3. Never thought of knight c3 as the move that was going to put pressure on the Petrov. It was always, for me, the move d4. I know others have even dabbled in things like c4 as well as bishop d3. Don't ask me. Bishop d3, what is that? Knight c3 takes, and bishop f4 is a little bit, okay, that's a little bit, you can do a lot of things here, let's just say. Bishop f4 castles, queen d2, knight d7 castles, and both players have more time on their clock than what they started with.
Yeah.
Both players. Now that's, you don't always say that so much. So is this the most well-trodden line of the Petrov?
I've seen it
for
many times.
Yeah, it's one of the major lines in the Petrov, and we still have almost 500 games in this position.
500, wow.
Yes, I actually had a question for both of you. What do you think about Alice Lee, 14-year-old, playing such a solid opening with the black pieces, the Petrov?
That's a good one because it shows, for me, a great deal of maturity.
I think it's a great choice. I think it's a fantastic choice because Alexandra is very much an active, powerful player. You know, she relies on her powers of endurance to win games like this. So why not take it into an opening where you can potentially shut down the activity? And here, well, Alice might have played a solid opening, but this is far from a solid position. And I can remember that during the candidates, was it Nergil Salimova got burnt in this exact line because I think it was Vaishali came at her with some very deep preparation.
Absolutely. Same question for you. It is unusual to see such a youthful player playing such a mature, solid line.
Yeah, I was just thinking back to when I was 14, nothing could have forced me to play.
Boring.
Berlin, nothing solid, only Sicilian.
Exactly.
But yeah, it just shows that Alice is so mature for her age, and she's actually a very good choice against Alexandra Kosteniuk. Like Jovi said, Alexandra is one of the most aggressive players that we know, so she's not that happy probably facing such solid position.
Exactly. Would probably have preferred to see an open Sicilian. Now that we're here, and as you said, 500 games in the database, just outline, if you will, broadly speaking, what are the plans for both sides?
So in this position, most common move is knight to c5, just developing the knight, opening up your bishop. And then there's two main moves here, actually maybe three. It's between knight to d4, bishop e3, and h4. And knowing Alexandra, she might go for h4.
Right, that certainly seems the most aggressive.
Yes, it's more in her style. After which black can play bishop g4, h5, and as you can see, there's fewer games in the database already. Bishop f6. We keep saying it's a very solid opening, but if you look at the position, we have opposite side castles. White's pawn is already on h5. We're on move 11. So we can still expect a double-sided attack.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And also, Alice needs to know what she's doing.
Yeah.
She can't just wing this one when your opponent's h-pawn is coming at you.
By the way, just a very brief and quick insight. There was very recently here in St. Louis this summer, chess classic, and then afterwards there was the Garry Kasparov chess camp, where, you know, like literally the creme de la creme, if you will, of our juniors come and work with Garry. And Alice Lee was a part of the chess camp. And just watching them, I'm amazed how deep her preparation is. Like, I wouldn't even think that this is her tabia. I would think that she's just got, you know, another 8 moves. Say, it's here where I have an issue.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like, what? It's here that you have an issue. So broadly speaking, bishop, black isn't going crazy b5, a5, or any of that stuff. Just bringing out the bishop, putting the knight on c5, bishop on f6, inviting h6, and not worried about the rush of the h-pawn.
Yeah, not yet, at least. I think later black will start the counterattack. But as you can see, Engine actually prefers black here. And
Prefers black?
yes, slightly. Of course, it's close to equal, but...
Wow.
I mean, as humans, when we see the pawn on h5, we're a little bit scared, but Engine's just saying black is completely fine.
Knight c5 on the board. We'll keep an eye on this one. I want to turn our attention to the... and h4 on the board. We know our Alexandra. H4. I wanted to turn our attention to Harika and Irina, as they are in a open Sicilian. This one, it's a rare one. It's really a Sveshnikov. It's a mainline Sveshnikov. These days, everybody plays no longer. I mean, bishop g5, I am not joking, my library probably possesses 3 books from this position.
Yeah.
Actually, a6 included. But bishop g5 at one time was the go-to move in the 2018 World Championship match between Magnus and Fabiano. Fabiano was playing knight d5, and that just kind of completely usurped. Like, bishop g5 disappeared.
Yeah.
I haven't seen bishop g5 lines
It's the
for
old
a long
line, right? But I
time.
remember being very critical of Fabi's choice, because
Of
I know
knight d5?
of knight to d5, because I felt like, oh yes, white does have the better in the resulting positions of knight d5,
Right.
but they're so complicated. Whereas black's plan is so clear-cut. You know, it was just simply to kind of get an f5 at the right time. And yeah, but then again, I know a lot of players do believe in knight to d5, but this is very much the old kind of main line where
Exactly.
you're just simply solidifying the control over the d5 square. And at the right time, you break with a4, right?
As well,
At the right time.
Well, the funny part about this particular position, Jovi, is, you know, you're thinking that white's looking to play a4, but the crazy part is it's actually black who is looking to play
the minority, yeah.
and going a5 and b4 and actually going a little crazy over there. Now, another player, a hat tip to Irina Krush, she is a theoretician. She works very, very hard on her opening, and as we've seen in her games thus far, she usually comes out of the opening pretty well. Was not the case yesterday. That was a rare example of her actually getting caught in the opening. And for Irina, I bet you that she's probably seen, you know, and looked at this position 100 top grandmaster games and very, very well aware of the ideas. The crazy part in this moment is you can't have enough control. You want more control of the d5 square. And the crazy part is white likes to trade the light squared bishops.
Yep.
It's not so easy to trade the light squared bishops, but one of the top moves has become h4, bishop h6, g3, and you do this crazy thing where you castle by hand, and you end up putting your bishop on h3 in order to prevent f5 as well as looking to trade the light squared bishops. But that is a very, 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 very small part about what's going on in this position. It's actually incredibly complex strategically.
I have a question for you, Yasser, because I'm not an expert in this line, but is h4 really the best move here? Because after h4, I only have 10 games in the database.
Only 10. Okay.
I think either Harika confused the move order or this is some kind of a preparation, because instead of h4, the main move is a4, bishop b2, or g3, and then h4. Because immediately h4, why not just take it? What's the idea?
Queen h5, bishop e7.
I'm wondering if this is some new theory that I don't know. Bishop g5.
Bishop g5.
Yeah. Yes, of course I can't castle yet, but I will play g6. I'll develop and then slowly castle and keep the extra pawn.
Did she just wobble a pawn?
Well,
Maybe.
well, hang on a second. We opened the H line, so not so bad.
Right. Maybe I confused the line. Maybe it was g3 h4 that I'm used to
You know,
seeing.
sometimes when players make moves confidently, you just believe them.
Yes.
It's good. So Irina might not even touch this pawn.
Right, she might go back bishop h6 and just...
And then it would transpose to the typical position.
Right.
But what if...
Sorry, bishop takes h4. Okay, let's take a serious look. Go ahead. Jovi, you were about to get excited about the open h file there.
We only
Yeah.
h5?
8 games in the database. The most common move has been g3, bishop g5, bishop h3. I mean, I don't... Black is already -1, just for the extra pawn.
Right.
The engine doesn't see the compensation.
Yeah, that's engines. They play perfect chess. And let's kind of bishop takes h4. I agree. That's the proof of the pudding is in the eating. That's what we say in the UK.
How does it taste?
It tastes good.
It tastes like a pawn, right?
Yeah, it does. Okay, so now if you just switch plans and kind of go a4 and try to use the fact that this bishop...
a4.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Yasser.
No, it's okay.
I'm obsessed with that because I remember there were some plans a long, long time ago. One of my students was playing this, and I like to do research, and I just remember there were some knight trades that they were going for after a4.
With knight
With
b4.
knight b4?
But,
Yeah.
but with the bishop still on h4, if you don't mind, just for a moment, it's because I've won a pawn and I take on a4. Take the pawn on a4. I mean,
Probably knight
b4. That's
knight
what I.
b4,
That's what I remember.
Knight takes
Yeah.
b4. Knight takes b4. Are you taking with the knight? That was my question, right?
I'm not sure. Maybe c takes b actually looks better.
Yeah.
Okay,
2
queen.
double pawns next to each other.
Here, this. Yeah. Okay, so bishop g5, queen a4 check. So a4. So ba4 maybe is not that good. Sorry, I'll take it back. The variation with a4. So bishop g5.
According to the engine, just bishop g5 is the best, and then
Then
Jovi's
take.
idea looks good, knight b4, or white has another option to play knight a3 and go after the b5 pawn.
Yeah.
So let's take a look. Knight a3 maybe, castle, and you get the pawn that way.
Intriguing.
So you get to keep the open h file. You're not down a pawn. Of course, the downside is we have fell behind in development.
Yeah, it took
There
us
is
a while. Quick question there. You gave the pawn back and b5, b4. I'd like to win the d4 square if I could.
So b4 here.
Yeah, you could take the pawn, and then I was going to...
Bishop out.
I was worried about
bishop
this.
out. So
Maybe we're completely fine, just bishop d7. Knight c4, nice move.
Oh, beautiful.
castle.
We should
So,
show why rook takes bishop.
If
isn't
rook b5,
Yes. Oops.
look at those wonderful knights.
Well, look at the king and the rook.
The castles.
Yeah.
We give up the d6 pawn, but it looks like we should have some kind of a tactic here. But
Yeah, take on c3, take on c3. I don't know, the pawn on h4 is missing. It feels it feels like black is well. Bishop takes h4.
I am really curious if we get to interview Harika afterwards to ask her if this was prep or she just confused the move order.
Yeah,
Could be either.
I remember I had made a return to chess, and I had played in the World Team Championships in China, and I was up against Smirin from Israel, and we were playing this incredibly sharp line of the Caro-Kann advance, and he made a move that wasn't in my prep. It was like, oh no. It was a really, really powerful looking pawn sacrifice. It took me a long time, and I demurred, and I didn't take the pawn. And of course, after the game, I said, Ilya, what were you thinking if I took the pawn? And he said, I'm sorry, Yasser, hand slip. I just messed up my line. Maybe this is a hand slip. Maybe Harika wanted to play the variations with g3 and h4 and bishop h3. And look at that. Irina believed her. Irina said, you know, we're probably, if I take the pawn, maybe there is some treacherous line, but if I decline, we'll probably transpose.
Right.
And so she demurred, like I did.
On that subject,
yes.
Isn't there a famous game between Zapata and Vishy Anand, where he was repeating a previous game?
Yes.
And he hadn't quite realised that, in fact, they had also hand-slipped. And
right, yes.
He blundered a knight.
That was a very, very famous story, yes, of Vishy and Tony Miles. Anyway, bishop h6 by Irina. Now, once again, if we do see a move like g2, g3, Irina will say, okay, we just transposed back, and that move h4 was a little bit peculiar, and there you have it. We'll keep an eye on that one. Let's go around the horn and just see what else we have. I'm going to jump into the game between Elisabeth and Mariya. What do we have? We have a Benoni, a kind of a reverse Benoni with queen a4, c6, queen a4. Aha! So no c takes d5 and those peculiar lines with d4 and knight e4. Queen a4, d4. Whoa, that's very ambitious by Mariya.
It's an interesting choice as well, because Mariya is mainly a Slav, semi-Slav player, and she doesn't play d4 as white.
Right.
So it's interesting that maybe this is Elisabeth's idea, you know, to trick her opponent into something that could be potentially unfamiliar with.
Well, since we're in a Benoni and this pawn on d4, this pawn on e5, black usually leverages her control in the center to try to get some initiative on the king side. The proper way for white to play is to expand on the queen side, and a move like b4, castles, and or knight to d2. And the idea is you kind of get your own wedge on the queen side, and sometimes that involves playing c5, knight e4, and eyeballing the square d6. Other times, we also have this very nasty idea of bishop a3, followed by b4, b5, and then you start laughing at this bishop on g7, saying you're a glorified defender, whereas your counterpart is having a great time on this diagonal. I'm not a fan of this particular setup for Mariya because I'm not a fan of the pawn on c6. If you want to put your pawn on c7 and go a5 and knight c6, you've got a supporter. The pawn on c6 is just unnecessarily weakening the d6 square. If your pawn was on c5 and you've won a pawn, again, you've got a supporter. I'm not a fan of the pawn on c6, but that doesn't necessarily translate into a winning or big advantage. It's just my preference, please.
Yeah, no, I actually agree with you, but then I also gonna pedal a little bit backwards because I really love having a black pawn on d4.
Okay.
And I just love the space it gives me.
It's a wedge.
Exactly. And if my dream as black would be simply to trade off light square bishops and get the knight to d7, and then wait for the pawn to arrive on c5, because yes, you know, d6 is vulnerable, but then, you know, the knight has been allowed the d5 square.
Right.
And we do have that beautiful plan available of going f5,
F5,
e4,
and,
take the center.
And blasting
Yes.
away. But remember, with great power, this pawn on d4 comes great
responsibility, yes.
And I will do my best to undermine that wedge in the center. We'll keep an eye on this one. It promises to be good as we move to our number 1 seed.
Yes, I think you'll be happy, Yasser, because
Rubinstein.
you were telling us about how
Yes.
you really liked playing the French
I
defense
did.
and the French Rubinstein. And Anna must have been listening because
She
she's
picked
agreed.
up on something. So when I was playing the French defense as a black, I oftentimes expected my opponents to play the advanced French defense with e4, e5, because when they were playing either knight to c3 or knight to d2, I thought I was being very clever. Regardless, I was capturing the pawn on e4. In this particular case, there's a small delay. We get the bishop on g5 as well. Bishop to e7, bishop takes f6, and I was raised. I think it scarred me. I was raised on Swiss tournaments. I had to score 85% or more just to get a prize.
Yeah.
So I oftentimes played risky, provocative chess, and that meant winning as black. And I often, when I was in these positions, I would keep my 2 bishops. Ha! Look at this. I've won the 2 bishops. I doubled my pawns, and there was at one time, actually, it became popular, and that was this idea of a6, b5, bishop b7, yeah? And more or less like a Sveshnikov, you get the 2 bishops, you get the double pawns, you've got issues, you got to give to get. And the move bishop takes f6, on the other hand, was one of those moves when I was playing against Anatoly Karpov or something like that. So I'm probably right. Let's play ultra solid. Bishop takes f6 it is. Knight f3, castles, knight takes, queen takes, bishop d3. I'd never thought that these positions were that dangerous for the second player. I, of course, always aspired to play the move c7, c5, and to get that trade in early, and I thought I more or less equalized. Now see if I can get you to tell me what's the latest and greatest in this particular line of the Rubinstein French. Do today's players consider it better for white, or is it considered balanced? What's the suggestion?
You're asking the wrong person. No, I don't play the French, but I will,
you've got a friend
I will
next to you.
refer to this database. Yes.
Right.
So here the most common move is c5.
Exactly.
It looks like there's still plenty of games played here. Castles, c takes d4 is I'm guessing it's a temporary pawn sacrifice.
No, there's
not even.
Yeah, there's
Knight d4, so
right.
just to show you. Whoop, and yeah, you can't accept the hanging knight.
Right.
So instead, black plays rook d8, knight to b5.
Wow.
To me, this looks like such an equal position. As soon as black finishes development of the queen side, it seems like very, very even position, but I'm guessing white has some ideas. Queen c1 being the first top choice here.
Wow.
Knight e5, bishop e4. Maybe it's not that easy for black to finish developing the queen side. It takes a couple more moves. But for me, looking at this structure for the first time, I don't see how white can fight for an advantage.
Me either. I like the move bishop d7 in the current position that you
Bishop
have.
d7 is good. Even knight c4 is very good.
Also, I'm not feeling the pressure as black. But again, I'm sorry to say, I'm kind of prejudiced as having played these imbalances as black.
I'm curious if white can play c3 and at least keep the pawn on d4. Maybe if we keep the central pawn, we'll have.
I mean,
some
isolated pawn.
Yes, it will be isolated pawn.
So take.
I guess,
take.
but we don't have a black squared bishop to defend that pawn. So
And you don't have a pair of knights, a pair of bishops.
that's going to be a weakness for sure. Knight c6, maybe bishop e4. What if I were to trade this bishop for the knight and then keep the knight against the white squared bishop? How would
Exactly.
we evaluate?
Because of what you just said, instead of the move knight c6, try rook d8.
Rook d8 first.
Rook d8 first. If you want to play bishop e4, that's a different kettle of fish. But
Okay, let's still play bishop e4.
okay. So that kind of messes me up because here I can see that in case of e5, you
But you
might
can
play
still go
queen
knight
c2.
c6.
No, but then she's going to take it. She's already revealed her hand.
Yeah, but I've had this type of position.
Sure.
When, okay, you go c6 is weak, but so is d4, even Stevens.
Okay.
We're happy.
Interesting.
Maybe it's possible. Let's see if there's any games in the database after C3. There's still 35 games, but everybody takes with the knight on it.
Everybody's saying, yeah, they don't like the isolated queen
And what
pawn.
about the clock situation, though? Because, again, I see that Zhongyi hasn't used too much time.
Right.
Anna down to 1 hour and 44.
But for Anna, only spending 15 minutes, means
That's
she's
a
impressed.
success.
Yeah,
Big
but
success.
it also
By the way,
indicates
c5 on the board.
to me that, okay, so c5 been played.
Already,
because this
yeah.
was, again, indicating to me a reluctance to play c5.
No.
But, okay, Anna does indeed play it. And remember, Zhongyi, she is the top seed, and she entered the tournament as a favorite. Let's check in with our resident statistician, Ben Underwood, and see how her chances are now.
After three rounds of play. Again, she had the biggest piece of the pie in terms of her percentage of winning.
And she still has the biggest piece of the pie. To quote Yasser there, at 36.70%.
But thanks to her win yesterday, Kosteniuk really bounced up. I remember she was down to 8% after her loss.
Yeah, and yeah, you can see 2 wins. She's the only participant with those 2 wins, and of course that 1 loss. And Mariya Muzychuk, interesting, she is there at 17.5%. But my pick of the tournament, just 4.50. That's Anna Muzychuk.
Right. It's funny, I would like to rush to the betting window and just put, $50 on Alice Lee and Anna Zatonskih, because I think the payoff there is just absolutely huge. Who knows, maybe lightning will strike twice and
Yes, you sound like a professional gambler.
well, since you live in Las Vegas, you know what it's all about.
I want
What
to
do
draw
you
your
have?
attention to
Please.
this game. We saw Petrov in the game between Kosteniuk and Alice Lee, and we're expecting a very solid position. But with this last move, Bishop c4, Alexandra has just offered a piece sacrifice on g5. Now let's take a look. Can Alice actually accept the knight? And Engine says yes, but it's dangerous. So h takes g. There's no immediate checkmate threats, but I think g6 looks pretty dangerous. So black wants to block this bishop on the diagonal as soon as possible. The best move here is d5. Bishop takes and bishop e6. The reason why we first sacrificed the pawn is so we could open up d-file and force a queen trade. So black doesn't get checkmated on the h-file.
Exactly.
But even here, after queen e3, it's a very dangerous territory. If now black accepts
the second piece
after queen h3, looks like white will be checkmating. Let's see, f6 or g6. So black king doesn't really get to run. Only way to avoid checkmate is to give up the queen on d8. And actually, I think it's still going to be a checkmate soon.
And knight e6.
Knight e6 or
oh no!
e7.
Bishop a6.
Yeah,
You thought it was all good, but it wasn't. Oh gosh, that is beautiful.
That is quite the line.
So in this position, Alice
you
cannot
can't
play
take this,
d5.
right?
She has to play the only move, bishop d6.
Okay.
Idea is that, well, first white doesn't have queen h3 yet, so
It's
that's
protected.
an important tempo. The best line is bishop takes, pawn takes, and queen g3 or f4, with the idea to get the queen to the h-file as soon as possible.
Makes
But
sense.
this looks very scary, but I do see how now black king at least has an escape route.
Right.
So maybe this is okay. The engine gives plus 0.6 for white, even though white's down a piece. For
Yeah.
2 pawns?
Yeah, this is
2 pawns.
terrifying, guys. I don't think I would
Well,
touch this.
if we would
But it's kind
continue,
of forced.
Is it forced?
Continue.
yeah, from this position, bishop takes d5. I'm just a little bit curious.
Rook takes.
Rook e5.
G5, of course you want to trade everything up.
As much as I can. King f8. I get on my running shoes, or
So
I'm not
if
running.
queen g5, there's f4.
That's unpleasant.
So
Yeah.
king f8. Oh, here I can take and threaten rook h8 checkmate, and your knight's hanging on c5.
That's nice. That's nice. That's nice.
And
Gotcha.
just going back
Wow.
to the game position,
Yeah.
is it
Taking on
absolutely
g5.
forced to take
It's-
that knight?
It's not forced, but taking on g5 is the best move. Maybe taking with the bishop is better, however.
No, we were mentioning from the candidates, the lady from Bulgaria,
Yeah, she was playing black
She had a
against
similar
Vaishali,
game.
and it was very
Right.
similar. Yeah.
but she didn't defend it in the way she should have.
Yes, I remember Vaishali won beautifully that game.
Exactly.
There's like only one way for black to defend with correct moves, but at the board, if you don't have this prepared, it's so hard to find those only moves.
Continue this position for just a moment.
Yeah, this one's a bit easier to defend for black, although you have to watch out for. Wow, there's even bishop f7
Yeah, this
already.
was really similar to the game, right?
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's very similar. Yes. Oops, sorry.
Echoes, yeah.
Yeah.
7, queen d5 check. Keep this clicking. And here you can't play bishop e6 because then I'll
The
just
knight
get
is
the knight.
hanging?
So rook e6, just g takes h. Wow.
This looks terrifying. I mean, it's sort of like the initiative continues. Continue.
Yeah, it's
And
never ending.
you're always on the back foot, it feels like. Okay, again, from the current position, if you don't mind, if Alice says, I want to play a solid game and plays a move like bishop e6.
Yeah, that's what I was
I also
thinking.
want to
on
say
knight
this is
e6.
not a novelty.
It's
There have
not.
been games,
Okay.
only 6. Only 6 games, and 3 out of those 6 games black took on g5 with the pawn.
And the other, when the knight was not
There's
captured?
bishop g5 and knight e6.
Okay, shall we
Let's
have a look at
96.
96?
Let's take a look.
Chickens.
It looks like the most
Yes, chicken. Hey,
solid move.
live to
knight
fight
takes,
another day, I say.
trade everything. King b1.
And how does how does the engine evaluate this one?
The white's up a half a pawn. Because position is really good. Yeah, white has nothing to worry about on the queen side, and we do have still
That
a
is
clear
true.
plan to.
That is
Yeah.
true.
Attack for
But would you
free.
rather this position, where you don't know the computer assessment, or having to defend to an inch of your life?
Well, I understand that in this position, white is happy because he's getting a free roll.
Yeah.
There's been no sacrifice, and as Nasi just pointed out, white's king is safe. My king, after g4, h4, g5,
Still
is going
always
to be...
have to watch
Yeah.
out.
Always have to watch out.
H6.
But
No, this looks scary.
the other one looked terrifying. This I'm just going to defend like...
In that position, at
Bishop
least
f8.
black is up a piece.
Yes, like a coward. You hunker down. But taking on, shall we once again take on?
And by the way, I will also mention that Alexandra has not spent any time on this. She still has 2 hours on the clock. She is in her prep. And Alice has used 25 minutes already.
Okay.
Okay.
She's in dangerous territory.
Commentator's curse. I was just saying how well prepared Alice is. If you don't mind, go down. You're telling me that what Alexandria has done so far is not a novelty.
Right.
Could you just show us the games where the knight was accepted, where the capture? How did these games go, and who were the players? Oh, bishop takes g5.
I can't see the players,
Oh, you don't see the names.
but let's see the variation. Oh, this is interesting. Bishop d8. I think that's, even this is playable. Knight d2. I'm sorry, rook h8? What?
Bishop f7.
Wow.
I can tell the
Look at
prayers.
this.
Guys, there's a game between Vladimir Kramnik and David Paravian. So this is high-level stuff. Okay, yeah, sorry.
Bishop takes f7. Rook
Only move
h8.
here is rook e6
Natural.
to cover the h file with rook on h6. Yeah, wow, this is such a computer line. And if we do follow the top line, it looks like black's okay.
Wow.
Is white okay? Because we're down
Down exchange. I thought we were going to take the pawn on c7, but go ahead. Go ahead.
No,
take the
white's
line.
still, I think white's still focused on checkmate.
Checkmate. Bishop f5.
I have no idea what's going on. Computer says, oh, the rook's getting trapped because the bishop d5 come in.
This looks like some serious computer-generated
This might be
line.
the best line for black, but you have to know this
Right.
to walk right into this.
I'm going to
I-
put it on my board. Sorry,
Yeah, I was
please.
just going to show you the Grandmaster encounter. Show you how
Go-
this one went. So
Go ahead. It was
when pawn
HG,
takes, yeah,
HG,
bishop takes.
bishop
Bishop takes pawn.
Uh,
And now after bishop takes bishop,
Yep.
Now the knight came to e4 to counterattack.
Exactly, with the fork. And this is the line we've been looking at. Bishop takes d8.
Yeah, and then knight
takes
queen.
d2.
So this is
and now the shocking move, rook h8.
Yeah, that was exactly, okay, so you guys were following.
Yeah, we're following exactly this line. And apparently it was Vladimir Kramnik and
against David Paravyan. So
yeah. Bishop takes f7, rook e6. And can you imagine the nightmare if you're not prepared, you know, and king takes d2 and rook h6. Apparently this has all been played before, and that was why bishop c4 is in the novelty. As Nazi's been telling us, Alexandra, she's still got the full 2 hours on her clock. So I mean, if she prepared this last night, she's as happy as can be. One of the worst things that I think I was cursed as a player. I mean this genuinely. It was so rare for me to ever catch my opponent. Don't you? Mm-hmm. Do you have that feeling like, you know, you've got the great novelty and you're up against the person who's their namesake, and then they play something completely different?
Yes, I've had that, and I've also had the situation
where you got
where I got my novelty, and I knew a little bit, but
jealous.
Not enough. No, it's terrible. Like when you sacrifice a piece and you know it's winning, but you can't remember what you prepared, and it's like
a fail.
Yeah, literally, it is, and they get you on the counterattack, and you're just like, why?
So you have this preparation, you have a novelty or a very interesting idea. You don't get it for like a year,
at least,
and then it happens in the game where you forgot the lines.
You least expect it to happen.
You're still gonna play it, use the line, but you don't remember how to continue, and you mess it up. That's terrible. Yeah.
Terrible, terrible feeling.
I just want to show once again this rook h8 idea is so strong. So, for example, if I'm not familiar with this line with black, I might just take and then play something like bishop f8. I want to play g6, bishop g7, and b6.
Right.
Guess what? There's still rook h8. And I would never look at this move.
Yeah, because you're looking at g6.
Right, queen can't even jump to h5. Why would white just give up the rook? But it's working because bishop f7, and there's still so many checkmates. Then black has to find the only move, rook e6, which works here as well, even though we have the pawn on g5. Absolutely crazy lines here. Rook h6, g takes h, which kind of blocks the h file for now, which gives black some time to bring the defensive pieces.
Right.
But yeah, this rook h idea is beautiful.
It is absolutely beautiful. And just to also go to the other idea that you mentioned, because there were so many sacrifices.
Which one?
Which was bishop takes. After, instead of pawn takes knight, bishop takes knight.
Oh, bishop takes g5?
Yeah. And then pawn takes. And then knight to e4, because this has also happened. And then Nazi showed us bishop takes f7.
Oh yes, bishop f7 here and queen d5. And
this has also happened.
Even though engine says it's equal, I think in a practical game, white has very good chances to win this.
Right, right. And if you would go back to that moment where you played rook h8 and bishop f7 just a moment ago. So you went bishop f8. Yes, this position. Rook e6 was very, very nice. And you were telling us how, you know, why would you play rook h8? You can't even go queen h5.
You want to play g6?
I wanted to play g6. I forgot about queen h4.
Yeah, only move, by the way. Otherwise it's +5.
Because I was going to look at rook takes g6, rook h1, and then my queen can confidently get to h6. Queen
h4 shuts it down.
Puts the kibosh on the plan. Nice stuff. Let me just refresh to see. I think that Alice...
She's gone into the tank.
It's really
decisions,
right? And she got stopped with this bishop c4. But again, she's playing this mainline stuff. She's played all of the recommended moves. I'm a little bit surprised that this move has caught her, well, we're guessing unaware. Maybe she is aware of it. She's just trying to remember all of the theory.
Maybe.
Conjecture.
But you know, I remember having a discussion with Fabi and the team of Fabi for his World Championship match. They spent like months going through all the sacrifices on the Petrov. Because I was asking them, you know, there's so many sacrifices that you have to be on your tiptoes, you know, just to defend it. And they said months. They were training him every day, you know, this is what you play, this is how you respond. And if it's a new opening and you're kind of perhaps more familiar with the solid lines, something like this, which hasn't been played that often, is going to come like a cold shower.
Absolutely. We're just talking there about opening preparation and getting your opponent. And I still remember from St. Louis, I believe it was a Sinkville Cup, Fabiano was white. He's up against Maxime Vachar-Lagrave. MVL is black, and MVL had a religion, and the religion was the Najdorf. So all preparation that Fabi had made was for Najdorf. Wouldn't you know it, MVL played the Caro-Kann for maybe the first and last time in his career. Because Fabi had up his sleeve a sacrifice in the Caro-Kann that he had developed a year ago. Nobody had walked into it, and there was a willing victim, and it was the lamb to the slaughter, and Fabi won maybe the game of the year, thanks to all of his preparation. So sometimes you make these great preparation, and you never get a chance to play it, and lo and behold, you get that chance. In this case, Fabi remembered his preparation perfectly and won a model game. 30-minute think here for Alice Lee as she's thinking how to bail, and this is not an easy bail. Bishop e6, knight e6, as we've looked at, doesn't really help. H takes g5, the best move, is also the most dangerous by far. Will she take that plunge and capture that knight? That you got to be brave. Let's be clear. And that whole line with this rook h8 business. This is just, I mean, this is just great stuff, because I don't think we ever actually showed it to our viewers. But mate is mate. That's a nice checkmate indeed. So. Alice, being challenged, where would you like to take us?
Yeah, we're going to have to leave everyone on a cliffhanger, because this is an important game between Alice Lee and Alexandra Kosteniuk. For Alexandra, it means keeping pace at the top. For Alice, it will be her first victory. If she wins, she's there, right at the bottom with 1 point.
Wait a minute, don't undersell my pick. For Alexandra, should if Alexandra win, she'll be in sole first. Whereas for Alice, if Alice could win, as you were saying, she'd climb back up in 50%.
And she's not that far away. I mean, everything is so evenly matched at the minute. But Alexandra just showing us why she was a former world champion.
Two-time
Great
world
preparation.
Champion. By the way, very hard for me to tell because I don't know Alice that well. At the board, did you see any tells there? Fidgeting, nervousness, everything's okay? She knows that's...
She comes from a generation where you can't read the body language. I mean, you look at it and you think, okay, well, she's a bit nervous, maybe she's uncomfortable. And then you speak to her after the game and she's reeling off all these variations.
Right,
and
calculated it to
okay.
a winning ending. Yeah. No, here I calculate. I know how she does it too. Her interviews are so, and here I was so happy because I got to go, I got to go G6. And once I had G6, I knew I had advantage.
Yeah, but looking at her, you think, oh, she's suffering.
I mean, no, she's at the nervousness there. I don't know. Hard for me to tell from her body language. Let's just go around the horn. Make sure we got everybody. Who have we missed?
Go to Nana Dzagnidze and Anna Muzychuk, because that game is not wild at all, but it is very strategic.
So you called it the triangle?
Yeah, the triangle variation, and Nana's reaction was fine. I'll respect this.
Yeah,
and
I'm not gonna gambit my d4 pawn. I'll capture bishop f4, and the players are nicely transposed into Queen's Gambit decline territory, and these positions are considered basically balanced.
Yes.
200 years of play.
Yeah, but I was going to mention one interesting point about Anna's last move. She's just gone a5.
Yep.
And the big idea is actually to advance one square further
Okay.
and go A4.
Okay.
And then you do some very weird stuff. You then go B5 as well with your pawns. And loads of people will be like, well, hang on a second.
Right,
There's
right,
a
right,
big
right.
square.
Exactly. Like, what are you...
on C5. Respect for the squares, right? But the idea is actually, yes, C6 is going to be weak. But when a knight jumps into C4, it can't be chased away that easily.
Exactly. A4, B5 is one approach. When I was playing these positions as black, I would make the move A5 purposefully, not, as you say, you know, necessarily because I'm securing the square C4, but more as a defensive measure, just kind of aimed at stopping the minority attack.
It's a beautiful kind of move, you know, it's, like you say, prevents the minority attack, but
Right.
also gives this opportunity to secure the
This-
C4 pawn if necessary.
Here is white, because the majority is in the center on the king side, it really feels like F2, F3, E3, E4 on white's agenda as a way of, well, I would say improving or taking advantage of my trump. So a move like knight E5, I might find this line of play attractive. I might, you know what, I'll give you an opportunity to do your business. Play rook D1, inviting you to play A4, and in this case, knight E5, knight takes. And what I'm trying to do is play for F3 and E4, and I'm not really too worried about your queen side setups.
Well, and I like your F3, E4 plan. I just wanted to add one thing to it.
Please.
It's often a mistake for black to release the tension in the center when it arrives. Often you just let that pawn stand there, let the tension.
Don't take the knight, you mean?
Don't take on E. No, I meant when your F3, E4 pawn.
When I play E4,
Yeah,
just
you've
to
gotta
keep it.
Just keep it there.
Right,
Because
yeah.
often I see loads of people, they just immediately capture because they can't handle the tension.
Right.
And I'm like, no,
Yeah.
be
By
patient.
by the way, Nana, I chose D1, she chose C1, and
C1.
maybe this move, rook C1, is more accurate in the sense that if you are planning to reach for your B pawn and go A4, B5, the rook, in this case, is lined up to target the pawn on C6. And once again, they're head-to-head.
Let's check it out.
It's pretty challenging what these two ladies have done.
Very evenly matched. You see, Nana is leading with 7 wins to Anna's 6, but get this, 14 draws. And they're so evenly matched in the FIDE rating as well.
Yeah.
Nana there with 25.06, whereas Anna 25.05.
That picture, to my mind, speaks 1,000 words, because what that picture told us of their head-to-head matchup, these are two of the very best lady players in the world. And sometimes we feature head-to-head matchups where MVL will be playing against, doesn't matter, Fabi, and you'll see something like 42 games and 50 draws. It goes to show that there's not enough opportunities for the women's players to have these big challenges and rivalries with each other, because there's not enough Cairns Cups in the world for them to compete in. Alice Lee today is playing Alexandra Kosteniuk, 14-year-old Alice Lee. Well, that tells a story right there, but they've never met before.
Yeah. And
You know.
it's just a fantastic opportunity for someone like Alice
Absolutely.
to just lock heads, you know,
Right.
with the best in the world. So I love these type of tournaments.
And-
I find them very inspirational for the younger ones coming through.
Right. An opportunity for you to get on your soapbox. What would it have meant if there was a Cairns Cup at the time that you were competing for the top places in the world? What
It
would
would
that
have meant a lot. It would have
Yeah.
been very inspirational to have something to aim for, because when I was putting in the investment
That's
of
what I
both
mean.
time and money, there literally was nothing.
Right.
And
it was Gibraltar and the one good
there was
ladies' prize in Gibraltar.
It was Gibraltar, and then there was a dogfight for those places. But it was
Right.
also, I mean, Gibraltar was fantastic. We all loved playing there because there were so many women present. It's very rare to play a tournament, and there's 50 women in the field.
Wow.
That's incredible, right?
Right.
And as soon as that came along, more and more women started to play. We started to hang out. We shared ideas. But when I was kind of young, like Alice, there were very few women's tournaments.
Exactly.
And you know, the ones that were there, I avidly followed them because there
Absolutely.
used to be events in Belgrade. But
In Belgrade.
yeah, in Belgrade there was a Superwomen's tournament. So you see, this is the thing.
Wow.
Like it had an impact on me as a 10-year-old to follow the games of Elisa Marić and Natasha Bojkovic, and you know, I was following their games, reading every single thing that they did. I followed Olympiads, the Women's Olympiad. I know all about like Thessaloniki, where the Polga sisters
Right.
ran riot.
Right.
And yeah, I mean, but this is the thing. It's inspirational and it's a big motivator to get better.
Nasi, speak to the same question. You get the chance to get on your soapbox too. Cairns Cup. What is
I'm
it?
still
The
hoping
meaning?
that I get to qualify. I'm trying to play in this tournament, so I think I'm very close. I'm like next in line or so. So I'm hoping to qualify because, yeah, like Jovi said, growing up there were no such tournaments for women, and I mostly competed in the open tournaments where it would be hundreds of men and just few women,
Right.
which I was fine with. But to see such events now for women, I'm so happy to see it. And
Right.
that I'm at the age where I can still participate in them.
Compete.
I consider myself very lucky.
Absolutely. Take us to where the action is. What have you got?
I want to draw your attention to our tournament leader and top seed game, Zhongyi, who is playing Anna Zatonskih. And we left the position here after c5. We said, looks like Anna is still very well prepared. And we considered c3 here or castle.
Right.
But the move we didn't look at was d takes c5, which Zhongyi just played. And let's take a look at what
takes
might
b2.
follow. Indeed, yes, sir. I expected nothing else.
I am predictable.
Queen takes b2, white castles. So to me, it looks like white has two double pawns.
Right.
We could easily lose the c5 pawn and end up being down a pawn.
Right.
So let's see what is white's idea here after queen e2. I'm guessing immediately knight c5 has some downfall. Oh, I see, the typical, what
Greek
is the
gift.
sacrifice called?
Greek gift,
Greek
right?
gift, yes.
Yeah,
Bishop h7,
sacrifice.
check. If king g6 is also playable, but let's take a look at king g8. It's almost checkmate, but black does have this move, queen c2. But afterwards, we can play rook c1 and actually get the piece back.
Right.
But we'll be down 2 pawns? Or 1 pawn? Just 1. So if queen goes, oh, the trick is queen can't go here because rook c5 comes with a tempo.
And but just to continue, and e5 takes e5. I'm not finished with you yet.
So queen has to go to g6.
Right.
And here we will be down a pawn, but we messed up black's pawn structure. Our rook will end up on the 7th rank, and white definitely has compensation here.
For sure.
So we can easily see this happen in this game, or black can wait before they take on c5, avoid all these lines, and maybe play queen c3 and drop back.
Makes sense to me. So
Knight
now,
e5.
go back for just a moment. Now bishop h7 is a terrible fail, for the simple reason we have a great defense. Yeah. And this is the
There's
great
knight
defense.
f6,
Knight
yes.
f6. And that, the knight's not on c5, but now we have no Greek gift, no bishop sacrifice. Right. Okay, sorry. So queen e2.
So after queen e2, queen c3 move, and here knight g5 for white looks very good, provoking either g6 or h6. Both are playable. Let's look at the tempo move. Knight e4, queen e5, rook d1, and it says, the engine says that white does have compensation for the pawn. I'm guessing it's that we're slightly better developed and black's bishop is not ideal. But yeah, maybe also queen e4, g6, h4 ideas. I don't know, I still think this is very much equal, and I'd rather be black here.
Solid.
Yeah.
Solid. Boy, that d4 takes c5, from the positional perspective, white has really messed up her pawn structure. Tan pawn structure is really, a fail, if you will. And if you don't get that dynamic attack that you've just been describing there, you're going to be worse.
That's
I mean,
right,
it's not,
yeah.
you know. So once again, knight d7, I was really surprised that after queen e2, Black was actually having any troubles whatsoever. Queen e2, queen c3, I can imagine knight g5 and knight e4, and there might be a good reason why I shouldn't be putting my queen on a c3. Let me try another square for just a moment. Queen to a3. Same ideas, that all those sacrifices on h7 I laugh at because my knight will defend. Knight to g5.
Knight to g5, yeah.
h6, knight here. Am I doing it right? Tell me if I've messed up.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, and in this moment, because the difference is my queen isn't under attack, I'm not obliged to capture. I'm thinking about moves like b6. I'm thinking about moves like knight e5. Please, Jovi.
Yeah, there's also, I like this subtlety, but if we work our way backwards a little bit, there's also c6 in the air. How is that? Is that just absolutely nothing?
At which moment?
Okay, so go back here, c6.
c6. Here again. You're tempting me with choices. I don't feel obliged to capture. In other words, if I play knight f6, right? Are you going to do me a favor of developing my pieces for me? Probably not, right?
No, when you put it like that, no.
Right?
Absolutely not.
You know, continue with your threat. If you want to play rook b1, yeah, in that case, yeah, okay, I will take. But I'm looking at my king side. I'm saying pretty good, pretty good, pretty good, good, safe king. If you do, this would, in my view,
this would just solve every
everything.
single problem and actually give white the problems.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about as far as Tan's choice. We'll keep an eye on this one. Let's go back to Nasi. What did Alice come up with?
So after a long think, Alice played bishop e6, which is a novelty. I don't see any games in the database after this move, and it does appear that it's not the best move for black. Now, white can simply take knight e6, and doesn't matter if black takes with a pawn or knight, white has a significant advantage. So if f takes you, of course, you have to calculate this move b4, and might immediately win a pawn. Although there is d5, and look at this.
Ugly structure.
5 pawns on the c file, but it's not looking good for black. Queen e3, and looks like these 2 pawns were, at least c4 is definitely lost. So this is not great for black. Let's take a look at knight takes e6 instead.
I'm sure that's her intention.
Indeed. But here, yeah, white has a couple of different moves. They can play king b1 first, take on e6. I think I would trade here. And this is the position we looked at a little bit. Just king b1 or...
And we were looking at bishop f8 and
or just
seizing the defensive.
The back rank.
Right.
Yeah, it's a very one-sided game. Like we mentioned, white king is completely safe, and it's black who has to always worry about the king safety.
Truly.
I think king b1 here is also a very good move with the ideas of rook h3. Black always has to watch out for bishop h6 tactics. Very unpleasant position for black, but I can also see why Alice chose to go into this position. She was not prepared for all that chaos on the board.
Exactly.
If she accepted the piece and walked into that, she could have gotten checkmated very quickly. At least here, she can keep defending for many moves, and well, if Alexandra attacks correctly, looks like this game is going her way.
Just on this note, because we've been teasing ourselves, bishop f8, seizing the defensive, and we both know that white is for choice. But just how does the engine evaluate it? The numerical number?
It's quite big. It's plus 1.5 in an even position.
Wow, that is very big.
Materially,
yeah,
of course.
Yeah.
Could you... No, okay, can you show this line? What happens if you grab the pawn on h4?
After king
Oh,
b1.
on h4.
Yeah,
let's take a look.
Yeah, let's have a look. Because
You want to die with a full tummy.
Exactly. But I thought it was worth showing this.
Yes,
Right.
definitely. Let's take a look. Queen takes h6, and we're attacking the bishop, and if you move it anywhere, let's say maybe f6
Sure.
to avoid
Maybe
the mates.
queen to g5 and go...
Oh, here I can just bring the other
Yeah,
rook, and I've got 3 major pieces on 2 open files. Well, 3 open files. not looking
Yeah.
good.
And
Let's
queen
take a look
g5, you just go
Oops.
queen
Queen
takes
g5.
bishop and quick maths.
Yeah, I can take on h4, and we are up a pawn.
Quick maths.
And we still have open h file that we're fully in control of with the rook on h1.
Yeah.
Let's say king h1, rook h1. Yeah, it's pity that black can't trade the rooks because the pawn endgame, they're just down a pawn.
And we're lost,
So, yeah. I mean, this might just be the best option for black compared to other lines we're looking at.
Not fun though. Not a nice day. Chess should be fun. I mean, you have to be enjoying yourself. I assure you, Alice will not be enjoying herself
She
in
has
that.
to. That's actually one of the
to-
keys to being a good defender. You got to enjoy suffering, and you got to ask yourself, you know,
I never
can I
enjoyed
do
it.
this? No, and it sucks, right? But okay, the best defenders I know, they're like, hang on a second, I can set this trap, and they're always like positive about their position and their
Positive
chances.
about their suffering. Okay, turning our attention to one of our co-leaders, Harika. She's up against Irina. She may have mouse slipped, if you will, this move h2, h4. They have transposed back into a mainline Sveshnikov with g3. The conventional moves are a4, as you had mentioned. G3, as I had mentioned, with the idea of h4 and bishop h3. Immediately h4 was there, and the engine said, what? I don't get it. Let's take a pawn. And we were looking at the positions after bishop takes h4 and finding ourselves a bit perplexed. Instead, Irina said, look, I respect your preparation. I don't know what you have in mind. I'm going to play bishop h6, a4, castles, and the players have now reached, I want to say, a conventional position where black has the two bishops, counterplay based on f5, and white is sitting there saying, yes, but I have this gorgeous knight planted in the middle of the board. I'm also the proud possessor of the only open A file. The imbalances in the position are very stark. Do you have a preference for this position for either side?
I stay away from both. This position from both sides.
Right.
I mean, as white, it looks very pleasant. But as you mentioned, f5 is ready to come to
Right.
unsettle white's control.
Exactly.
And you can't really keep a lid on black's activity either as well. It's not like you can go knight to e3 and just go, hey, you can't get f5, because as you mentioned earlier, b4 is actually going to be coming.
As well, and f5. It is a dynamic position, and also very, very much worth mentioning is the move h4, h5 as well. If you play g5, well, that's not a nice way of treating a bishop. I could shut you down with g4 in that case. But if I do play h5 and then you play bishop to g5 and I play hg and you play h3, well, there is that open H file as well to contend with. So a very dynamic position in this one. We'll keep an eye on this as we're going to go once again to Nana, I think.
Maybe we can go to Elisabeth.
Okay, pardon me.
Elisabeth
That was the
against
game.
Mariya. That was
the game that we
Benoni with
yes.
reverse colours.
And here, after 97, I had basically said, go with the flow. You've got the queen side, go b4 or knight d2 first, followed by bishop a3. Maybe on a good day, you will land with a knight on d6. No, Elisabeth, I think you guys have read the same book. Elisabeth said, I don't like that pawn on d4. That pawn on d4 is too powerful. Let me chip away. She went e3, captures. Whoa.
I can remember you and me
You
playing
should.
some blitz games a long, long time ago.
We did, and what
Yeah,
happened?
you won.
I
never managed to beat you.
But did we get a position like this?
Something like this, and you were like squirming around with this type of structure, and I was like,
really?
oh, I'm winning, but I wasn't.
Oh no. Wait a minute. My spidey sense is tingling.
Yeah.
Is that a pawn?
It is.
Okay.
Let's go.
Did she take it?
No.
No, she
Okay,
canceled.
but why did she not take it?
Well, let's have a look-see. Is this one of those where my queen gets bounced all around the board? I mean, that was
That was brutal. I mean, my human resource department has got a long complaint that I have to deal with. So I've got rook d1, I've got knight c3. How else can I exploit this queen? Knight e5? No. So it's rook d1, right? Is it rook d1?
Rook d1, but there's also knight g5 as well.
Ah, there's also knight g5? Okay, but for the moment, this is the most forcing, right? Now, I could bounce you a little bit more with e4. There's knight to g5. Also, I notice now, out of the corner of my eye, that I do have moves like queen a3 to prevent you from castling. But shall we look at the most forcing? e4?
Yeah, e4.
Okay. Now, I don't want to go queen f6 and invite bishop g5, so I'm going to try to hide my queen away.
But now is your idea, queen a3.
Exactly, and
yeah.
well, it's a
difficult.
pawn, but yeah, okay.
So bishop g5 is coming next.
She didn't. She said, "Look, it's your problem. You know, what are you going to do about it? I'll castle now. I'll maybe take knight c3," and no, she didn't.
You know, it's interesting. Like,
wow.
Like I'm reading this chess biography book by Paul van der Sterren.
Yes,
Dutch
you were mentioned.
grandmaster. Yeah, and he was saying that one of his faults was this willingness to trade in all his positional advantage for just cheap material.
Yeah, cashing your chips early. I think that's a weakness not only that Paul has, but a lot of us, myself included. I get these very nice positions, and I can get win a pawn, and I think, well, I'll just carry that forward, when in fact I should be looking for more.
Yeah, I'm the same.
Yeah.
So I very much understand.
Knight a6, queen a3, and we've caught up to the players. Now see, jump in on this one. Was that pawn on d3 for grabs?
Yes, I have an interesting line for you. So
Please.
queen d3 could have been played.
Right.
It's an interesting sacrifice. Rook d1, queen f5, which you were looking at. Here the best move is queen a3.
We were looking at it without castles. So we were looking at the immediate queen takes d3. But this one, later,
yeah, I will show you.
Please.
Okay. Let's take a look at here. So after queen a3, rook e8, normal move. And here I was trying to understand why is engine recommending h3. It's like such a deep move, but it has a very good idea. So let's say black just makes a developing move, knight a6. We play g4, kick the queen out of this diagonal, so that once queen's gone, we play knight e4. And this knight is fantastic on the square controlling d6 and c5. And if black tries to kick us out with f5, guess what? The queen is trapped on e6, right in the middle of the board.
Wow.
So after knight e4, black has to be prophylactic, make a move like h6.
Okay.
And then it's very double-edged position. b4, we're going for b5 so that we can get total control of d6 and c5. Of course, black goes immediately f5, and there's absolutely crazy lines here. Rook d6, queen takes c4, knight f6. I mean, what is happening? Queen f6, bishop f6, rook f6. How is the rook on f6?
How did you teleport the rook to f6, right? That's a Doctor Who.
And the thing is, of course, black has a long-term weakness. We are missing the black squared bishop, so all the black squares around the king are pretty weak. We just have awkwardly placed pieces, of course. We haven't put them on the right squares yet.
Right.
If this queen somehow makes it to the king side, it will be over.
Right. Bishop will come to long diagonal.
And guess what the evaluation is here, Yasser? It's just
triple zeros, of course.
What else would it be?
I'm clueless, but what chaos is occurring appears favorable for white. To my mind, g6 is super weak. I want to go bishop b2 and...
It would all be great if it wasn't for this queen before forcing the queen trade, because queen has nowhere to escape.
Oh, no.
And then here I was thinking, well, if that's the case, isn't black just winning up so many pawns?
How many pawns is it? Yeah.
But bishop f1, if queen takes a3, this unpleasant check.
I have
if you move your king somewhere, let's say king h8, it's +4, of course.
Yeah.
It's so
Went from
bishops.
0-0 to +4 in 2 moves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how double-edged the position is. Oh my
Yeah,
goodness.
absolutely crazy. So let's see. Currently,
I wouldn't trust
so
myself.
I totally understand why players. No one's touching the d3 pawn yet.
Right?
Queen a3, and we just saw c5 move. That's interesting. It's a commitment to play c5, of course. You
It
do
really
get
is.
c6 square and b4, but you're also giving away some other squares. And guess what? Engine says white should react with e4
E4.
to really focus on the d5 square and open up our bishop.
Now if you grab the pawn.
That's exactly what I'm thinking. If queen d3,
Oh.
that's a beautiful tactic. Knight d5. There is an in-between move. Your queen's hanging, and if you take, I have this check first, winning a piece.
Right. If you don't mind me saying, the move for me, e3, e4, is a little bit counterintuitive. It's this in the sense, if you put the pawn back on e3 for just a moment, you block the bishop on g2. And I'm thinking in my mind, I would like my knights on d5 and e4, so I would find the move knight d2 more attractive. So I want to play knight, oh no.
But after knight b4,
Exactly, you're forking me on c2. I thought I would be able to deal with that, but you're forking me on c2. No, sorry, knight to d4.
And isn't after e4? Isn't
Knight to d4,
b4?
knight b4, the same
Exactly
thing, right?
same idea.
just queen a4, or queen b3. Looks like
You can't take on, well,
maybe
now
you can,
queen
well,
takes.
if you take with the knight rook d1, you're
Yeah.
not getting out of that.
Take with the
I
queen.
agree.
If you take with the queen,
Now it's
a3,
weird.
and then rook d1 is coming next.
So
the
knight
queen is
c2,
trapped.
rook to d1.
Queen getting trapped again?
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, queen is trapped. But you can take both rooks, d1 and a1.
But then the
The
knight.
knight is going to be stuck on a1.
Yeah. Wow, great
Complicated
stuff.
position.
Thank you,
you.
Nasi. We've reached that time in our broadcast where we like to take a first break, but before we do that, check in with Q Boutique.
Yes.
What
yes,
were you going to do?
I was also going to check in the standings.
On the standings too. What would you like to do first?
Let's check in the standings.
Let's do the
first,
standings.
Because it is super close after 3 rounds.
Indeed.
A 4-way tie at the top. But half a point behind them, there are 3 players. So really, any victory is going to be crucial here. So maybe today is going to be the day where we finally see someone emerge as the tournament leader.
Absolutely. And as we do get ready for a break, get ready for the 2024 Cairns Cup with this iconic souvenir. It's made from 100% cotton, and it features the Cairns Cup logo on the front and the St. Louis Chess Club on the back. It's a beautiful denim shirt. Stay cozy, show your love for chess with this must-have piece. It's available at qboutiquestl.com. Get all your shopping needs, chess shopping needs done there. And we're going to be back as from the break where Begim interviewed, was it Anna?
Anna Muzychuk, and don't go anywhere because more of the action to come.
All right. Good start. Good start
Yeah.
for
Hi Anna, welcome to St. Louis. It's very good to see you here.
Hi, thanks for having me. I'm glad that finally I made it here.
What are your thoughts on Nona Gaprindashvili, the first female chess player who got Grandmaster, that being here in St. Louis for the Cairns Cup?
Yeah, I have already seen her today, and I have, of course, seen her many times earlier at other tournaments. And, well, I have huge respect for this person because she's not only a chess player, but also a person who empowers everybody, such an energizer for all of us. And such a great example. You can see that, well, in her age, she's still very active. She's traveling, she's trying to pass her enthusiasm and her love for the game, and it's wonderful. I'm really glad she's here, and I think it was really great step from the organizers to invite this person. I'm sure many people will like it.
So you have been traveling a lot lately. You are one of the top players. You have many invitations. One of the tournaments you played recently was Norway chess. It happened for the first time for female chess players. How did it go? And do you think it's important to have more tournaments like this for female players?
Yeah, definitely, because Norway Chess was a wonderful event, and the organization was great. The organizers took care of the players, and yeah, we felt they're very good. And also, I feel very good here. It's not only good for us chess players. Yeah, of course, it's good for us. We are glad to play, but also it's very helpful for the other girls, for young generation, because they can see where they can be, they see the opportunities, and it makes them, they may have more enthusiasm and more wish to play chess.
We grew up seeing such tournaments. For example, as like a young boy, you see this man competing.
Exactly.
And then you want to be like them. And I think females, as you're saying, females should have more opportunities so young girls can see and grow from that too, right?
Yeah, that's why I am very, very thankful to everyone who makes such tournaments or who are even thinking about it, because in order to have to think, then the next step is that it's organized. So yeah, thanks a lot.
And why do you think we don't have as much tournaments as men do? Do you think it's because of the level, or the fact that organizers don't understand that female chess actually needs more air?
Well, it's difficult to say, because I am looking at it from the perspective of a chess player, and I can see it differently. And well, I don't know, but well, all the top level events, it's not a bad idea to have additional women events.
Definitely.
Just like that.
I get that. And also, you travel a lot with your sister, because you guys have almost the same level, same tournaments. So how do you feel about it? Competing, sometimes you are forced to compete against her too. Is it tough?
First of all, I am really glad to have Mariya, to have such a sister, to have such a support, and I am very proud of what we both have achieved. And yeah, we are more or less at the same level, so most of the tournaments we play together, and it's wonderful because we travel together, we can help each other, and well, it's nice to have some person next to you. And yeah, as we say, we are not really competing against each other, but we are competing against others mainly. So for us, it's not like, Mariya, you are higher rated now.
No competition between.
Okay, of course, it's like if you see, okay, she's better, and I'm like, okay, I also want to be higher, or vice versa. Yeah. So it's kind of a push, especially when we were kids, and okay, when we were younger, I was stronger, but then she was growing up. I think I was motivating her, but now we are both motivating each other.
That's great to hear. And Anna, what's your ambition as a chess player? What do you want to achieve?
It would be nice if I win the World Championship in classical format, because I have done it a couple of times in Rapid and in Blitz. Otherwise, well, I'm just trying to improve my level of play. I'm trying to take part in new tournaments, visit new countries, see new people.
What do you do to come back from a defeat? How do you come back and then find this motivation to try again?
I don't think I have some special advice or something that can be really helpful, but the most important is not to resign. It's very normal for every person to have ups and downs, yes, in every profession. So it's a route, it's a path, and you learn, you go down, and then you're trying to analyze your mistakes, what was wrong, and then you try to do better.
I love that. And Anna, what do you do besides chess? Just for fun, just relax? Do you have any routine?
There is nothing that I take so seriously as I take chess, but just some simple things, sometimes together with my sister, sometimes separately.
I see. Thank you so much for the interview, and good luck with the tournament.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
The stages are set, the players are primed, the best of the best are ready to face off in the 2024 Grand Chess Tour. The top players in the world prepare to battle across 4 countries for a $1.5 million prize fund. Everything starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland. Then off to Bucharest for the Superbet Chess Classic Romania. The players then travel to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia. The tour concludes with back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri, the chess capital of America, for the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. 9 players will go in, but only one can be crowned champion. Who is prepared to make history? Get ready for the return of the Grand Chess Tour.
We are here to celebrate what the Chess Campus does and collectively make a difference to St. Louis through the artistic, cultural, and educational endeavors of chess. The St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame make such a significant imprint throughout our community, and with your help, we will continue to grow opportunities of outreach and engagement.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, the first time ever in school history. Guided by their head coach, Christian Karilla, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
Here is the place where we enjoy the game of chess, of its beauty, to advance the cause of chess and to help St. Louis Chess Club to serve as a capital of the world of chess and to keep bringing new and new millions of new fans into the game every year.
Welcome back to an already thrilling round 4. So many exciting games already. And let's remind ourselves before we dive into the action of the standings.
It's a logjam at the top, isn't it, Jovi?
Yes, certainly is. It's a 4-way tie between Zhongyi, Alexandra, Kosteniuk, Harika, Dronavalli, and Mariya, Muzychuk. But no one can rest easy because they are 1 point away if they lose to just losing that lead. So let's take a look at today's pairings.
And the players that are at play.
Yes. And it's a very tense battle between Nana Dzagnidze with the white pieces against Anna Muzychuk. Zhongyi has surprised Anna Zatonskih, and that was a very dynamic game. It's also dynamic between Elisabeth Paehtz against Mariya Muzychuk. Harika Dronavalli seems to be doing well against Irina Krush, and Alexandra Kosteniuk has unleashed a blistering attack against young Alice Lee.
I didn't like the situation for Alice Lee, especially. Let's just jump into that one, because for me, the big surprise is that she got surprised from a position that was pretty well known. Up to this moment, according to Nasi, there was like 400 games in the database. Main line, Petrov, knight comes to c5, and boom, knight to g5. Okay, let's go. Unleash the attack. I don't believe you, said Alice Lee. H7, H6, go away. You bother me. I'm going nowhere. Bishop c4. And this actually had some really beautiful patterns. For those of you who are joining us late, you missed some great checkmating patterns with h takes g5, the best move. And according to the engines, with basically perfect play, it's a balanced game. That's not what Alice did. After a 30-minute thing, she backed down and she played bishop e6, and I just really don't like this position at all. Yes, bishop takes e6 is a very good move, followed by king b1 and g4, and white's having all the fun. Let me just interrupt you and say, I think white's having all the fun after a very simple retreat, bishop e3. I've still got the two bishops. I'm still ready to do my kingside expansion, g4, f4. And my white, well, Alexandra's king, I should say, it's so safe. The moment it turns to king b1.
Yeah, totally agree. I mean, black is the one that is
going
to have to withstand the initiative. And I also loved Nasi's idea of just lifting the rook up to h3, just throwing that in for good measure so that you're setting up ideas of bishop takes pawn on h6.
Indeed we are. And, well, I think we felt that we were going to be seizing the defensive, and it's sort of like a grim, long afternoon with our bishop on f8 and just holding on for dear life. Not a fun way of spending round 4 for Alice Lee. And where would you like to take us?
Can we revisit the game between Zhongyi against Anna Zatonskih? Because I mentioned it was dynamic. It certainly is that. Because Anna, well, she's taken a leaf out of our books, and she's grabbed a pawn, and now she's grabbed a second pawn.
Knight d7. What's better than being one pawn up?
Exactly, 2 pawns.
Absolutely. Queen takes a2. Look, I am greedy. Let me be frank about that, and I do like grabbing the pawns. In this particular case, because I think strategically I'm winning, if I grab that c5 pawn and I have this perfect setup, then I want to go knight f6 and b6 and bishop b. I want my cake and eat it too. I don't see the a2 pawn as being absolutely necessary on the dining room table. I myself would have just kind of said, okay, I'm very satisfied with the outcome of the opening. Let me go queen a3. Let me take that pawn on c5, play b6, knight f6. Queen takes a2 has one drawback, and Tan spotted it immediately, and that drawback is the move rook b4. And when you see that, we've just talked about a rover, a rook up and over in the game of Alice Lee. In this game, well, you can just see this scorching kind of bishop h7, rook h4, knight g5. Now we have to play knight f6.
Exactly. I was going to say, you need to send some troops over there ASAP. So.
But then the question is there enough attacking forces? Okay, I'm starting to look at ideas of rook f4, knight e5, rook takes f6, queen h5. Should I begin with knight g5? Lots of questions, not a lot of answers. Let me start with the most straightforward, knight to g5.
And here I was considering, the queen is offside. It's a bit annoying, isn't it? I was thinking about moves like e5.
E5. I kind of like that move. I'm a little bit scared of bishop takes h7, knight takes h7. Maybe I could have done it with knight takes h7 and a little bit more forcing. Again, just because my rook just so happens to be here. But let's have a look, because it's...
King g8?
Yeah, usually it's a...
And the king is out of there with f6.
Right? You don't
It's
handle...
not hanging around.
No. Here, I delight with the move g5, g6. Where's my g6 pawn? But f6 looks okay.
Yeah, but going earlier, one of the things I didn't necessarily like about going e5 was that white can attack black from another direction and go bishop to c4.
Bishop to c4. That also looks rather scary. Well, I mean, I understand you want to play knight takes f7, rook takes f7, queen d8 mate.
Yep.
So let me scurry home, defend the d8 square.
Okay, well, maybe I'll keep it in the pocket.
Okay.
So I just wanted to highlight that idea.
Yes, you do.
That it's there.
Rook, by the way, once again, rook b4 on the board, and this is where Anna we're looking at the fast and furious defensive move, knight f6. I have played numerous games, but your move bishop c4 is an upsetter. I have played numerous times against an isolated queen pawn. End of story. You have a bishop on d3, and I've used the move f7, f5 as a method of shutting down the bishop and accepting I get a backward pawn on e6, in this case because I've won a pawn. The desirable f5, all things being equal, that really stops bishop h3, rook h4 is less threatening, there's no knight g5s, and knight takes c5. But there is your move, bishop c4, and that just stops me from wanting to play f5. Rook b4, big moment.
So definitely, let's look at that, and let's also look at, you can't unfortunately establish the pawn structure that I call the wall.
Yes.
Which is when you get g6. I don't have no idea.
What's wrong with the wall?
Well, the wall has a problem that the rook will just swing over, and the queen will just lift herself up to d2, and then...
So maybe queen d2.
Queen d2.
And then the wall kind of gets shaken after rook h4 because...
It feels like it will get shattered.
Shattered.
Yeah.
No h5. Let's just show how crushing that is. Okay, so there's no question Anna has to be careful. h6. Why do we dislike h6?
No reason.
No reason.
Just to throw it in there.
Yeah, because I would love, to stop these attacks. h6, I'm take the Steinitz principle seriously. Don't unnecessarily weaken your king. That was why I'm going with knight f6. But the chess engine is going to tell us, is the attack serious or not?
So we do have a move on the board.
We do.
Anna Zatonskih played queen d5.
A very logical move.
Or knight f6, but h6 was actually computer's first choice.
Computer's first choice.
Yes, and while Anna does have to be careful, computer says black is better here. They can keep the extra pawn and defend any kind of attack that white comes up with.
Fair.
Queen d5 is also a good move, and the best suggestion here is rook e1. Queen takes c5, and then simply queen d2. It's definitely a bit scary. White has 5 pieces looking at the black's king and preparing some kind of attack. But on the other hand, as long as you have this knight here that can quickly jump to f6, it feels like black king will be okay. Wow, I'm a little bit shocked that black's best move here is b5, just giving up a pawn.
Wouldn't have been my first guess. I would have reached for the b6 square.
There's no way black would play b5 here.
Right.
Yeah, b6 is fine. Let's take a look. Rook h4, knight f6. Oh, g4. Okay.
Wow.
Now I'm getting a little nervous for black.
Right.
Because on h6, there's g5 or even rook h6 is possible.
Wow. Okay, that's a lot of firepower aimed at black's king.
Even something like 95 I would be afraid of. And white taking it a little bit slower because it's so hard for black to move the pieces from queen side to the king side. Maybe the knight alone is not good enough to defend the king. Wow, this is very interesting.
Fair, you have the chess engine, but these types of attack, they rely upon extraordinary intuition. I mean, Michael Tal was one of those players who just, a lot of us, and I'm including myself, critically, we like to calculate these attacks, and there's no way you can calculate a rook e1 and queen d2, these soft moves, and suddenly g4 appears.
Well,
and
Zhongyi just played rook e1.
Wow, a rook e1. Okay, rook e1. And I thought the idea behind queen d5 was that you wanted to take away the g5 square so you could play knight takes c5. Oh no, I have rook d4.
Yeah.
Rook d4, and then bishop h7.
Yes, because you can't swing your queen over
Exactly.
to the h line.
Rook d4. So I thought the queen on d5 was doing a good job stopping knight g5, but when the queen steps back, then we unleash this bishop sacrifice, and we have knight g5, and it's bad news. It's bad news. We're getting killed over there. So no knight takes c5. So rook e1. Once again, queen takes c5, queen d2.
But here, maybe
knight f6.
Knight f6. Is there some rook e5 business?
Rook e5 doesn't really bother us. This knight is pretty darn good, right? Queen c7 or queen e7, not sure. But at the moment, I've got all of the bits defending my king. Rook d8, maybe on the worst case scenario, I just make king f8 plausible. Sorry, you were about to tell me something, Jovi.
Yeah, no, I was looking at ideas of getting the queen over to g5, because what the move I'd love to play,
yes, say it,
is a bishop takes h7.
Indeed.
And I kind of want to stop knight takes.
It's like mind over matter.
Let's do it.
You want to go queen g5?
Queen g5.
Okay, so you're like really want to play bishop takes h7.
I'm not being subtle about this.
Okay, so go ahead. As long as I have my knight on f6, I am not afraid.
Okay, well now the rook will swing over to h4.
By the way, are you hanging?
Yeah.
Details. Don't bother me with the small stuff.
Yes, I was hanging.
Oh boy.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Well then, let's start with the.
Go ahead.
Okay. No rook to e5 just yet. Let's go rook h4. 4.
Okay.
It's
fair. And the desirable rook d8 in this particular case does allow bishop takes h7, and there's a discovered check against my rook. A moment ago, we were looking at something with b6 and bishop b7. h6, I'm afraid you might play rook takes h6. Feels weird. Okay, I'll borrow a page from the computer engine. I'll play b5 just to take away
e5.
Rook. Okay. Rook e5. Now you're cooking.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go. Queen.
Okay, now bishop takes h7, check.
Bishop takes h7, check. Knight takes h7.
Oh, you've got rook d8 at the end of it. Rook
it's
h5.
It's not clear. Wait a minute. Rook h5.
Oh, hang on a second. Rook takes knight.
Exactly.
Yes.
And again, I've got to get on my walking shoes and get out of here. But here you've done great. I think you'll be very, very pleased with the outcome here. So you started by bringing your rook across, rook h4. Okay, that's a fair move. You called it the wall, right? g7, g6. That's an interesting idea. Your queen would park itself on h6, wouldn't it?
Yes. And then the knight would come to g5. And then I would try to demolish that pawn on h7.
Okay. I'm not happy suddenly. I'm not happy about the move g6, but my intended defense, let me put it that way, was that I would be aspiring, in this case, not only for these sacrifices, but also just to...
Yeah, there's knight takes h7 though.
Knight takes h7 and queen takes?
Oh no, it didn't work.
It was intuitive.
I was thinking I was being fancy, but I wasn't. In fact, I was just blundering everything. Okay.
But delightfully and with pleasure. Knight takes h7. That was my intended defense. Again, from the current position, I'm sorry, everyone, I'm just going to refresh. We've been looking at queen takes c5. I think the computer wanted queen d2. We wanted queen d2, right? And you have been trying this inspirational move, rook h4, and that's a lot of firepower aimed at my king. You like the rook e5, bishop h7.
Bishop h7 is the big idea.
And I respect that idea very, very much so. You know, I'm even beginning to think about moves like e5. Just one of the nice things about being material ahead is oftentimes you can return the material as a way...
Just to simplify the position or clarify the position.
Exactly. Let me ask you once again, how big a threat is this sacrifice on h7? I'm going to drop back with queen c7. The idea is I really want to play rook d8. As you can tell, I want to be able to exit.
And if my queen starts sniffing around, queen to g5, yep.
Well, so far, you haven't scared me. But maybe
Because
you will. The same idea. We've seen this before,
you've got
right?
queen takes c2.
I do have, and let's show that to the audience. I do have queen takes c2. So we were lined up for a checkmate, but queen takes c2, yep, is a nice defense.
Yep.
Okay, so you haven't bluffed me yet.
No, not just yet.
Although
but okay,
I'm still threatened.
I can take inspiration from your...
Uh-oh, don't do it.
Yeah, you like invite everyone to the party. So who's not working? The
Everybody's in the party.
The knight.
Oh, you like
3
knight
is the
e5.
magic, is the... Yeah, 3 is the magic
Knight e5,
number. Yeah.
knight to g4.
Yes.
Okay,
Put
gotcha.
it on the board.
Okay. Wow. Again, the
have to
firepower is still there.
Rook d5, okay.
Rook to d5. You know, there's absolutely a marvelous book. Generations of Americans were raised on it. The Art of Attack by Vukovic. And he just, you know, like open up the lines of attack, diagonals, files, ranks. And he would just show one beautiful attacking idea after another. And after reading that book, everyone is inspired to throw away their pieces.
Yeah.
You know, and then we all graduated to Petrosian and defended every square on the board. But this is one of those attacks. Nasi, jump in, because the chess engines are laughing at us. You know, we've been floundering about on the attacking ideas, but it feels scary for Anna. She's material ahead, but she has to make some good defensive reactions. Or not, does she?
I actually don't think the chess engines are laughing at you, because it shows that black is okay, but as I make the moves that you're suggesting, rook h4, rook e5, g4, then advantage increases for white all of a sudden.
Really?
Oh, it does. So maybe it is really scary. And I was looking at immediately g6. Maybe
This is
just,
the wall that
right, now take the pawn on c5.
Jovi said.
And here, let's say queen d2. The thing
Well,
is,
you've learned something in your career. I mean, the chess engines 3600 agree with you, Jovi.
yeah, queen h6 is now coming, followed by either knight g5 or rook h4. So this is getting scarier, and actually, best move is to take on c5.
Okay.
And we will transpose the positions we're looking at, rook h4. Now, rook d8 is the best start here. Knight g5, and instead of knight f6, which we were playing before, knight f8.
Okay.
And does knight h7 work?
It looks very scary.
It looks scary. Let's take a look. Queen h6. Okay, black has some counterplay. Okay, queen on c3 defends both h8 square and attacks e1 at the same time. So here computer says white doesn't have anything better than just repetition or rook f4. It's tricky.
Wow.
We're fully giving up a rook.
With check.
And after rook d7, white still has a draw, still has perpetual, because we are down a full rook now. Where's the perpetual?
Show us. King
so
d6.
if you king back, that's clear. King d6, queen d4 check.
King runs.
Oh, king c5 is losing to, sorry, king c7 is losing to queen c5 check. King d8, and wow. Rook
Whoa.
c4. This is beautiful. Wow.
That is nice stuff.
Black is up a full rook and completely lost.
And just at the moment that Black got into the finish line, too, Black is like, safe.
I hate it.
Splat. Rook c4. Oh my goodness.
So Black king needs to be careful and go to correct squares. King c6 is correct, and then just checks on the fourth rank. So if you go king b6, has to wait. King b6 is also losing because I can transpose
now
to
queen c5.
Queen c5. So king has to remain on d6, e7, f8, and that's the perpetual. Wow.
I just think that that's ironic that the final position that you have on the board, this bishop on f1, that's playing this wholly defensive role protecting our king. With queen b5, it's a winner.
I know. Yeah. What I like about this is actually that bishop on f1, starting square, bishop c8, starting square.
Nobody moves.
There's a tale of two bishops.
And the clock times.
Anna has 1 hour less than Tang, so Tang has 1 hour and 43 minutes against Anna's 43 minutes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And one of the things about Anna, though, she did win last year's Cairns Cup, and she secured a GM norm in the process.
Yes.
So she's already passed the 2,500 rating mark. So if she gets another GM norm, this will be a second GM norm, and she just has to keep collecting them until she becomes a Grandmaster. And then she will be the recipient of
the Queen's Award.
The Cairns Chess Queens Award. And
exactly.
That's a very juicy $100,000.
Thank you, Jeannie Singfield, for inspiring the ladies to get those Grandmaster titles. We've only had one. Irina Krush has won the overall Grandmaster title. We have a lot of women Grandmasters, but the overall Grandmaster title has only been won by Irina, and Dr. Jeannie Singfield has offered an award of 5 awards of $100,000 to every American, sorry about that, Jovi, for every American lady. When you heard that award at the opening ceremony, Nasi, did that just stop you and make you think, okay, how close have I been to making a Grandmaster title, Grandmaster norm?
It did.
It did.
But then I was happy. I was like, I'm glad I'm not a GM already. Now I still have a chance.
To win the award.
Yes, to
How
win the
close have you been to making those Grandmaster norms?
So twice I had over 2590 performance, and I was just like a few points short to GM norm. But that was back when I was 16 years old.
Wow.
So you know the talent is there.
Yeah, deep down.
We've got to get it bubbling back to the surface.
Certainly have a good motivation now.
Okay, very good. Tell us where the action is.
Well, Zhongyi's game is definitely the most interesting one at the moment, but let's take a look at Alexandra's game against Alice Lee, because we have some moves. As we were expecting, after the knight take, king b1, we were looking at this position, and we were saying white is preferable. There was rook f8 played, and here computer didn't love Alexandra's move queen e3. It's a little bit slower than what it was suggesting. One of the moves suggested was g4. Just immediately sack the pawn on h4. That will only help you in the attack, because you do have this bishop h6. And maybe she didn't see this bishop h6 or wasn't sure if this is the best. So she's enjoying her comfortable position and taking it a little bit slow. After queen e3, let's say, for some reason, queen c8 is much better than queen d7. But it's not natural to play queen c8. We want to connect the rooks. So I assume we're going to see queen d7, and she can still play g4 now. Now h4 is not even hanging. And how does Black stop all the minority attack that's coming? Yeah.
Not easily. The attack, dare I say, kind of plays itself. Just to put a move on the board, rook f7. Go ahead and show it.
Let's say g5.
I want to close it.
h5.
h5.
Right?
I want to close it, yeah.
Yes, I can go immediately g6, or You do have another weakness. Besides the kingside issues, now you have rook e1, and because my pawn's on g5, you actually cannot defend that pawn. And okay, and now I see why queen c8 was better. Because if queen was on c8, you could play e5.
Right.
But now you don't have this move because I'll simply take it.
Except I have a cheapo for you.
Okay.
Put the bishop back on f4 for just a moment. I was going to play rook f8.
Here in this move.
Yes.
Okay, rook f8, bishop g3.
And now I was going to go
e5.
e5. That was my cheapo. So,
so you take f2.
Or rook f3, or
Well,
I could take on f2, but rook f3. Okay, no.
I can see that it's +2 already.
I better stop while I'm ahead.
Because after rook f3, you've got moves like queen e4, right?
Actually, just take.
I was also thinking about that. Maybe the queen goes on explorations over there.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I like white. I mean, white's king is so much safer, and there's always that g5, g6 to really make black's.
It's not like kingside attack is over.
No.
White just is picking up pawns while still remain in this position. On
Exactly. So nice position for Alexandra. I wanted to take a look at the Elisabeth game.
Yes, but before we go there,
Please.
we do ask everyone to join the fun. We're having a tremendous amount of excitement here in the studio.
Ask the masters.
Following the games. And we're inviting everyone to send us their questions. And you can do this on X or Twitter, as it used to be called, using the hashtag Cairns Cup, or just simply responding to the St. Louis Chess Club. You can also answer the social media posts on Facebook as well. So let's take a look at our first question.
Let's do it.
Yasser, are you ready?
I am ready.
Okay.
I am burning with desire.
It's a question from JJ Martin. How, as commentators, are you seeing fan engagement changing? Oh, interesting.
Totally. I mean, for me, the technology that we're experiencing right here, right now, for me is something unbelievable. It's science fiction, on steroids. It's just, when I was growing up, I didn't see grandmasters in the flesh at all whatsoever. And now, not only do I see the games being played, the moves in real time, chess engines, the commentators, the interviews after the game, like instantly after the game, I've got a question. Why didn't Anna sacrifice on G7? She comes on the board. She said, the reason I didn't sacrifice on G7, I said, my God, this is unbelievable. Then, everything I just said, you add this, you add this layer that the audience can engage you. Yes, why didn't you take on G7? Why didn't Anna take on G7? And it's, no, it really, I pinch myself all the time. I'm going, this is great. I can ask Magnus a question. I can ask Begim a question. I can ask Zhongyi a question. Zhongyi, what was it like winning your 8th championship? I mean, it feels like you're ready for your 9th. Don't you just think it's amazing technology.
There is definitely a closeness in interaction between the fans and the players. I mean,
it was never there before.
No, absolutely not. Before, you'd have to watch from afar, and now you can get up close and personal,
right.
And you've got access to a whole load of information that people are voluntarily putting out as well,
right.
Which wasn't the case before. When I was kind of growing up, it felt like everyone was sitting on the information and closely
hoarding
guarding
it.
Yeah, exactly.
The treasure.
And now, literally, you see Fabiano Caruana, he's doing some YouTube podcasts.
And he's revealing
everything.
Right.
The same goes with Hikaru playing chess. And I just feel like this advent of streaming and also social media in general has just been very, very beneficial in just bridging the gap between fan and player.
I'll just tell you one other very, very quick story, revealing my age, if you will. I visited the Soviet Union. There was a top game where they were playing in like the Hall of Columns, this massive, beautiful Soviet-era architectural building, and the fans were outside, and I was fighting my way in to the playing hall, and I just barely could get inside the playing hall. All the seats were full. The people were standing, sitting, everywhere that was possible, and somehow I got mashed up against the wall. And looking at me was Alexander Wojtkiewicz, who would become a future grandmaster. He was training Michael Tal at the time for this interzonal, and it was the big match between Michael Tal and Bent Larsen. And the place was packed, and he looked at me with this big face. He said, "It's more crowded than a bus in Kiev." I'd never been to Kiev in my life, but I understood immediately. And now we're inside the stadium. We're actually on the stage with our cameras.
With the cameras, and you have these Hobbit cams, so you can see the...
I'm elbow to elbow with you, with Nasi, with the chess engines. It's amazing. And all of this technology, for me, I just feel, again, just pinch me each and every time. And the fans that they can connect with, it's greater than ever. Sorry, I'm bubbling with enthusiasm and joy about these broadcasts, actually.
Absolutely agree with you. And if you have more questions to send, remember you can win prizes. The very best prize of the very best question of them all will be winning something very special from the St. Louis Chess Club. So remember to tweet using the hashtag Cairns Cup, or you can go on social media, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and ask these questions to the St. Louis Chess Club.
Absolutely. Quickly, I'm going to turn our attention to the game between Elisabeth and Mariya for just a moment, because I know that after the move C6, C5, the computer was aspiring for the move E4, followed, I'm certain, by a quick knight to D5. I said that I found that move E3, E4 not in a favorable light. I wouldn't cast that move because I'm shutting down my bishop on G2, and furthermore, I would like in the future to use the square E4. Elisabeth felt the same. She played Queen B3 again, inviting her opponent to fall for a nasty trap. Queen takes, Knight D5. We've seen this one before. Queen is on pre, but so is the knight with Zwischenzug. Yes. I'm trying to say intermezzo.
In between move.
Zwischenzug, yes. Queen B3, knight to B4, and this was actually, I don't think Elisabeth really wanted to play the move she played, which was knight E1. I think she really wanted just to play the move rook to D1, get on with business, but I think she couldn't find a good answer to the move knight takes D3. The desirable bishop F1, for example, oops, that's a tempo against the queen. She played knight to E1, did Elisabeth, and again, same story as before. You get your queen caught in a trap, essentially. Knight takes, knight to B5. Therefore, Mariya played rook B1, queen D1. That
okay, I'm surprised
a
at
little
that.
surprising
I
for
thought
me.
A3 might be coming.
Yes, exactly. The same ideas.
The same trick is in the air.
Right, but Queen D1, and again, from Elisabeth's point of view, her bishop is a hawk. That's just a fabulous diagonal. She's got a big outpost. Mariya does not. As a English defense, as an English opening player, I like white, but I must admit, I'm more used to having the pawns on E2 and F2 than I am E3. Your take on this position, Jovi? How do you like it? I like white, but please.
I do like white. And yes, is this beautiful diagonal that this bishop has. But on the other hand,
Black other hand?
Yeah, but black is simply going to go B6.
Okay,
challenge
let's do it.
Its
Shall
counterpart. Yeah, go
D6,
for it.
A3, go away, please.
Yep. Okay, knight goes back.
Knight goes back.
No,
and
not a problem.
Now I'm jumping. Knight to D5.
Okay, knight to F6 isn't something that bothers me, so I'm just going to continue as normal.
Okay. Knight F6 does not bother you. You would play, therefore...
King H8 or something.
King H8.
Back. No, not King H8 now. I want to go Bishop B7.
Bishop B7. Excellent move. Bishop to B2. And my intention... I don't know if my intention is B4 so much as it is what I want to do really is get a situation where your knight is not jumping to D4. I'll only play E4 when your knight, here the drawback of knight e1 is very clear. For me, the outpost c4 is the obvious outpost. So I'll end up going knight f3 to d2 to c4 in the near future. But we'll go back to the current position, and so now we get a flavor of what might happen. Do you still like the move b7, b6? Would you like, because you could play bishop e6 immediately.
I could do it that way as well, yeah,
right.
Let's face it. But the thing is, though, I didn't quite want to do that because when a knight comes into d5...
Yes, and your bishop will be on e6, yeah.
With the knight.
That's true, right? Because then you'll be messed up, you'll piece loss. So would you like to play f5?
Yes, sir.
Tempting you.
You are certainly tempting me. Okay, it's analysis. It's and when I commentate, I allow my inner beast to come forward. Okay, so f5, yeah.
Okay, let's give it a look-see. f5. So you take the e4 square into control, so I've got no knight e4s, but again, I think I'm chasing you, a3. You're scurrying away. Now, the desirable b4 might be met by e4.
And what about if you just jump in with the knight?
Yes. Now it's a little bit different, right? Knight to d5 with your pawn already on f5. I'm kind of curious suddenly. Can you do it a different way? No. What am I? For some strange reason, I forget. You're not playing it. I thought that you might be playing f4 in g5, and you're not. I will just simply take the pawn on f4.
There's a bishop lurking in the bishop.
Yes, there is a bishop lurking. That bishop on c1 hasn't been in the game. So at this moment, I think there's a big strategical puzzle for both players to solve. And are the clocks a factor?
Yes, they could be. Elisabeth is 52 minutes, and Mariya has just under 1 hour and 20 minutes. And do remember with this time control, right, where they don't get that second time, that it could be a problem. So let's revisit the pie chart that our statistician Ben Underwood compiled for us. And where does Mariya? Mariya's in good shape. She's there in third with 17.5%.
Currently a co-leader with 2 out of 3, 4 players. Harika also there.
Yeah, but Lizzie on the other hand on 0.7%. The stats are really cruel, right? If you lose a game, that's it.
But Harika, who's tied for first alongside Mariya and Alexandra and Tan, her winning percentage is a meager 12%.
Yeah, I think it kind of...
Colors?
Yes, it anticipates
setups.
colors. It also anticipates ratings, the prospective opponents. So this is clever stuff. I just like how ruthless it is.
Yeah.
You lose, you're down.
Wow. Okay. We'll keep an eye on this one, and I'm going to ask Nasi what she felt was going on in... Where's the action in some of the other games?
I just want to update you in Alice's game against
Kosteniuk.
Alice did find the best move, Queen c8, because she plans to play e5 next. So maybe she's trying to come back into the game, definitely. So if White were to play g4 right now, that would not be a good move. After e5, you're actually hanging a pawn. And I think here you would have to commit to bishop h6, which is definitely a little too early to go for this. So Queen c8, kudos to her for finding the most accurate move in the position. And here, Alexandra is probably considering this move Queen g3. The threat is bishop h6. So after you move to h8, now I have this new idea, because you're going to be kind of pinned on h-file, I can make moves like bishop g5. If you remember earlier in this game, there was a knight on g5. So now we're putting the other piece on g5. And I don't think you can ever take, because after g6, your king's not going to escape, and I'm threatening checkmate in just a couple of moves.
Don't go away. There. Go right there. I say there are certain chess patterns that everybody should have hardwired into the brain. Whenever you see a pawn on g6, go ahead and play the move rook f6 if you don't mind, and then show everybody the forcing checkmating pattern that everybody should know.
There's famous, is it Karpov's game where he sacrifices 2 rooks?
Yes, to get, and...
So it's the same idea, check, then queen comes on the h file, and you don't need the rooks, queen alone can checkmate.
Exactly.
It's the most forcing way.
And that is very nice. But this has not happened because you were about to show us.
Well, so if Alexandra plays queen g3, we're likely to see this position. Black just needs to not touch the bishop on g5.
Right.
And instead, maybe bring the queen back now, because queen did its job, defended a6, rook e1, queen f7. Yeah, black is quite solid. I mean, we can double down and go f4 and say, okay, this bishop's never moving from g5.
That's our hero.
But as long as black doesn't open up the h file, it's not going to be easy for white to increase to increase the pressure.
And is there something to be said for instead of moving the queen over to g3, lifting up the rook?
Right.
You know, I'm sitting
well,
next to the guy.
I want to bring out my inner
with...
tall too, because I wanted to ask, bishop takes h6.
Immediately?
Let's just have a look. I mean...
Even without lifting the rook first.
Well, I mean, Jovi wants to get herself all fancied and dressed up. I wanted to do it right away.
I'm taking my inspiration from you, Yasser. Invite everyone to the party
first. Okay, rook d3, rook h3. Let's
go.
Let's go.
Let it rip, guys.
I'm not making the top choices by engine. I'm just playing
practical.
Right, practical decisions for black.
This is actually a really good move because okay, rook h3. Come on.
The other rook?
Yes.
Queen
Bishop
f8.
I want to play queen f8, but computer doesn't like this move.
I get a third pawn. Queen takes e6 check.
So
at least
bishop f8.
Bishop f8. Yes.
Rook g3.
Does it matter which one?
Not really.
Queen d7.
I take a rook.
Bishop takes.
Bishop takes. Rook g3. No.
I mean,
rook f8.
We're missing a couple of pieces in the attack.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So Jovi wanted to start with rook h3.
Yes.
Okay, let's take a look. So if I play e5 now, you want to take...
Yes.
With every fiber of our being.
Actually, you can see that from the evaluation part that
Go ahead,
the computer is not our friend.
I know.
It's like, why not?
I'm not talking to Nasi anymore. I say, what's the position? She goes triple zeros, Yasser. What else do you want to know?
Oh, the king is going to do a runner. Oh, gosh.
Yeah, king's going f7, e6.
Yeah.
So rook g3, king f7, queen h7, or maybe even e8. Yeah, it feels
That's
like
we're
missing a piece. Yeah.
That's so wrong.
Wait. Maybe we can just push the h pawn.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, you've got all of the pieces.
I mean, I'll say white still has compensation, but with accurate play,
Black shouldn't have anything to worry about too much.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Wow.
Well, that's
okay, by the way, queen e4 was Alexandra's choice, no queen g3. Just she probably feels that her position, her pawn structure is superior.
Put her bishop on e3.
I think she's really aspiring for g4 recognizing that after e5, that the queen will then be defending her g-pawn.
Yes, and I'm just also going to draw your attention,
Please.
if we can move from this game to the game between Zhongyi against Anna Zatonskih, and I see the Nazi has it up on the board.
As well, h7, h6, queen d2, knight takes e5. That's throwing the gauntlet at white. Show your attacking skill.
Yes, so when we were analyzing this, we were making the best moves for black that engine was suggesting, and even then it was scary for black. Of course, Anna's playing natural moves h6 and knight takes c5, but looks like both of these moves were a mistake. And now white's already +2 after rook g4, threatening simply queen h6. So if we, let's say, go king h8, there is rook e5 or even queen c3. I didn't even consider queen c3 in any of the previous lines.
Hitting c5.
Because now you're forced to play f6? Wow, that's depressing, because after knight comes to h4, I'll just resign here. I can't look at this position.
No, that's not what we wanted.
But is there f5? Let's take a look. Maybe queen h6.
Oh.
Check. Let's see. We're down a full rook. So if you go king e7, queen g7, and I'm getting
King
the rook
f6
back.
is
So
4.
king f6.
Rook e5.
Oh, this is very hard. There's no way white can find this on the board. Knight e5, only move, and it's winning.
You're
You're
defending the bishop.
For checkmate.
Yeah.
Correct.
So why is this so difficult?
No, this one is a
But it's
95.
difficult to calculate, right?
Yeah.
I think if you get to the on the
Because
board,
the
you'll
last move is
find
knight
it.
e5.
Yeah, you find
Yeah, you
95.
find it on the board, but
From
yeah.
afar, it's very
Yes,
hard
definitely.
to see 95.
Wow, and the clock I know is going to be decisive because Anna, how much time? It's not
Well,
easy
Anna
for me to read
has
that clock.
just under half an hour, so she's got 29 minutes and 14 seconds.
Wow.
And Zhongyi, she is well over an hour ahead with 1 hour and 35 minutes on the clock.
Ouch.
That's very painful. And there is no second time control. The players do get that 30-second time bonus per move, but once you're in that pit of time trouble, it's very difficult to pull yourself out in this time control.
The worst part about this whole solution that Anna has devised for herself, it's self-inflicted. The move rook g4 is quite straightforward. You want to play queen takes h6, take advantage of the pin on the g file, but this move is the one that really, really hurts. Queen c3 with the double threat of not only check mate in one, but also rook to e5 and picking up the knight as well as the pawn, and that was where Nasi said, oh gosh, I don't want to look anymore. If I have to play the move f7, f6, weakening the g6 square, we saw knight h4. I didn't see the kill, though, right away. I mean, it's not what we wanted when we were playing h6 and king h8. We didn't want to walk into all of these horrifying...
But you are in single move territory, right? Because if you go rook f7, you've got to cover the e7 square.
Yes, exactly. Knight g6 check, followed by knight e7 check, picking up my queen. That's embarrassing. So, yes, I agree with you. I was going to play rook f7, single move territory. But is there... Okay, I mean, visually it looks great, but help me. All I need, I'm begging you, let me play e5 and my bishop on...
I feel like there's rook to d4.
Yes, that is definitely a move.
Cover the back rank,
no.
please.
Oh, protect the back rank. No. Oh. Well, that takes away all the fun. There's
so maybe
no fun.
Rook, but what about rook e8?
Okay. Where there's life, there's hope. Rook to e8. So in this case, the idea is that rook d4 does not threaten rook to d8, but I'm forced to play after knight check, king to g8. Is there...
It feels like there's going to be something terrible happening.
And there might be some
there's
like...
queen takes f6, and that's a no. F6 is a no-go.
No.
No. But okay, so what about f5? Because I suspect...
From the game position.
Yeah, rook to g4.
Rook
I
to
suspect that Anna's banking on the resource f5. And we saw this beautiful resource, which is queen
threatening
takes
checkmate.
h6. Yeah.
We took the rook, but then we walked into this horrifyingly stupendous shot, knight e5, threatening mate.
The question is, how easy is it to see knight to e5?
To this moment, I think so. I think because you're pretty much on a very narrow path, and every one of your moves has been check.
Yes.
So check. And then you just go knight e5 and checkmate.
I think if you play this by hand, it's, you find it on the board. You're like, oh, okay, whoops, never saw that move, king f6, and then you go knight e5 and go, oh, what a relief.
Right.
But if you're like, these guys are very accurate, so I'm just thinking that after f5, if she were perhaps to step back with the rook or step up to g6
for example.
Something,
it might still be very good,
would this
though.
still be very, very good? In which case, she would just go rook to g4 without even needing to calculate this whole complexity.
I think that what she might, well, no, she wouldn't be looking at rook to g4, g6 because that was just
sacrifices. I actually think that she has an easier continuation.
What's
Instead
the
of rook
human?
g4, she can play rook e5 first.
Okay, that's a good tempo.
here, best move for black is to just take on d3 and give up the queen for some material.
Okay.
But if let's consider moving the queen back, now rook g4 comes in so much stronger because black has less resources to defend. So we were looking at f5,
Yeah.
right? In the last
For
position.
example, yes.
f5, queen h6, and here, if you take, she doesn't have to find that difficult move knight e5 because
Okay.
it's easier to win here with all checks. Queen h4, king g6, rook g5, and on king f7, I believe just knight e5.
Knight e5
Yeah.
check.
It's a longer line a little bit, but it's all checks and
Check,
forcing,
check,
which
check.
is easier to calculate for sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So she might go for rook e5, but let's check this knight d3. How much material does black get for the queen?
So I get a rook, bishop, and I started with 2 pawns.
Yeah.
I would bail in a heartbeat here. I mean, I'm probably much worse, knight c6.
Yeah, the question is the king still bad?
Probably.
Because if black can manage to develop them
Of course.
materially, they're completely fine.
You got
Right.
rook
But
takes
rook
rook,
f8,
and then
ooh,
knight to
knight
e5.
95 is nice. But you do have king e8.
e7.
King e8 looks
okay.
better for some reason.
Okay.
Knight c4, and white keeps the initiative.
You've got the initiative, but here I'm fighting. I mean,
Yeah, for sure. I mean, black would be happy to get this.
exactly. I would leap at this. Rook e5, very, very human move.
does
I
allow
like it.
this.
But rook to g4 also. I just think, I mean, you're just bringing the major piece over, and you're threatening queen h6, and it's mate. I mean, it's just splat. For
I'm
Anna
guessing
Zatonskih,
she's
this would be
choosing-
like the nightmare start.
Yeah, it is a
3 blacks out of the first 4 games, she would lose every one, if she were to lose this one.
And she's
though.
been making big blunders in the last 2 games with black pieces. Well, we're going to leave you on a cliffhanger there. But before we take a break, let's have a look at social media because we
we love the
have
questions.
a question. And remember, you send us the good questions, we will reward you
St.
with
Louis
some
Stephen.
with some prizes. What is the longest single game you have played? I'm going to throw this one over to you, Yasser.
Easy one for me. I had a game that lasted like 5 adjournments. I'm not kidding. It was the game that could not devour China. And it was about 220 moves.
220.
And close to 16 hours. Remember, we played adjournments.
Yes,
Your
yes.
longest game?
I honestly don't remember, but my
But more
latest...
than a century.
Yeah. My
Easy.
latest one was 138.
Okay. Good Sitzfleisch. Nasi?
Mine was 187, and I was 9 years old.
Did you have a soccer mom? Was she waiting for you the whole time?
No, because it was European Youth Championship,
Okay.
and it was out of the country, and I was
Okay.
there with the delegation. But my mom was waiting to hear from me. She was by the phone waiting for the call, and she's like, "Is she alive? What's going on?" I did win that game, though. So it was worth it.
187 moves.
And on that note, we are going to take our break. During the break, we asked the Cairns Cup players, how can promising young chess players improve their game? We'll be back in a few minutes.
What advice would you give to young girls who aspire to become professional chess players?
Well, just enjoy chess. You should love what you're doing, and if you're willing to make progress, just dedicate yourself to this task and do it every day. But the most important thing is to keep enjoying it, to keep focusing on the journey rather than on the results. Although it might be difficult, but I think in the long run it will help a lot.
Practice, practice, and practice.
It's not easy to give advice because, the advice should be personal, and I should know the girl that I give this advice. But in general, it's necessary to love to play chess, to be persistent, and to set high goals. Yeah. Well, you never know if you will become or if you won't, but I would definitely advise that if the girl likes chess or really has the passion for it, just continue and work hard, because these two should be combined. And then if it's improving, then why not to be a professional chess player?
I think they should believe in themselves and they should have really high goals. Not the simple ones, but they should believe and have very high goals so that they can achieve.
Motivation, hard work, and sometimes also you don't only need to work with a coach, but work alone and enjoy the game. So you have to love what you're doing and some good luck.
So my advice is for little girls to try to do something related to chess every day. In addition, when you go through some periods of time when you're not progressing or feeling like you're actually going backwards, don't give up because this is not unique to you. Everybody goes through that phase of time and you will eventually pull out of that phase and you will improve and get better.
I think I guess for just anybody who's improving, it would be to be persistent, because in chess there's going to be a lot of bad results in addition to the good results, so being able to go forward and treat losses, I guess, as wins as well is something that's a really good chess skill to have, and I think it's also important for anybody who wants to become very serious with chess.
Start young and spend a lot of time on it, and I think you got to make chess your life from like an early age if you want to become a professional. These days, people are becoming professionals so early, right? So it's not like, you're 18 and then you decide to pursue chess. It's like you got to be doing it from your childhood. So if you feel that chess is your thing, then you want to get started young with it.
Well, actually, I would advise them to never give up fighting, because it's not easy, especially as a woman in the chess world. Like, we're only 10%, and of course the competition is also very big. So I would always advise them never give up, because you never can win a game by giving up.
The stages are set, the players are primed, the best of the best are ready to face off in the 2024 Grand Chess Tour. The top players in the world prepare to battle across 4 countries for a $1.5 million prize fund. Everything starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland. Then off to Bucharest for the Superbet Chess Classic Romania. The players then travel to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia. The tour concludes with back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri, the chess capital of America, for the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. 9 players will go in, but only one can be crowned champion. Who is prepared to make history? Get ready for the return of the Grand Chess Tour.
We are here to celebrate what the chess campus does and collectively make a difference to St. Louis through the artistic, cultural, and educational endeavors of chess. The St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame makes such a significant imprint throughout our community, and with your help, we will continue to grow opportunities of outreach and engagement.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, the first time ever in school history. Guided by their head coach, Christian Carilla, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
Here is the place where we enjoy the game of chess of its beauty. To advance the cause of chess and to help St. Louis Chess Club to serve as a capital of the world of chess and to keep bringing new and new, millions of new fans into the game every year.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of the United States. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, go to stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
At St. Louis University, chess and success go hand in hand. Founded in 2016, the St. Louis University chess team has risen to become recognized as one of the best in the nation, bringing home multiple titles, including the national championship in 2022. With members from 9 countries and led by Grandmasters Varuzhin Akobian and Dariush Virks, the future is bright for the SLU chess team. Higher purpose, greater good. St. Louis University.
Welcome back to round 4 of the Cairns Cup. Has, of course, started with a bang. Many exciting games.
Yes, we do.
And let's remind ourselves of the standings so far. And it is a 4-way tie at the top between Zhongyi, Alexandra, Kosteniuk, Harika, Dronavalli, and Mariya, Muzychuk. But maybe not for long if these games are anything to go by, because this could be the day where we see finally a clear leader emerge.
Well, the problem is that Anna Zatonskih seems blissfully unaware of what is about to land against her kingside. She was given an opportunity to bail out. After Tan played the move rook e5, we were looking at knight takes d3. Yes, yes, and yes, white is for choice. But the problem with the current situation, after Anna retreated her queen saying, go ahead, do your worst that you can against my king, I don't think she is really aware that the worst is terrifying. Rook g4, threatening the obvious queen takes h6 and checkmates galore. If you were to play king h8, rook h5, threatening the artistic checkmates to begin with, and it just looks like everybody is attacking Black's king. Rook g4, And Tan is thinking over her move. She certainly has the time to do it, but we think rook g4 is just overwhelming.
Right. The only defense that I can see as black is after rook g4, king h8.
Okay.
Don't see anything else, to be honest.
Right.
Rook h5.
As one of many choices, yes.
You were joking, we tackle the lemmings.
Yes.
Give everything away on h6.
Right.
And it will be checkmate. So here, the only thing is I can see.
E5.
Clear e5, clear the
E5.
path.
No question about it. And what were you telling me about this?
And then here I was thinking, bishop takes rook. You
bishop takes
inspired
rook.
me with this gift
queen
to
sacrifice.
Queen. Yeah.
Okay. Here I must congratulate you, actually. That is a very, very, very decent bailout. No question about it. So I was being, I guess, a little bit too flippant. King h8.
Hang on. Yeah.
I was about to suggest rook h4. What were you about to suggest? Because that move e6, e5 is a nice way of defending laterally along the rank and stopping me. But pardon me, I was about to suggest rook h4.
Rook h4.
And again, I just blast away. And I suspect there's a number of ways. Jump in on this one, Nasi's. White is having too much fun.
I have an incredible move for you.
Please.
So in this position, after rook g4 and king h8, white has this winning move, rook e to g5.
Not the first move that came across my mind.
Definitely wouldn't be on my candidate move list.
Right.
But if you do spot this move, you know it's winning.
It's good, isn't it?
Rook g5 is absolutely gorgeous move. So I'm threatening pawn on g7, and if you take, you just get checked. It's mate in 4 moves. Queen g5, and there's no defense from the checkmate.
Wow.
Now, will Tan find this or not? Different question, because we're not used to making moves like rook g5.
Exactly.
It's a lot more natural to play rook h5, but that does allow e5, and after this, it's not as simple.
It's not the clean win.
Right, like Jovi was saying, if knight e5, just bishop g4, black's completely fine. More than fine, black's actually better.
Okay.
So white would have to move the rook over. And let's say now I can pick up your bishop.
Do I have time to sacrifice the rook?
You do, but I again will sacrifice my queen. Well, I don't have to technically. Oh, I do. Take, and then I'm not getting checkmated. And I do keep the 2 rooks. So there's after knight g5, I do have bishop f5.
As a defense,
there's no checkmate. Computer says it's better, but it keeps repeating moves. So I don't really believe it's better.
But I like queen g5 check, king h8, queen f6 check, king g8, and now I'll take the knight.
Okay, and then I go a5. I'm just 4 moves away from getting the
queen. And then I'll take the perpetual check.
Oh, you go rook a6. Oh dear. Because I was going to go, black can also...
h4, h5.
h6.
Right.
Yeah, but rook h6.
Rook a6 is a good defense. Okay, rook E, that is, by the way, no, seriously, rook
g5 is
rook g5.
beautiful.
You know what we say? 3 words.
Fabulous.
Love it. Rook G. That's a visual.
That would be the move of the tournament so far.
For sure.
If that
King
happens on the board.
h8.
Yes, King h8 we will definitely
G5.
see after rook g4. And here, there is another good move for white, but it's just as ridiculous, I think. Queen b4. Again, why would we be even looking at the queen side when queen is perfectly placed on the h6 pawn? So.
And what's the b6? Are you really going after my rook after b6? Bishop e4? No, I can't believe it.
No, the idea is actually rook g7 and queen g4.
Oh, that's nasty. And rook
I'm
h5?
guessing there's just checkmate coming.
Oh.
Yeah. What's wrong with
so
rook
again,
h5?
king to g7.
Oh, king g7 here. Check.
King f6. I can't take. Then I get mated.
Then king g5 checkmate. Come on. Okay.
Sorry, I asked.
There's only one move that's winning, and it's queen h4. This is so beautiful, but impossible to find.
Oh my gosh. King
it's
e7.
plus
Rook,
38.
Rook takes c5, discovered check.
And you can't take the rook because the queen will recapture with checkmate. Beautiful.
Queen h4. This is great.
Nice.
This should be like published in a book as a
Yeah,
puzzle.
absolutely. This should be recorded for history, by the way.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at the current situation because again, Tan has played the move rook e5. She's carefully considering the move rook g4. If you don't mind me asking, what is her alternative, Jovi? What do you think? I mean, it's good looking position, but you have your first move, and we know it's winning, but what could be her
Maybe
alternative?
an alternative would be rook h4. Because
Rook h4?
Yeah, I mean, you're starting to look at like sacrificing things.
But you like that when the king is on h8 too, right?
Right.
So rook.
You
so if
asked
you
me for an alternative.
okay, you gave it to me. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Now seriously, rook c4 you briefly consider until you kind of go b6, bishop e4, and you're sort of like, you know what? I would almost. Please take my rook and stop looking over at my king side.
But you win a rook.
Is it a whole rook? I could play queen b5.
And then there's rook takes knight.
Yeah, that's a
piece. Oh, yeah. This is definitely a contender.
You think so? But there's no checkmate. You just completely.
Oh,
you won
hang
a
on
piece.
a second, but there's no
sorry.
there's no piece either because after bishop e4.
Oh, please, yes, queen b5.
Queen b5. And then which
rook takes.
Rook takes, pawn takes.
And bishop takes.
And now bishop a6.
Not a check.
But queen f1.
Because rook e1. But now you're threatening a back mate. That's a pretty one. Bishop e6.
Yeah. Okay, so you scratch that.
Scratch that.
That
doesn't work. Okay, so it's rook g4.
I don't see.
I mean, queen. There was a moment there, but that was when my rook was on g4, that the move queen c3 was very compelling. Remember, we had that double attack against both g7 but rook g4 is just so overwhelmingly good. We're going to leave this one on tap as we're going to go to a game that we kind of let slip past us. Alexandra Kosteniuk, Alice Lee. It seems like Alexandra hasn't made up her mind. She's put her queen on e4. The stage has been set. She should be playing g4, g5. As we know, she came up with a soft move, c4, rook b8, and still undecided. For me, this kind of shows a little bit of loss of confidence. Sometimes you feel unsure, so you keep calculating and recalculating. But I notice, is Alice the one who's down on the clock?
Alice is down on time. Alice has 36 minutes, whereas Alexandra has 1 hour and just under 5 minutes. So plenty of time on the clock. I also wonder for Alexandra whether it's just about trying to keep control, full control of the position. She played c4 to prevent any breakout. She
With
put
d5.
the queen on e4 so that the bishop could anchor the pawn on f2. And then, she's just trying to keep a lid on any activity so she gets in g4, g5 at the right time.
But why isn't she just going for it? G4, let's go.
Yeah, let's go.
I assume
b5?
I mean, why else did Alice play rook
go.
Let's go.
Yep.
G5. And good grief, if you ask me, you don't want to see the king side get blasted open, so I think you have to play h5. This to my way of thinking is just like, take it away. Not interested in open lines. So h5,
yep.
Right? And now, okay, we could pause. Let's take this guy. Just you go ahead and develop the. Now, is g6 interesting? I'm starting to look at some moves over there on the king side. G6, bishop g5. That gets my attention. Even moves like queen e2, hitting the rook, hitting the pawn on h5. Also, just dropping my bishop back to c1.
That's
the
one that catches my eye. Yasser.
Just that, just keeping everything covered. And I don't like this at all, but slow play by Alexandra and then Harika. jump in on the Harika game. For those of you who are joining us late, shame on you, but this has been a very interesting Sveshnikov, mainline Sveshnikov, and the players have gotten what I would call a very typical position. Oftentimes we see these middle games where it's bishops of opposite colors, and Magnus Carlsen most especially stands out as somebody who defends these positions as black very, very well. Personally, I like white. I think it's easier to play white, but again, the engines are probably saying triple zeros and everything's okay. We'll keep an eye there. Where else would you like to go?
Let's revisit some of the other games. I'm thinking Elisabeth against Mariya Muzychuk, and then finally
I'm not I'm not satisfied with what Elisabeth has done with her position, because a long time ago she had a situation, well, this was the situation, and the engine was suggesting E3, E4, and I was thinking, okay, let's put the rook on D1, let's keep that diagonal open. And it seems to me that she's kind of, with the move knight E1, done everything wrong. Now, in this moment, she chose this moment to play the move E4 when the knight has been chased to the D4 square. Yes. Like, you could have played E4 when the knight was on B4, so that you couldn't jump to this. So, like, let me just take this move back. If your intention had been to play E4, why do it when the knight is ready to go spring there? You could have played D4, E4, bishop E3, and followed up with A3. So I'm not a fan of Elisabeth's choice, and she finds herself in a position now where I think black is completely equalized, and maybe thanks to these queenside pawns, has a little bit of pull. Black could be better in this position. For Mariya, hey, tied for first, slight edge with black, no issues. Her king is very safe. And one last look. What game did we miss?
So we're missing the game between Nana Dzagnidze and Anna Muzychuk.
Okay, this was our Queen's Gambit decline game. Lots of maneuvering, and I thought that it was about F3 followed by E4. That was White's strategy, but she did it without F3. She just broke E4, and I'm assuming her idea is to recapture with the rook?
Yes. E4 was, in my opinion, very risky, because this rook on A5 wasn't really working, and now,
Yeah. Risky, but wait a minute. I'll advocate for Nana's E4. The rooks are doubled on the E file. A moment ago, the E file is closed. So I take the risk, the strategic risk of a isolated queen pawn, but in return, I get two very active rooks, and I have a dream. My dream is to play rook to E8 check. I'll move my knight and play rook to E8 check. Maybe your king shows up on the diagonal. I'll go knight F4 and win a brilliancy and be celebrated the world over. Hold on, I'm not finished. Knight E4, what would you like to do, Jovi?
I would like to put my rook onto D5.
Rook to D5. Are you sure? I've got a knight trick.
No.
Okay.
I wasn't looking that direction.
Knight F4 on my agenda.
You were swayed me with like this knight coming
I'm
to
an
C5.
influencer, I've been told.
you did influence me, because I was only looking that side of the board. And not,
right.
Okay, so in that case, okay, rook to D8. Let's come back.
Okay, kind of pulling your horns in a little bit with that one.
But then still knight C5.
Well, in this case, okay, I agree. Let's do it. If I can persuade you to letting me getting my knight to D6, well, that's an easy one for me, right? I mean, I've done good business with that horse trade. So we do see a little bit of, once again, Anna Muzychuk has been under pressure in her games with black.
With black, yeah.
And it's still the case.
But the big question though is, if you're not going rook to d8,
what you
going to do? And I feel like rook to d8 is
putting your knight in the middle of the board is a good idea.
Yeah, but then your idea of putting the knight into
c5.
c5.
Knight c5, knight takes c5. Well, at least in this particular case, the knight, if it does appear on d6, somebody was telling me about a3 and putting a knight on b. I think it was you. Right? You get the a pawn on a3.
Yeah.
We have a question from social media?
We do have a question from social media. Remember, you too can ask us anything. You can do that using the hashtag Cairns Cup or by going to the St. Louis social media posts and answering on Facebook, Instagram, whatever takes your fancy. Question from Nicolia, who says, how do you come up with so much commentary during such long games?
I have a long history. How about yourself? I think
good company.
I think there's always something to talk about, though, whether it's a sacrifice, whether it's your approach to the position, whether it's about your planning, training, calculation.
Totally agree with you. I mean, I find it absolutely exhilarating watching chess tournaments and watching chess games. You know, I absolutely love doing it. I can talk for a long time. That doesn't seem to be a problem. And I have to stress, also I have great company.
Oh, indeed.
I
feel the same.
Do with Nazi, giving her expert advice, and Yasser.
When you're doing commentary, you don't come to the broadcast thinking, today I will pontificate on my opening strategies and the trainings. Rather, at the broadcast, it just flows. There's something that's fantastic, it's absorbing, and then it's gone. Hours later.
Now, when I started last year, first time, I was actually prepared. I was like, what am I going to talk about for 5 hours? I was trying to come up with ideas.
Right.
And I realized you can't plan this ahead. You just have to be in the moment. And when I'm talking about chess, I will never run out of things to say.
Right.
I was actually recently asked, don't you get tired of talking about chess all the time? I was like, I've never even considered that. How can one get tired of talking about the games?
Right.
And the games are always so different. It's new ideas. And then when I don't have to talk about chess, I rely on you, Yasser.
That's unfair.
Okay, just to interrupt everyone here, because let's move as quickly as possible to the game between
Tan did play rook
and
g4.
Rook g4 and did appear. And Anna has responded with knight takes bishop, which is a blunder.
Oh my
There's
goodness.
checkmate in 3 moves.
Okay.
Checkmate in 3 moves.
And presumably that's
Queen
to do with
takes
queen
h6
takes h6.
Is a start. I mean, and I'm looking at queen take after knight takes d3. I'm sorry, but queen takes h6. I'm seeing mate in.
So on g6, what's the mate?
Rook
takes.
Yeah, but you have a quicker mate.
I have a quicker mate. No.
Knight to g.
Yeah, immediately rook h5.
Rook h5 and mate. Is that quicker?
1 move quicker.
Why is that quicker? Hold on. So I went queen takes h6, g6, right? And she's reached for the pawn as Tan, and she's played
rook
queen
g6 takes 2 extra. It's checkmate in 3 from here, but with rook h5, it's checkmate in 2. So if you're solving puzzles online, rook g6 would be a wrong move.
Right. I'd get a strike.
Yeah.
I'd get a strike. You're laughing, but it's painful when
because it's true.
I'm at I get to move. I get 60. Yeah. I get 60. Now it says 3,300.
Yeah.
And I get a puzzle like this. I say, come on, this is ridiculous.
Rook takes g6. Done.
And then I get a strike. And then I go on tilt.
I feel you guys. But okay, it doesn't really matter. Rook h5, rook g6. It's definitely going to be a win for Tan Zhongyi. And she will move to 3 out of 4, and she will take clear lead.
Wow. But for me, what on earth was Anna Zatonskih thinking? She got a reprieve with the move rook e5. Anna could have and should have bailed. out into a terrible position or very bad position. She could have taken the bishop, taken the rook. Yes, 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 and yes. White is definitely for choice in this position. There's no question about it. But you can fight. You've got rook, bishop, and a couple of pawns in your pocket. You can fight as black. What she did instead was, after the move queen c6, there's no fight. Rook g4. You have to play f5, a move that we saw would lead to a killing attack. Queen takes h6, and, well, everybody's attacking the king. And so Anna went knight takes d3, another very strange move, because queen takes h6 is just mate. It's
I
it.
just
Her
think
king.
it's a bad day at the office for
Truly.
Anna. It hasn't really worked out because, I mean, queen takes h6 is the #1 threat in the position.
Right.
I was expecting king h8 and asked Tan, could she find the absolutely brilliant move that is rook e to g5?
That was a visual. Thank you for that, Nasi. Rook on e5 to
well,
g. By the
Tan
way,
has gone for the slightly
rook-
longer rook takes g6, but that's it.
G2.
There we see a handshake, and Tan seizes
Sole
the
leader.
victory, and
Sole
she is sole
lead.
leader. 3
g6,
points
rook
out of
takes
4.
g6, and I don't know what Anna. They're like very, very, very strange. And where it really went wrong, in my opinion, was very early in this position after queen takes b2. And I think this is a very important lesson for everybody watching the show. Anna has won a pawn, and more than that, she's completely messed up White's structure. A2, C2, C5. So you're going to have material and a great structure. The one thing that's a problem is your king. So don't leave your king alone. You don't need the move queen takes a2. I think everybody should understand that the move queen c3, queen a3, as well as even queen f6 should have been your priority.
Totally.
Protect the king. You've got a good position on the queen side. The one thing that can ruin your victory plans is that your king gets overwhelmed. And that's exactly what happened.
Exactly.
Oof.
For me, these mistakes, actually, I would guess, actually came from Anna, perhaps just going in too much detail into variations.
Sometimes you
'Cause,
calculate and
sometimes
overthink.
you're calculating and you're not seeing the wood for the trees because you're so absorbed into the position. And often what's required, as Yasser was explaining, just to zoom out and ask yourself, what does your position actually require? And in this particular case, the queen to be in close contact with her king. So bad day for Anna, but great day for Tan Zhongyi.
That victory kind of rings a bell for the co-leaders of the event. The #1 seed is catching fire. You better as well, if you want to catch up, keep the pace. Alexandra Kosteniuk, Alice Lee, we've been seeing this position. Not much has changed. Alice has gotten in the move b5, and Sasha has failed to play the requirements of the position, g4, g5, and go after the king. When my opponent is playing these moves that I kind of think aren't critical, I start getting confident. But I know the clock is a factor in this one, Jovi.
Yes.
Alice has played it slowly up to this moment.
She has, and that's why you see Alice with 35 minutes on the clock, whereas Kosteniuk has 50 minutes. So there is a time advantage, something that Alexandra might be able to use later on in the game, because there is no second time control.
Right.
But for the time being, there is a pressing matter because Alice has broken out with b5.
Exactly.
And Alexandra is yet, as you mentioned, to generate the attack with g4, g5. So the question is, how does Alexandra keep control?
Exactly. If she can, in fact, keep control. b7, b5. Obviously, looking for one purpose only. Blast open the b file. hope that we can follow up with a move like bishop f6 and create some weaknesses. I'll put it like that. b7, b5. So again, to my mind, you know, we're starting to get into that territory where I should be racing in getting an attack against your king, you're getting an attack against my king. I don't know why she's resisted playing this move up to this moment, but g4 takes, queen takes c4 would more or less be what I would describe as my main line here. Here I might pause over whether I should be playing c3, bishop d4, or b3. Let me just pick a move, b3 for the moment. And I'm trying to play g5. You're trying to get to me. I think white is for choice, but Alice is not making it easy.
No, she's certainly not making it easy, especially now that she's managed to open up the B line.
With b5.
Yes, whilst we're going to keep an eye on that one, we're also going to answer a question from social media.
Okay.
We're asking everyone to ask us some questions.
Because the prize for the best answer is humongous.
It is. There are prizes for the best questions, and the very best question of throughout all the tournament will be winning a signed vinyl board. So it says, how do you keep your personal bias out of it when calling games? How can one stay objective?
I can't keep my personal bias out of the games when I'm calling, Andrew. No question about it. I will be confessional here. We just had a competition in Toronto, the candidates. And my bias was on full display. I wanted Fabi and Hikaru to win and to qualify. What else would you like to know? Objectivity, I can keep, but bias, no. I'm very, very pro-American players. If the Olympiad was being played right now, I would be looking, how is the American team, how are they doing?
I would find it very difficult not to be biased.
Right.
For if it were my
That's
English.
An honest answer. Yeah.
if there was an English GM playing our friends, I mean, it is very difficult. But on the other hand, sometimes what happens is you get so engrossed into the game is that you run with the storylines. And I often find myself like, at one point, white is winning and you go, oh, white is winning. And then black finds like some incredible defenses. And you kind of feel almost a little bit disappointed that white hasn't won. But then you kind of switch over. You're like, wow, what a comeback.
Right.
So that can feel sometimes like we're displaying bias, but really it's just running with the storylines.
Jump in on this one. How do you keep your objectivity? How do you keep your sanity?
That's a second completely different question. But like Yasser, during the candidates, it was impossible to keep the bias out. Of course, we were rooting for the American players. And here, for example, at the Cairns Cup, I'm commentating on my competitors and my teammates' games. So, of course, deep inside, I'm rooting for some players more than others, but I try my best to not to show it during commentary. And it's kind of easy because we're focused on the games, and we're not focused on who is playing. We're just focused on the process of how the games go. So staying objective easy, the bias you can't completely take out.
Exactly. But also, I think our training as chess players requires us to be objective. We look at the position and we go, boy, have I made a proper mess of this situation. I stand worse. I'm going to try to bail and make a draw. So objectively, we as chess players, we try to stay objective. But yeah, personal bias, and I must say, same thing for me. In this competition, we have 3 American players. Yes, I'm rooting for them, but what I'm also rooting for is actually good play.
Yes.
I just love a good game.
A good game is the best.
Right?
And on that subject,
start to finish, of course.
We do have a second question from social media.
All right. Bring it on.
Absolutely. And this is another question from JJ Martin. It says, how would you compare certain players to superheroes?
Ooh.
This is a good one.
So when I think about my superheroes, I think about the Silver Surfer. One of the great comic heroes. Silver Surfer, oh my gosh. I'm jealous. You have so much to look forward to.
Is he the ice one?
What?
The ice one.
The ones on a skateboard with ice?
Yeah, well, it's not a skateboard. It's a surfboard.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for a surfer. You know, that...
Yes. That was a dance moment.
But when you think about Thor, for me, because of the Norwegian, Magnus Carlsen is a real Thor. And, he's got the blonde hair, and he's actually physically very fit, Magnus. He takes his fitness seriously. So, yeah, I kind of compare Magnus to a Thor. And he's so impressive as a player. My God, he's so good. I mean, every tournament he enters in, whether it be a Blitz, Rapid, or Classic, he's the GOAT.
Okay, yeah. So who would be Loki?
Loki. Well, we know who the bad boy of chess is, right? Hans Niemann is the bad boy of chess, let's be clear. Would he be a Loki? Because Loki's evil.
Is he?
Yes, Loki's the evil. Yeah, in Norse mythology, come on.
I was basing it on Marvel. Where he's kind of like
and he's
complicated, right?
Well, he's pretty evil. He's very, very devious and
exactly. That's what I'm getting at. The trickster.
Deceptive. Now, Balder the Beautiful. Who would be Balder the Beautiful? That's not tough. Jump in. Who's the heroes and heroines, and how do they compare? Who's Superwoman?
I cannot be part of this conversation because I have no idea. I haven't
Wonder
watched any
Woman.
superhero
Who's
movies.
Wonder Woman?
Again, I haven't seen a single superhero movie.
Wonder Woman she's powerful, right?
Know.
Yeah.
I have no idea. What's the
She's
difference between
goddess.
Superwoman and Wonder Woman? Or are those both
Now
characters?
that's well asked. That's very well asked.
What is the difference? Yeah.
I'm explaining to you guys the difference between Wonder Woman and Superwoman.
But they both have the same big strength.
Okay, first of all, do you know what kryptonite is?
Yes.
Oh, thank God. Okay, then it's easy. Okay, so Wonder Woman doesn't have a problem with kryptonite, but Supergirl, she's got a problem with kryptonite. Kryptonite is like her poison. She can die.
But that's the same with Superman, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Because that's the thing. Next, I better bail out of this conversation as quickly as I possibly can. Thank you, and I'm sure I just won the answer to the super question of all times. How do players compare with superheroes? You heard it here first, everybody. Last move, Bishop F8. I'm not a fan of Irina's move, Bishop F8. I think that is a kind of a move you make when you're unsure, you're unsteady. Bishop F8, why would you play Bishop F8? What is she afraid of that she would play that move?
Wasn't the most active move, but it's
kind
of...
not.
If I may interrupt, I have some breaking news in this game between Kosteniuk and Alice Lee.
Yeah.
From the very beginning, Alexandra got such a huge advantage in the opening, and we were saying, oh, this is such a pleasant position to play. But just after the last couple of moves, it's actually black for choice. So let's take a look at what happened. As Yasser was saying, Alexandra just did not play g4, g5. She's been delaying it. And now I really liked rook b8, b5, by the way, by Alice.
Right.
And I was expecting move c5 here, just to keep the b file closed.
The queen side closed, yeah.
But we saw c takes b5. I mean, this is positionally a bad move. And after rook takes b5 and followed with another bad move, c4.
Weakening the king's position, I would say.
Yeah, I'm guessing Alexandra just underestimating black's counterplay on the queen side, maybe thinking, oh, my queen side is still completely fine, but the computer disagrees. After rook b4, queen c2 has been played. Now bishop can come to f6, queen can double on the b file, and it's the black who is attacking. Because again, white hasn't even started pushing the g-pawn yet.
Right.
So
that delayed play by white is really, really confounding because all of our training says, you castle left, I castle right, I'm coming after you, you're coming after me. And the fact that the pawn is still on g2 from the opening, she played h4 and I don't know, move 10.
It's also not her style to
delay 15 moves later, you haven't played g4 when your pawn is on h4?
Totally agree with you. This is Because I remember commentating with Alexandra. So when I commentate, I get very courageous with my moves. As you can both see, just push it forward. I don't.
Right.
And we were joking with Alexandra that when she does commentary, the reverse happens to her. Like she gets very cautious with her moves because she doesn't want to like suggest her natural aggressive moves that she would have no problem playing over the board. So I'm also surprised, like you both, that she hasn't gone G4, which is a typical Alexandra move.
Confounding and confusing. And Alice Lee fighting back in the game and stands better. By the way, I'm sorry, when you were saying Queen B7 and Bishop F6, I was noticing that the move Queen B7 was coming with a tag on B2 as well as G2. And Bishop F6.
I think White has to drop back.
Right?
Bishop C1.
And Queen B7.
You can even go A5.
A5, A4.
Speaking my language, A5. Okay, now finally White goes G4.
But now you're almost forced because Queen Ace. You know, you're worried that the play for Black is so fast.
There's some other issues now. Black brings in the pieces with tempi.
Exactly.
Queen A6. You don't want to play B3. There's no way you're going to play B3. Let's say G5, and here. Black does have to be careful how to react to G5. And the best way is to just move the bishop. You can allow G takes H6 and then take here. Here, Black is much better according to the computer, I think.
F2.
Oh, F2 is also hanging.
Right.
Well, can be hanging. Wow. Things have turned around a lot in this game.
A big time fail, because one of the things that I must say, I would have never personally reached for the C4 pawn. Rather, conversely, I would expect Black to be playing B5. I would be expecting Black to play A5 and B4. And then when you play B4, I would play C4 and I would lock it down. So I would be playing G4 and just putting moves on the board for just a moment. Doesn't matter exactly what I'm doing, but you'll understand what, in my mind, I would be doing. I would be trying to close the queen side while simultaneously opening up the king side. What Sasha has failed to achieve is she never opened up the king side. She hasn't played G4, G5, G takes H6. Furthermore,
she's doing the hard work for Alice.
Her opponent,
exactly.
Right?
You know, Alice is desperate to activate the rook, get an open line. Open lines are the currency for attacking, and then she breaks the rules one more time. She goes C4,
right,
which we're always taught, do not push pawns on the side that you're weakest.
Exactly. Here I would be thinking that my natural inclination would be I want to cover up my king with Bishop C1, recognizing that I'm dropping my F2 pawn. I take another different approach. I would say, okay, you're attacking me down the B file. Let me trade rooks, double up my pawns in front of my king. But in this case, A2 takes B3. We'll take the sting out of the attack. C4. You know, the other thing that I'd actually be thinking about, not C4, I'd actually be thinking about C3 with the idea that I could defend, you know, this away with rook to D2. C4 feels wrong. And then Queen C2, and why am I going backwards and why is my opponent going forwards? I like the move Bishop F6. Here I might be more tempted to play Bishop to D4 than Bishop C1, but Bishop C1, A5, and I'm beginning to feel like I've gone wrong. It's not
A5
happiness
is such
anywhere.
a natural move because you want to be playing Queen A6 and meeting B3 with A4,
Precisely.
opening up more lines.
No question about it. And that one is easy to play. And whoa. Jumping to the game between Anana and Anna for a moment, because both of these players looking for a win, Nana looking to bounce back. They're both at 50%, half a point behind the four leaders. Let's see what happened. She did, by the way, play knight to D5, and that knight arrived. You know, it was really funny. I was aspiring to put the knight on D6, and it's kind of strange how she went for a different approach. She left her knight on d3. She's actually, I believe, thinking that the knight on d5 is so good, I want to trade both knights. Queen to c4 on the board, and I think we're up to date with the play. Balanced position? What do you think, Jovi? Balanced position?
Well,
Rookie,
white is better, right?
I like the open e-file.
I always judge these positions, you know.
How do you judge these positions?
Yeah, I'm a big fan of like zooming out and looking at the bigger picture rather than going in for the detail. And for me, when it comes to endgames with queens and rooks, I judge it on two things: king safety, activity.
Okay.
And here, you know, when we compare the activity of the two rooks, white's rooks, they're just about to zoom all the way down the board, right?
Exactly.
All the way to e8. If we get rid of the knight on d5, you've got access to the e7 square as well.
Right. So you see the double rooks on the e-file.
I'm looking at that and I'm like, this is just a wonderful thing.
The cat's meow kind of thing.
Exactly, the rook can come to e8. And then we're going to see a trade of rooks and then maybe a trade of knights, and then I think this is
I do
good
too.
stuff.
I really do evaluate the king safety, the activity of the pieces. I do think that black's pieces, with the exception of the rook on f8, I like the queen, I like the knight. I even, you know, ambitiously would be thinking about moves like rook b5 and a3 and, you know, trying to create some weaknesses. Recognizing that the 8th rank is so weak, I would probably drop my rook back at this moment. And yeah, if you wanted to trade knights so that you could get access to the e7 square with knight f4, makes sense. I would see this position as evenish, and maybe if I could get away with it, I'd like to include a3, if you didn't mind.
Yes.
b4, rook a8, and there you go.
And very interesting position there. But we are going to go over to Begim, who is with Zhongyi, and a translator to help us out.
Mrs.
Lee.
Hi, Tan. Hi, Vanessa. It's great to see you here. Can you talk about your game a little bit? You crushed your opponent in 20 moves today.
其实我没有想到会这么顺利。
I didn't realize it was going to be this smooth.
因为在开局的时候，其实我没有准备上。
Because in the opening, I actually didn't prepare against that line.
但是我想，如果我准备上了，可能就没有这么一盘精彩的对局。
But if I had actually prepared it properly, it wouldn't have been this great.
在比赛中间，我觉得自己还不错，下
I
的。
thought that I played really well in this game.
但是我们出来之后用引擎 check 了一下，但是其实黑方是完全可以。
But when we checked the engine after the game, I realized that the black side can actually defend properly based on the engine. And she might even gain an advantage in the lines that we played out.
Yes, we checked that, but for a practical game, it was hard to find the engine moves to defend the position. And also, how did you approach the game once you knew that you didn't prepare that? What was your strategy?
你的计划是什么？你一开始开局没准备上。
其实如果不是他就 C5 这步棋，就是在这里的时候，他逼着我。
On move 9,
我可能会选择
on C5. If she didn't do C5, I would have played more safely.
我现在就是我可能担心，如果我 C3，
I was worried if I played C3 with this line here.
我担心我可能
I was worried
会有一些压力
that I would be under pressure.
And also, most probably you were trying to avoid her preparation as well. Did you feel like she knew the position more than you did?
你在回避他的开局，你觉得他是不是知道比这开局比你了解的更多？
他肯定也没有准备上我，因为我
She probably didn't prepare properly for me because I rarely play this variation. This is a new try for me.
对。但是就是我看到了这个局面，他的 C5 是非常强硬的。
But when I see the C5 on move 9, it's a really forceful move.
我必须要接受这个挑战。我在这里
I have to meet the challenge.
其实考虑过，比如说换位。
I considered castle here.
对。
I'm giving up on the pawn.
考虑过。
I also considered the queen move. after losing the pawn or long castle. But I think this is not very good.
But from your moves, I can see you just wanted to be aggressive.
从你的局面来说，看起来你非常的进攻性很强。
但是不好，我觉得。
No, I don't think I'm actually that aggressive. I thought that she was going to play knight over here.
我以为会走这个，然后我可能
then I would castle.
他可能会吃掉。
Then she would take my pawn.
觉得我不太好。我当时是
but I didn't really like it like this.
Yeah.
这个棋差吗？
Oh wow, this is worse for me. Oh, I didn't realize.
Worse than you thought, right?
他有可能应该这么走。
Okay, maybe she should have done this way.
他在这个局面的这个展开是我愿意看到。
But when it's like this, I actually was happy to see it like
我
this.
在 DC 的时候已经看到了。
I've already seen all these moves when the pawn took on c5.
And also, after the game, we already talked. Anna was there too. You were like, why Queen A5? Even it's just a computer move.
So that's an engine move.
其实这个引擎可能也不准，也许可
But maybe the engine is not accurate.
Yeah.
这个数值对于白棋完全是可以继续。
The numbers are really not that threatening for white.
Exactly.
It's actually okay for me to play this out.
And also, Queen D5, the move that she made seems very natural. You're going back with the queen to the center, and it seems like black should be fine here too.
它这个queen 的 move 看起来很正常。
他是的，他必须赶紧回防，因为王爷的压力是非常大的。
But yeah, she absolutely have to go back to defend because there is a lot of pressure over the king. Because I can move the rook,
这个车
I can also move the other rook over here.
And
So I move
her
the rook
pieces are not as developed, right?
她的
但是我们两个都忽略了，其实这个棋它不厉害。
but we both neglected this move. This is actually pretty good for her. Yeah, she thought that she could not defend this position.
肯定有问题，太缓了。
But I think this move, the pawn move here, is problematic because it's too slow.
Because you're moving your pieces, all the rooks are
我想
coming.
保留车去这里，或者
I would like my rook to go over here on g4 or h4.
上了后。
I move my queen.
是有可能会这样砍的。
Yeah, I was considering moving the rook around.
然后我觉得这步棋不好。
Her mistake was the knight taking the pawn. She lost on that move.
Yeah.
And you knew that it's a poisonous pawn. If she takes it, then your position is like winning.
你会赢。
主要的原因是因为这个马离开
The main reason is because the knight left the king.
他在这步棋走完之后，我意识到
Once she moved that, I realized that I was about to win.
但是，
but
电脑说走这个。
Oh wow, the engine said I should be moving the rook over here.
我不是很确定。
But I wasn't so sure about this.
跳了。
Yeah, it drops after.
Yeah.
No.
I don't believe in the engine here.
的时候，我以为他是要走这个。
I considered the rook. I saw that her knight was going to move here. I calculated for a long time here.
对，因为我觉得不能在这里再退了，因为
I thought that she shouldn't be moving back.
Yeah.
Because all
如果走
the
这个的话就吃，他走这个可能
yeah.
拉过来。
So this is the
不能走。
Oh wow. I'm surprised by this again.
Don't listen to this engine, it's not the strongest.
These are the lines that I considered. Wow, the engine is so powerful. Let me see what she's supposed to do here.
Yeah, 他觉得应该走这个。
Yeah.
Oh, she's supposed to do that?
Maybe it was the last chance for
这
her.
个棋黑的可以防守。
Oh, well, but yeah, black can defend this position. I considered this during
And
the game.
also the position is still worse because of this rook and then bishop not developed. And yeah, this is the only idea, but queen and knight pair should be very strong here.
Oh, it's not possible for humans to see this.
Maybe 有可能会到时候再check 不一定走，但是起码这个
Maybe I would have calculated, but at least during the game I didn't calculate this
但是
steep.
这个走完肯定不行了。
But I don't think the queen move would have been good
我
like
觉得
this.
我已经算清
Yeah.
了。
I already calculated all the way here. I thought I was, yeah, I spent a long time over this
这步
move.
棋让我太惊异了，因为我算
But this move was very surprising to me because I calculated this line.
然后在这里的话选择很多，你狙击
I
3
think
也可以
here I have a lot
有
of
一个长久的
possibilities.
这个，但是这个好像更狠。
But this is even better for me. So these would have been the moves that I considered. Yeah, I considered at least.
Which is a winning position, definitely, even after f5. But her move.
Yeah. So this is the possibility. I was always calculating this particular move.
But the king is too weak and we don't have the pieces to protect all c pieces. So she chose to play after that queen c6 and queen h6. This is just crushing. It's just mate into, and she played this out.
Maybe she forgot some possibilities. I'm not sure what happened in her calculation. Yeah, the knight move here is pretty intuitive. This move she made really quickly. You can see from the time here, but it was an intuitive move.
Yeah,
she spent just half a minute on this move.
Yeah,
it was too fast for her to make this move.
Yeah, but it was too fast. But as the engine says that it's already a lost position for her, maybe she just gave up.
No, I think she probably didn't consider the possibility. I mean, the better move here is the pawn here to defend.
Yeah, most probably then she just blundered something along the way. So after this win, you are possibly can be this solo leader of the tournament. We don't know the other results yet, but how are you feeling about it? And how are you feeling being here in St. Louis and playing this tournament?
你现在在整个比赛当中领先，你现在觉得怎么样？还有在这儿下棋，总的来说感觉怎么样？
挺好的，就是
I feel pretty good.
因为我来了挺长时间。
Because I've been here for several days. I already adjusted my time in Seattle, so I don't feel tired here.
所以说我其实也很。就是享受跟他们一起较量。
I also enjoy playing against them because I didn't have as many opportunities in the past.
因为我以前可能更多的在中国。
Because I played a lot in China and much less outside of China. So.
我觉得如果想要提高，可能
If I want to improve, it's important for me to come to important events like this and play well.
Thank you so much, Tan, for being here, and good luck with the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Begim, and also a big thank you to Vanessa Lee, the mother of Alice Lee, who did act as a translator for Tan Zhongyi. And was it nice to see Tan smiling and enjoying chess?
Yes, because she's usually very quiet and very reserved. But here she got a chance to speak in Chinese, and Vanessa, you know, the soccer mom, put to task, and thank you, Vanessa, for the translation. But there you saw it. I think that there was just a complete lapse on Anna Zatonskih's side with this whole Queen A2 and not realizing how severe the threats were to her king. Let's pick up the action in the game of Kosteniuk.
And just to remind ourselves before we dive into the chess action of the results so far. Just one result, but a very significant one. Tan Zhongyi, top seed, did defeat defending champion Anna Zatonskih. And so she moves on to 3 points out of 4, and she is currently in the sole lead.
Right, based upon, for example, this game of Alexandra Kosteniuk. When we saw, we were really enthusiastic, and I think with good reasons, for Alice's position. So we especially like moves like bishop f6, provoking bishop to c1, and then following it up with a5. I am not a fan of the move that Alice came up with. The move c7, c5, for me, that wasn't a very intuitively good move. In the first place, you just kind of created a sore thumb on d6. You want your bishop to go to f6, so why did you create a weakness? I understand that Alice didn't want bishop to d4 as a potential, but in another kind of way, Alexandra was now forced to play a move that we have been beating the drums for quite some time. G4 and getting on with business, and then suddenly Alice stopped. Please.
I think I understand the idea
of c5.
With c5, which is just simply to clear the path for the second rook to swing from f7 to b7.
So you think
it's nothing sophisticated, but yeah.
The idea is very, very straightforward to
exactly.
play.
Yeah, you can put the bishop on f8, try to let the bishop do some nifty defense work there, move the rook over to b7,
Gotcha.
a5, a4, lines opened.
So you think, for example, after g4, her strategy might be, for example, to play here so that she can slide across with the rook. Well, the difference, though, is I was thinking that the bishop needed to be on f6 as opposed to f8 because, for example, let me just, in fact, encourage you to do what you would like. And with my bishop on c1, I just don't see you breaking through. Although there is, no, there isn't. I just don't see you. Well, I mean, you know, you're kind of bashing your head on a b2, right? Yeah. And it may take me a while, but I will bring my queen over to the h5 pawn one day.
Okay.
So we have. Sorry, I just want to say the current position with g4. Go ahead, give it a second try. g4 on the board.
Okay, so you kind of reminded me that speed is of the essence in this type of position. So bishop f8, perhaps too slow.
Okay.
What about bishop f6? We stick to the original plan.
Right. Now here I have to pause for a second because again, you've given me what I think is a good tempo against. So here, bishop c1, I'm looking at queen a6, defending the pawn, attacking the pawn on...
I'm also looking at bishop d4 as well.
Bishop to d4 as well.
If you step back with the bishop to c1.
Okay, fair.
Why put my bishop on f8 when it can be in the middle of the board?
Exactly. Be aggressive. So not the move I intuit. I don't like reaching for my pawn, but I do like reaching for that pawn. If I could play b3 and ask you, how are you going to defend g5? How are you going to defend rook takes d6?
Questions indeed. Okay, let's go d5. Let's break open.
d5. Okay, now the game just exploded or imploded, or is it?
I don't know.
Somebody's getting. Okay, these are the kind of, when we castle on opposite sides, these are the kind of games we expect. That, you know, you're going to maul my king, I'm going to go after and maul your king. Whoever gets there first with the mostest.
But I think
Nasi's
we should consult our expert. Yes.
Yes, Nasi, take it away. Double-edged position. What's happening?
Yeah, I think I figured out Alice's idea with c5.
Okay.
So after g4, if she follows up with queen a6, a tempo move, attacking c4, you have to play b3 because any move like rook c1 is immediately bad. After bishop f6, now it will be too late to play b3 because of this tactic.
Sweet.
Rook takes b3, and you either lose your queen or you get checkmated.
Yeah.
So after queen a6, b3 is somewhat forced.
Okay.
And here she can play immediately d5.
Not going for the tempo with bishop f6.
Yeah, because bishop on f6 walks into a tempo.
Right,
G5.
with g5.
So d5, and now when white takes, immediately c4.
Now I get very nervous. Yeah.
Now this is very good for black. White should not take on d5, but...
Okay.
I mean, this is already really bad for white.
Oh, it's already really bad. Okay.
You should try to go g5, but d takes c4. And according to the engine, black's attack is a lot faster, quicker, and queen e2 here only move, trying to pin the pawn. There's queen b6, and this looks lost. I mean, I feel like I'm just getting checkmated.
It feels like a fail, yeah.
So after queen a6, what else can white do? Right, so g5 immediately, and just give up the c4 pawn, because if white plays b3 after d5, black's much better. And here black can just trade queens and...
But this goes to suggest that the move c2, c4 was really bad.
Yes.
Like, it was just so unnecessary, and it actually even created a weakness, that c2, c4.
How bad is it, right? So
I want to look at rook takes c4 if we try to keep the major pieces on the board for the attack. But here, white can jump quickly to g6. And it's still very double-edged, anything can happen. So the computer prefers queen c4, kind of bail out, go to the end game. You're not, well, maybe you will keep the extra pawn, because h4 is hanging at the end. So g takes h, takes.
The
or even
training is
F2.
working. Nazi is worried about the extra pawn.
Yeah, I can take the F2 pawn and Black's up a pawn.
And
Yes, we're in the endgame, but I really like Black's position once the bishop comes to F6.
Agreed.
I mean, objectively, it looks like White can defend this, but they have to find the best moves.
I didn't like the move c5, but the rook on b4 became very powerful. After the move c5, was the move g4 mistimed? Maybe she should have played a3?
G4 is the
Bishop
first.
D2.
Bishop d2.
I kind of feel like
well, bishop d2, rook f2.
Okay, yeah.
Bishop d2, rook f2 was my issue.
I think rook f2 is not great because I can play rook f1
Oh.
and then take
Control of the f-file.
F-file.
Okay, so then I would prefer...
Queen e4, yeah, this is...
I would prefer bishop to d2 as white, and then transfer my bishop to c3.
We're thinking
Because
carrot.
I thought the move c5 was wrong, but it's turning out to be a brilliant move
This
after
all looks
g4.
very good. Black has this very specific line, rook f4.
Okay.
You can't play b3 because I just take on c4. So what do? Do you move the queen? Queen e2 or something?
Queen e2, okay, give it a shot.
And then this move e5, and I kill your bishop on c3.
But that
But you can go
bishop
B3
is such a
and
great
F4
defender.
And go all in.
Bishop to d2 and f4?
B3, G3, sorry. G3.
Which one?
G3.
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 There's queen f5 and rook f2.
Check. Rats.
Yep.
Yeah.
Rats.
Oh, darn it.
Darn it. Gosh darn it. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's just see what we do have on the board because I think time is becoming a factor. We do have g4. If Alice can spot this very crafty but well-timed move, queen a6, defending d6, hitting c4, we think the advantage is on her side of the board. And that would be huge because with Tan winning and, but the clock.
The clock is a factor, especially for Alice. She's just over 11 minutes, whereas Alexandra has 40 minutes. So that's definitely gonna have some effect. But this is the critical moment.
Exactly.
If Alice can find the right way to attack, to open lines, that's it. It almost feels like Alexandra's position is on the verge of going to be crumbling apart.
Yeah, collapse. We're in that break territory. Just before we go, just want to make a quick gander around the board. Looks like Elisabeth has maintained her slightly worse position. Nothing really too much to say about. Not much has changed. Once again, that knight on d4 looking really good. Harika up against Irina. Now, remember when there was a doubled rooks on the a-file, and I was just kind of saying, I find it easier to play white. Well, Irina's been going backwards. The bishop went back to f8. Now this bishop has gone back to a8. I think Harika is applying the pressure here. Advantage white, maybe it's not so much so. And then, of course, Alexandra and Alice Lee, double-edged game. What are we doing on our break? Who have we interviewed?
Yes, well, as we go to the break, Begim caught up with German Grandmaster Elisabeth Paehtz. So take a look at that, and when we come back, we are going to be following the action big time. You don't want to miss it.
Hi, Elisabeth. It's great to see you here. Welcome to St. Louis.
Thank you.
What are your thoughts on Nona Gabrindashvili, the first female grandmaster being here in St. Louis for the Cairns Cup?
Well, I think I've met Nona many years ago, and I remember like when I was a kid, my father told me that she is the woman like not only achieving the world championship title, but also the woman who is first grandmaster ever. And I think she had a great influence on women's chess, not only in Georgia, worldwide. And of course, like we should always like remember and be respectful to such celebrities because, well, people tend to forget how difficult it was back then actually to make a living out of chess and to be appreciated as a female chess player. And since I am very much aware of that, that for me, players like Nona, but also like Pia Crumbling, I have always like huge respect for, and of course, for me, they were idols of my childhood.
How do you stay sharp for so many years? Like, you have been one of the top players for decades. What's your secret?
Well, actually, like I had periods where I didn't really wanted to play much chess, but then actually I always managed to return. And to be really honest to you, like without the Cairns Cup, I wasn't even sure I would play any tournament this year. But then when this invitation came, it felt to me like a sign, so I should return. But in general, I'm doing a lot of sports nowadays, and I'm also like teaching. And of course, a lot of people tend to say that when you teach, you lose a lot of energy. But I would consider myself clever, because what I'm teaching is usually like I'm opening new books, I'm reading the stuff myself, and then I'm going to explain it to my pupil. And that way, actually, I'm training chess indirectly. So I guess that is not such a bad thing as people tend to say, because in the Corona times when I started teaching, actually, after the tournaments were beginning again after the lockdown, I gained 50 rating points. So suddenly I was back almost in the top 10, and I was thinking like, okay, maybe teaching is not so bad after all.
I don't think so, yeah. And also you mentioned you didn't want to play chess. What it is connected with? Is your personal feeling, or do you think it's just burnout?
No, it's not about burnout. It's about a private decision, because okay, I'm 39, and actually like my dream was always to make a family. So obviously like the discussion of having a baby would be a nice thing. And that's actually one of the reasons why I'm trying to make this dream at some point come true, but it's apparently not so easy.
Well, I hope your dream will come true. And let's talk about your life recently. What happened in Salamica? I saw on your social media that you got robbed, and I'm so sorry. It must be very scary to go through that.
We got robbed because it was actually the wallet of my boyfriend who was stolen. And actually for me the sad part was that in the very early morning when we took off, before taking off to Madrid, I told him to place his wallet somewhere else, because okay, I have some experience obviously like from former travels, and then like when we got out of the train in Salamanca, his wallet was gone, and inside the wallet was of course his documents, a lot of money, and it was just basically like we came to this tournament and I already wanted to go home. And actually, like for me, it was interesting because I was sure I wouldn't be able to play chess at all, but I won the first 2 games against Mariya and Eduardo, and then I thought like, maybe sometimes this kind of inside anger is not so bad after all. I finished with 3.5 out of 7, and I was very happy regarding the fact that everything else went pretty bad, and I was also happy that Iberia Airlines allowed us to come home without documents, so we could just go with a police paper. And I was relieved because I was afraid to be stuck a couple of days more, and obviously it was a very bad experience. But after that, I got a Cairns Cup invitation.
Good things are coming. Here we go, right?
I got a Cairns Cup invitation, and I got some other invitation. I was like, maybe karma actually works in my case.
Yeah, it compensates somehow out, and we're so glad to see you here. So, what do you do when you don't play chess? You said you're very into sports lately.
Well, actually, I have a spinning bike at home. I think most of you know what is a spinning bike. So it's just a bike, like a normal bike, but you can actually change the strength of, I don't know how you say it in English actually, but you can do a lot of things on the spinning bike. And then on YouTube, there are different courses. So there's actually a woman who's always going on different courses, sometimes hills up, hills down, and different speeds. And actually I'm doing her courses, and it's actually quite good cardio, and it keeps me fit. And the best part is like the weather doesn't matter because it's at home, so it's in front of the TV, so it can be winter, it can be summer, it can be hot, it can be cold, and I can just do it all the time. So that's one of the things. And also I'm living close to a lake, so when the summertime comes, basically now, we can just swim in the lake, and that's also something which I'm doing quite often.
That's amazing to hear, and thank you for the interview. Good luck with your tournament.
Thank you.
The stages are set, the players are primed, the best of the best are ready to face off in the 2024 Grand Chess Tour. The top players in the world prepare to battle across 4 countries for a $1.5 million prize fund. Everything starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland. Then off to Bucharest for the Superbet Chess Classic Romania. The players then travel to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia. The tour concludes with back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri, the chess capital of America, for the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. 9 players will go in, but only one can be crowned champion. Who is prepared to make history? Get ready for the return of the Grand Chess Tour.
We are here to celebrate what the chess campus does and collectively make a difference to St. Louis through the artistic, cultural, and educational endeavors of chess. The St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame makes such a significant imprint throughout our community, and with your help, we will continue to grow opportunities of outreach and engagement.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, the first time ever in school history. Guided by their head coach, Christian Karilla, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
So,
welcome back to round 4 of the Cairns Cup, and we're very excited in the studio because we have we're full of a spectacular game so far.
Spectacular indeed, and the game that has brought Nasi over here for the discussion is Queen A6, D5. Alice is finding all the right moves.
Yeah, I'm shocked how tables have turned in that game. So Alexandra got pretty much everything she wanted out of the opening.
Yes, she did.
The attacking position, more time on the clock, and then Alice just found the absolute best defense and best moves, and now suddenly
B5, Rook B8.
She's the one attacking.
Yeah, these last moves in particular are just beautifully timed. Queen A6, provoking the move B2, B3, a move that we really didn't like at all. We were thinking it's time to jettison this pawn. You know, moves like Queen G6, G5, you know, do it. B2, B3, conversely, invited the move D5, which Alice jumped on, and her point is, if you try to take C4
is the
bishop
ultimate
F6,
demolition, right?
rook takes B3, and ruh-roh, that king on B1 is going to be all alone. So we like what has happened. And by the way, I think the players have just caught up with me. I see it on the
It's
live
happened.
board. Captures on d5, c4, instantly 8 minutes. Is that 8 minutes?
No,
7, 9?
just she wasn't 7 minutes.
Okay.
But with this last move, c4, she
Right.
got another 30 seconds, so she's now on 7.5 minutes.
Wow. And what a
Alice
turn
knows
of the
exactly what to do. It's just about opening up those lines
against the king.
and hunting down the white king.
Again, sorry for pressing what is doubtlessly a sore point. I'm seeing the pawns on g4 and h4, and I'm not saying they're on their starting blocks, but they sure aren't intimidating anybody when they're on g. Why hasn't the punch on g5 landed 10 moves ago? Because guess what? The punch is landing on the queen side, and Alexandra has to be aware that this is big time.
This is critical, right?
Yeah, this is really dangerous now. I'm not even sure what I would make as a suggestion.
Well, on
for
that
her.
subject,
Please.
I want to know, like, how does Alexandra stay alive in this game? Because it's on the verge of breaking apart.
Let's ask Nasi herself. How is Alexandra going to stem the attack?
Well, I think her best chance is to put pressure on the clock. Because
Okay.
Alice is down to 7 minutes, and she still has more than 30 minutes. Because positionally speaking, advantage is minus 1.3 already.
Right.
So it's not looking good for white. She can go for g5 and just immediately go for the counterattack. Or the other option is to play rook d4 to temporarily pin the pawn, but actually it's still not pinned
Take it.
because it takes b anyways.
Takes
So we're
take.
just trying to trade this very strong rook on b4.
Bishop
But I
F6.
just noticed there's bishop f6. We're losing an exchange at
Checkmate
least.
on a1.
Right. So I think what Engine is suggesting is that just give up some material to save your king.
But we're not sure. Help us out, because we're not even rook b7 here.
We have to be careful now
We're not-
because black king is not that safe once I have the pawn on
sorry.
e6. So I have queen
Okay.
c8 check and I'm pinning you. So I actually
You're not
have
afraid of
queen
queen
a1,
a1 check and
king c2, and I start running.
And yes, this isn't. We wanted more than this.
Yeah.
Sorry. We'll take this back. We wanted more than
So
this.
after d takes e, actually the only good move is rook f8 just to avoid the queen c8 check.
Okay.
And here e7 only move, otherwise it's -5.
-5.
E7, rook e8, such a computer line. Why would we be putting the rook here instead of b8?
Right.
And here, yes, queen c3, black, picks up some material. Queen a1
Nonetheless.
check, king c2. Can they pick up here? Yes. Queen h1. Now I see the pawn on e7 is actually great.
Makes sense suddenly.
Yes.
Right. Bishop takes or
But can
queen.
we keep it? I want to give a check. King h8, queen d4. And if you take on e7, I have queen d8.
And
right?
maybe yep.
So here, black
maybe
has to
queen
go queen
b7?
c6 first and then take on e7.
Okay.
And
Quite the line, and again at the end of it, Alexandra just barely hanging on.
How
This is
many
the
of
best
those
line for
moves were
white.
natural for white?
None.
None, exactly, right?
And there we see a very nervous
She did push
looking
g5.
Alexandra. She's just played g5, not to jinx anybody here, commentators curse, but the Americans are looking for a first win.
They
have
are.
3 competitors.
So Alice gets it. Not only would it be a sensation in the sense that she draws Alexandra down the
Right.
table, but also it would be
boosting
the
herself, of course,
first
up
win
the table.
for American.
Yeah, and Irina, having drawn her first 3 games, Anna Zatonskih, the defending champion, having a woeful start, 3 losses with the black pieces, only 1 draw with the white pieces, and we think, again, not to jinx Alice, but move g4, g5. Sometimes, the best defense is a good offense. And when I was listening to Nasi saying, the clock is a factor, and to use that as, to play quickly and not, play g5 as if, like I'm winning.
Yep.
I'm ignoring your threats. I'm winning. I'm attacking you.
I think it's a good strategy because if she sits down and allows Alice that time to calculate the complications.
It's not fun.
It's not fun. And also, this is Alice's strength.
One of the things I have actually done in my career, and I actually recall 3 times that this has happened in my career, one of them was against Dmitry Gurovich, is I had this absolutely ridiculously complex position. And my opponent was thinking, and I thought to myself, my opponent's going to play g5. What am I going to do? And I calculated a remarkable answer, and I'm not saying that this is the answer, but I calculated a remarkable answer like Queen A3, right? Like that was like the move, Queen A3. So my opponent had just barely released and pressed the clock and played G5 and instantly came Queen A3. And it's such a shocking move, right? Because like, how did I know that they were going to play in this very complicated position, this move G5, and I instantly answered, and it's so off-putting, and especially when you're down on the clock.
Definitely.
So
there's a few techniques that you can use when your opponent is down on the clock. One of them that I once used, I was very proud of myself for doing it, is basically you don't commit yourself to anything.
All the options.
Exactly. So they're expecting, so this happens, say, when you have a very forcing position and your opponent is getting ready to recapture a piece or something, you know, expecting you to go for the jugular immediately. You don't. You make a silly move like H3. Just everything
improving something over there.
Exactly. Everything is getting overprotected.
Right.
And they're like, oh, I wasn't expecting that. And then suddenly they're like, what's the point? What's the point? And then they burn time on the clock. And then, you know.
Yes.
Yes. And
that's
then they keep.
That's a very common technique. I like that technique too, by the way.
Yes, and it was kind of also taught to me that when you do have 2 time controls, you should never take committal decisions until you get to the 2nd time control, and then you can burn time on the clock.
Nasi, jump in on this one because, again, she didn't have much time on the clock. Alice Lee burned, I want to say, 2.5 minutes. Hard for me to judge that one. And she did play the move E6 takes D5, and was that a engine-approved move in response to G5.
It was the 2nd best line, so yes. C takes B was a little bit better.
Considered a
Just
higher value.
Just include this trade, and then instead of taking on D5, this is impossible to find. Bishop D6, I still don't understand.
Bishop,
I understand
E5.
now. Rook C7 or Rook B7
Right.
is also coming in.
Rook takes
besides
B3.
Bishop E5.
Yeah.
But it's very easy to find this move with the help of engine at the board. Not so much, as considering her time also, she has less than 5 minutes left. So she's playing very natural looking moves, E takes D, and here Alexandra still needs to make this move, Rook D4, to try to trade at least 1 pair of rooks, especially this Rook on B4. This is important. Without it, it's still going to be very hard to defend after C takes B and then Bishop D6. White's just collapsing.
In a certain way, the move G5 is a kind of an empty threat, because the move G5 usually it wants to come with the intention of G5 captures H6, but that would immediately get refuted after Bishop F6, with or without C takes. The bishop coming on this long diagonal is death. You don't want to have anything. So there's no G5 takes H6, and so I can understand why Alice is thinking that I have all the time in the world. I would like to see my opponent play the move G5 takes H6. What I particularly enjoy about, I'll take this pawn. I particularly enjoy about the engine suggestion of bishop to D6 is it immediately prepares Rook takes B3 and Rook B7.
Rook B7, which
and then
deadly.
The king is wide open on the king side. It's hard to believe that there was a pawn on A2, B2, C2, and C3 as White's king is being stripped of all the pawn protection. E takes D5 on the board, and I'm sitting there saying, yeah, I'm desperately looking to defend my king. Funnily enough, Rook D4, I don't find personally as the first move on my ticket. I keep looking at Bishop C1 and trying to defend the pawn on B3 laterally. I understand the move, Rook to D4, to discourage.
understand it, but it does like immediately bring to mind like why wouldn't Black just play bishop to c5 unless there's problems with the back rank? Because Black's king isn't that safe as well.
Exactly.
One can't be.
I mean, if I get to play g6 and
Yeah, I
rook
was
to
thinking
d8,
rook to
you're
d8.
crying,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Right? Yes, exactly. So, okay, this is actually, for me, an incredibly tense position. And even though the engines are saying advantage for Black, it could be a 3-result game because it's so easy to slip. So let me play what I would consider a human move, if you don't mind me using that expression, bishop c1. How would you do me in?
Okay, so the first move that I would be thinking about would be pawn takes pawn.
Okay, I agree. That's opening up my king.
And then I really do want to be connecting the rooks on the B line. So I would maybe put my bishop on f8, but then again, bishop d6 makes so much sense.
Bishop to d6, and I see that you're eyeballing bishop to e5.
Yeah.
Again, not that I'm... Well, wait a minute. Hold on. If you're going to play rook takes b3, yes, I can do it. Because I have this... I'm so cruel. Can I share with you what
yes, go for it. You've got to check.
Yes, I've got to discover check. Queen takes, rook b7. You're thinking you're just going to collect all my pieces, my rooks. I'm going to trade the queens. You're going to take my... No.
No.
A discover check rocks the boat. So I do have rook takes d5. Apologies. Let me try that one. If you go rook b7, I do want to play my vaunted move rook h3. And again, the nervousness of the clock, you know, we've got the engines, we're calmly sitting in studio, analyzing this as objectively as we can, but it's easy to blunder. Oh gosh, it's so easy to blunder.
The price of an error is going to be high in this particular position.
Help us out on this one. Now, see, we're looking at the move bishop f1. I'm sure the engine is saying this one you can refute numerous ways. Bishop c5, maybe? What's the best way for Black to handle her?
F1? I mean bishop c1.
Bishop c1,
okay.
sorry. Bishop c1. What's the best way for Alice to handle her business in this case?
There are a couple of different ways, but the strongest way is to take on b3 and then go rook to f3.
Yeah, it's suddenly
direct attack.
Rook, you did allow me rook h3.
I know, but it was inspired by that.
It's pretty much game over. Bishop e3 is only move.
Well,
otherwise it's just
that messes me up completely. Yeah. Okay, that being the case, let me start with rook h3 in this the game's
right
position.
Here?
Yeah.
Rook h3.
So I'm hoping you will take. And then,
hoping, but there's queen e6, which is a better move, much better move. Can you?
She's good,
irritating. I mean, every time I want you to play on the queen side.
Yeah, you can't remain on the third rank.
Oh, that's terrible. Okay, that explains it. Thank you so much.
But again, queen e6 is very easy to miss. So
Sure,
I would
because
probably
I'm looking,
take on b3.
Yeah, because I've been looking queen side all the time, and I'm hoping for.
If Black trades, then it gets closer to equality again.
If I could play bishop c1 with my rook on h3, I'm feeling better. I'm not, happy 100%, but I'm feeling better.
And
Queen
let's not
e6
forget,
is a
Alice
great
has
move.
only 5 minutes on the clock, and she would, if rook h3 happens, she has to find this only move queen e6 that still keeps a big advantage for Black.
But that's the problem. It really is a big advantage for Black then. Okay, and Alexandra, as we know, has been ahead on clock, but 23 minutes and ticking. I'm just going to go quickly around the horn.
Yes.
Tan we saw as
Maybe
one.
we can
Elisabeth.
quickly go to the game between Harika against Irina Krush, because there's an opposite color bishop endgame, and I suspect that this one is going to be finishing
in a draw
soon.
Yeah, this bishop, again, this is Magnus Carlsen territory, the dark square bishop. I've seen him bring this bishop from h6 to d2, to b4, to c5. And even there's a pawn on c4, and he's happy. He's got the perfect blockade. Bishops of opposite color draw doubtlessly the outcome in that one. Nana versus Anna? The players are kind of getting to our territory. We were talking about the trading of the knights.
Yes, so we mentioned this just during the break about the white putting the knight on b4, but that was actually my suggestion.
Right.
But I liked what you did. You just simply moved the black knight away and said, hey, knight is not well placed there.
It wasn't special. Sorry, all of the action. I'm going to go back to the Alice Lee game. Just had to check in on the others for a moment.
Maybe we can quickly pop in on the game between Elisabeth and Mariya.
I was going to say not too much has changed. There was the trading of the knights on d4. I still think that black. Do you think of this as a Sveshnikov in reverse? You know, you've got the knight on d4, right? In this case, and you've got your pawns, but black's king is super safe. Like, there's nobody, and I mean there's nobody over there. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Mariya just played a move I'm shocked by.
Oh, it's interesting.
b4. Well, I would shut that down in a New York second.
She's played a4 very quickly.
Wow. And now, wait a minute. Now I feel like the advantage that black had on the queen side is done.
Not exactly,
Why
because
not?
the rook can move over to c7, obviously to defend c5. And if the bishop goes back to c8, you still have at the back of your pocket this idea of going bishop a6. So that's like...
Oh, well.
Yeah.
Well, for me, I'm thinking your opportunity of getting a pass pawn
it's gone, right?
is gone. And
Totally agree.
I will play for bishop f4.
And I think the idea is just simply to go h4.
Okay. You've got a customer.
And now pawn
You want to open?
takes pawn?
Yes. But who benefits? Que bono. Who benefits from the open H file? Ooh, I don't know. I mean, if you're going to go king, if you're going to go king g7, queen d2, yes. And I'm going to ask you a very salient question in just a moment. Who is the first on the H file? I don't think you ever want to do this. I think you're helping white get in the dream of, you don't have the blockade, the dark square blockade that you currently have. The game has flared anew, and for Mariya, she's one of our co-leaders, and to keep pace with Tan, she needs to win, but this move, I don't know. I don't like what Mariya just did with her move b4. Maybe I'm exaggerating the point, but I think Lizzie's right back in the game with bishop d2 and potentially turning the tide as well. Bishop f4, queen d2, and let's go.
Yep. It's very tense though.
It's still tense, no question.
The players, you know, you see Lizzie, she's now ahead. Well,
Sorry, did you want me to?
No, I was just
you were finishing a thought.
Yeah,
Please,
I was just
apologize.
thinking about the time situation because, you know, we have seen Elisabeth be the one down on time. And suddenly you see that's Mariya who's there with 12 minutes. Lizzie has just over 19.
And at a perfect time, whenever you feel like you're seizing the initiative or you're gaining the upper hand and your opponent's clock keeps going down, it's like the momentum, you feel like you're riding a snowball. And guess what? Harry the H-pawn up the board, H4, bishop f4, HG, HG is almost a certainty. And Lizzie's stopping there, just like, who's getting the H-file first?
Yep.
Once again, H4 on the board. We've been looking at bishop f4, HG, HG, king g7, queen d2, and the fight for the H file is on.
And it just goes to show the kind of danger in the position, you know, because Mariya needs to assess when to capture on g3. Like, for instance, it could be that
maybe she keeps the tension.
Yeah, exactly. And you do see Elisabeth respond with a bishop.
So, for
to
example,
f4.
to your point, king g7, queen d2,
and
rook
now
h8.
rook h8.
And immediately HG. Maybe that's a nuance that is missing, and HG, HG.
Indeed played.
And oh boy, sorry, I'm going to jump out of this game and go back to Alice Lee and...
No moves have been made.
Oh, we haven't missed a thing.
No.
Wonderful.
I'm keeping a close eye on that game because that game is so sharp that the advantage could turn on any move. So I'm definitely keeping watch on that one like a hawk.
In his book, The Life and Games of Michael Tal explains that he was going to go to this great football match, Moscow versus St. Petersburg, or, you know, it's like the great, and for reasons that had to do with the chess, he missed the first half. But thankfully, the first half was 0-0. So they hadn't missed any goals. And we haven't missed a goal. We haven't missed a move since we've left it. But Alexandra, as her clock is ticking down as she's beginning, or she's realized that danger everywhere. Rook d4 is the computer's move. Please.
Definitely, it's a position that requires such precision. Rook d4 was the move that
the engines.
Yeah, the engines were suggesting. We were looking at rook h3, but unfortunately that doesn't work to the only move that is queen to e6, centralizing the queen to attack the rook.
I have to confess, when I was suggesting moves like bishop c1 and rook h3, the move queen e6 was not in focus at all. I was looking at rook on f7 coming to b7, and I was trying to cover b3. Queen e6 would have really rocked me backwards. I was like, oh no, what have I done? And
bishop c1, that's just another alternative that we were looked at. That doesn't really work because the rook will come to f3.
That's a nasty, nasty move. And virtually forces me to go right back. And that's why almost through the process of elimination, bishop c1, rook f3, bishop e3, rook h3, queen e6, for the process of elimination, we know that c4 takes b3 and the potential for, I don't care, just ganging up on the b3 pawn. So we want to be in a situation where we can trade rooks. So.
And
yeah.
Just to kind of ask the question, what happens if Alexandra just ignores everything? She's like oblivious. So
how to best ignore?
Rook to g1.
And the crazy part, I understand what it's all menacing and everything, but you know, I would like to play the move a5 and suggest that you don't really want, that's not the threat, right? Because I will get my bishop to my dream square. But okay, let's see if we can't just refute this one.
Also, we should maybe, before we look at rook to g1, what about rook takes pawn?
Pardon me, which
rook
moment?
takes d5. Instead of rook to g1, which is quite aggressive, but let's have a look at the obvious capture.
Yes, absolutely. I think the issue here was queen...
To be...
with or without.
And the rook is hanging on h1.
Precisely.
Okay.
That was why your move rook h1 to g1 actually had the purpose of threatening to take on d5 here.
And we have a move.
Rook
She's
h3.
gone rook h3.
The computer obligingly gives it a little question mark. She's played the move that I would consider a very human move. I want to defend the pawn b3 laterally. We know that queen e6 is a monster answer, but Alice is not aware of that. Please.
But if I recall, it's the only way to get the advantage.
That's right.
And Alice, 4 minutes on the clock.
And
she has to kind of switch direction, look to the center.
The crazy part is, after you see this move, rook h3, in your mind's eye, bringing the rook to b7 has got to be the most compelling thing since cotton candy.
Yeah.
Get it over there.
Exactly.
You know, sack the king. Get the bishop out of the way. Bishop f8, I don't care. Bring the rook to b7, and then that's not the right move. Queen e6.
And if I recall correctly, pawn takes pawn is an inaccuracy. C takes b3.
Probably because you're giving me a future opportunity of defending.
On d4.
With maybe rook d3.
Rook d3, rook d4,
if you went, yeah. But actually, Yeah, so for example, in this case, if you took and played queen b7, yes, I'm reaching for the bishop and I'm playing bishop to d4 and my rook is in the game, but you also, thanks to that trade, you are giving me the opportunity of option.
Yeah.
So for example, in this position, this exact position, if you don't see queen e6, you are looking at queen b7. Why? Because it does two things. It defends the pawn and it attacks this pawn, right? But in this case, you don't have rook d3 as a defense, and you're probably playing bishop to d4.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, queen e6 indeed.
She's done it.
Played.
Queen.
It's such
Wow.
a beautiful move.
Wow,
Because not only is the
Alice.
queen attacking the rook, but also she has some designs against the b3 pawn.
Yes.
Because after pawn takes pawn, you do have ideas of going d4 in the right circumstance. Okay, so she quickly has played rook to g3. The rook had to stay on the third row
Indeed.
because of this discovered threat. And bishop d6.
Again, best move by Alice, harassing the rook. And you were about to tell me you've got a discovery in mind.
Yes.
So show it to our audience. I'll play f4 just for the moment, blocking
It
the
was
rook.
mainly against if the rook stepped back from the third rank.
Yeah, I played rook h3 and rook g3 to maintain.
Yeah.
But if I step back,
If you step back, so
then
this
it's
was just to show that
yeah,
the pawn
this
takes
is like
pawn and then d5, d4,
yeah,
and then done and dusted.
done and dusted. But in this case, I don't think it's that much difference. f4 takes. You do have d4, and you could womp on this pawn. Is it completely winning though?
We could include rook c7 before d4. Tempo move.
Rook c. Oh, from the get-go. Okay, hold on, just a
Not
second.
here after a takes b, rook c7.
Gotcha. AB, rook c7. And it's kind of the same thing. You're driving me to b2. You can still play b4. Bishop takes. Oh boy, oh boy. Bishop takes, and you've got rook b7.
Well, actually,
and-
after queen b2,
Yeah.
if you leave the diagonal open, I could give you queen f5 check. I don't need d4. And rook's coming into c2.
Yeah.
Nice, nice. King a2 is the most obvious demonstration of that. 2 minutes for Alice. You see, this is where I used to be a trainer. Viktor Korchnoi would be getting into time trouble. I mean, I'd have heart palpitations. Couldn't watch them play.
But I think it's a good time to take a pause here because Alice is on the cusp of winning. And all she has to do is just consider the right checks, the right targets.
She's on the cusp of losing on time. That's where the heart palpitations. Poor Vanessa, think of her mom.
Yeah, well, Alice now on to a minute and a half on the clock.
Alice, why don't you take up ballet? I mean, it's easier on your mom. Bishop to d6. Okay, so what are the alternatives? I can't move the rook because b3 just collapses.
F4 played.
F4, oh, pardon me, F4 played. Okay, that came faster than I was aware. Okay,
And
F4
now
played.
Alice, around the minute mark, Yasser.
Stop it. Do we play rook b7? Rook c7. Ooh, nasty, because what we've been told is this: if I abandon the b file, pardon me, if I abandon the b1 diagonal, queen f5 rocks my world. So rook to c. Was that even better than c4 takes b3?
It was as good as c takes b.
As good. Wow. So here I don't even get the chance to take because when you take on b3, you're attacking me not just with the rook, but also the pawn. So I'm not doing myself any favors in this case. Oh boy.
Beautiful play by Alice.
Yep, absolutely.
What is White
was-
supposed to do now? What is
Everything's losing. It's more than -3.
more than -3? Wow. So Alexandra had a great opening and it's turned, it's gone.
Can she try to get the queens off? So the only thing I'm thinking of is
Please.
capture the pawn on h6. No, yeah, capture the pawn on h6.
Okay. I'm capturing the pawn on b3.
I'm going to get checkmated, I can see it, yeah. The queen comes over to g6.
Queen comes over to g6, and looky. Where is that king?
I was going to say, you only got a minute, yes,
Where's
sir?
I'm taking a pawn.
King a1.
King a1, bishop d4, bishop e5 check.
This is where I go tick-tock.
Bishop e5 check, yeah. Something
Pawn
takes, queen takes.
And then
check.
bishop.
Bishop d4.
Bishop d4. Now pause. Are you threatening to take over here? Are you threatening anything?
I don't see a single
Rook takes
thing.
d4,
Rook
quick.
takes d4.
Quick. 10 seconds. Maybe a rook b1 check also was maybe a boat rocker as well. But yeah, ooh. And Alice, by the way, she did it with a minute 30?
She's got a minute 30 on the clock. And
You know,
the great thing is that these moves come very naturally and easily to Alice.
I'll make a confession that +3 was reassuring.
Mm-hmm.
It was like, does White have a way of somehow what you were trying to do, neutralizing and trading the queens or something of that nature? No.
I'll tell you what the best line is for White.
Please.
Bishop d2.
Bishop to d2. Okay.
C takes b.
Okay.
Queen d3.
David 3.
Yes.
Yes.
Pawn takes a2 and king a1.
Yes.
That's the best.
So we
White
kind
can
of
do.
had an echo of this a moment ago, but once again, I'm looking at even in this position, g5 takes h6 is not so fearsome.
I know.
I mean, your one big threat is a kind of an empty threat. That's the best line. That's bad news. That's really, really bad news. What would I do? Would I I would f5. That's not chaotic. That's just suicidal, because I'm actually putting my rook on pre as well. No, f5. No, f5. You take on b3.
Yes.
I take the rook. You got a check on e4.
What about queen g2? I want to take on d5 and hoping I can trade queens.
Now you're talking. That has a sense, but you rocked my world already with queen f5 check. That was the thing that...
Yeah, on queen f5, I'm planning to just go back queen c2 and lose a couple of pawns in the endgame.
Good for you. Right.
Okay, if you hide your king in the corner, I mean, I guess you're just going to go pawn takes pawn.
And there's not much
b2
hiding.
is a threat.
There's Was it Joe Louis who said he can run but he can't hide? A famous boxer. This poor Alexandria. We've got a view of now. She's looking and she's frantic. She's calculating as best she can. How do I save myself?
And just to update you on the other games, it does look like things are moving in Elisabeth Paehtz' favor. She has white against Mariya Muzychuk. But we have to keep all eyes on this one.
We
because
thought
this one
that
is so
things...
tense. Still very much a draw between Harika against Irina Krush. And it's very balanced between Nana Dzagnidze and Anna Muzychuk.
I'm kind of surprised that there isn't some way of bailing into a very, very, very bad middle game. Very, very bad situation. King A1, does that have a sense? Probably not, right?
But
King
pawn
A1,
takes pawn.
Queen D3, you've got... Okay, let me try, sorry. I'm closing my eyes.
Okay, C takes B3.
Queen, now please play B2 check so I can hide behind your pawn. I'll use,
G8-6.
G5 takes H6. This does not look like one of the ones that has any chances of working. No.
Bearing in mind the clock situation.
Okay.
It might.
It might?
Pay off.
It might?
Look, it's a very slim shot, but
a very
okay.
slim shot. Okay, G5 takes H6. Okay, let's refute this as best we can. We take, and that's a double hit. You don't have time to recapture, so we put our queen.
Yeah, this is where. Okay,
And
C takes
Alice has done
B3
it.
played, and Alice
double
has
check.
got 1 minute and 22 on the clock.
There's no way I want to take that pawn and expose my king to a check on the A file, so I'm going to hide behind the pawn. There's a rook C1 check sighting that I'm looking at bishop E5 check. How about you? What's caught your eye on this one? Are you looking at rook B1 check?
I'm looking at rook B1. I'm
D4
also looking
included?
at D4.
Including or not?
We were looking in this particular position. Let's try the bishop check.
The bishop check.
Yeah.
Okay, let's just have a look. Takes, check.
Bishop D.
More, king A2 is a move, but let's go with bishop to D4. The rook was hanging. Is this completely convincing? I'm not sure.
We should be equal here.
It's only equal.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe
Instead of bishop E5, just bishop F4 is -6.
6. That's
Yeah,
a lot. You took the wind out of my sails. I was about to, argue, no way, white's in the game. -6. That's a rook, by the way. -6.
Well, the pawn on A2 is very, very strong. And the king, okay, she puts her queen on G6, but
instantly,
yeah, we saw this variation.
Instantly
this
came.
King A1.
I think Alice has worked it out, that she's calculated everything down that primrose path that we had with bishop E5.
And yes, I think queen to D3 was perhaps a last chance to bluff it a little bit.
Bluff it, yeah. Again, for me, it's shocking to imagine that 20 moves ago there was a pawn on A2, B2, C2, C3, and there's no queenside structure whatsoever. We got here a moment ago, we saw the move bishop E5 check, and we didn't have a good answer to rook takes D4. And if Nasi was going to inform us that it's ±6 or more, I wouldn't disagree. This looks completely done.
Nope, no answer from me here.
Yeah, no peeps.
No, I don't have any insights.
No.
Just the king on A1. It's a very, very sad piece.
It's a lonely
Bishop
piece.
E5.
Yeah.
You cannot survive with two rooks, a queen
bearing down,
swarming around
Yep.
your one king, which has no cover.
Indeed.
It was fantastically played by Alice Lee, though. As soon
She
as she got
stormed
the
back.
initiative,
Yeah.
that was it. And I can see the kind of how the flow changed. Alexandra started with a really promising position, and then she just lost control. And it spiraled.
I really witnessed this. It was driven to me home during the American Cup. Alice won that event, but not easily, not at all. She fought her way back from in a large number of bad positions to win the American Cup, and over Irina especially, some matches where I just didn't like Alice's position. Here she fought back as well.
37 seconds.
She's seeing bishop E5.
She is just working it
just
out.
making sure there's no
But
H7
don't forget
checks.
about the time, Alice.
She's very quick. She can make moves with 1 second. I've seen it.
No,
Wow.
I played blitz with her. She's
17
remarkable. But she's really
seconds.
going down to the wire here.
13.
Nervous.
10.
Bishop E5. Do it.
Yes.
Same move faster was a lot better. Wow. How many seconds was she down to?
She was down to 8 seconds.
Oh my gosh. And the one move that Alexandra, don't do it, don't move.
But it is a killer blow.
It is a killer blow. Bishop E5 check. 8 seconds. She played the move. No choice. we don't want to touch. Actually, that's just no. It's not mate in one. Whew. Wouldn't that be terrible if you played Queen A6 mate?
Oh, no.
And Queen takes A6 and it's like, what?
I think you never play chess after that.
Yeah. Well, I think it was Mark Dvoretsky who said that he got so nervous during play that he wanted to become a trainer. Because as a player, it was just too hard on his nerves. He was a great player too, by the way. Not only just Mark Dvoretsky, not just a great trainer, but yeah, it was too hard on his nerves. Takes, bishop to d4, rook takes d4, and in view of rook takes d1 double check, it would be nice for us to play queen takes g7, but no. It's the double check on d1 that's the issue. Let's see the longest 5 seconds of her life here, Alice, as she goes down to 13 seconds.
9, 8, and she makes her move.
Bishop to e5.
Bishop e5.
I noticed that it's not in the style of Paul Cairns, because if you look at the bishop, it's not perfectly centered on the square. In the middle of the square.
Yeah, some players are pedantic like that.
Oh,
not
absolutely.
Me.
Yeah, no, I like the perfect placement of the piece on the square.
It's good enough.
It's
somewhere on the square.
Yeah. So, Alexandra.
Yes, just to recap on the game position, bishop e5.
Is the game
Alice
position.
may only have 38 seconds, but she does get that 30-second time bonus per move, and her position is just simply overwhelming. And the choice for Alexandra is dire. You either resign or you prolong the game by capturing the bishop.
Which really kind of suggests to me that in this position, queen d3 by Alexandra, the queen g6 was just too, I want to say, easy and too comforting. Bishop takes f4. I agree. That's a killer.
But you have to switch into that mode, right? Because I'm sure Alice is in checkmate mode. She's looking at bishop to e5. She's looking at putting the game away as quickly
Whereas
as possible.
bishop takes f4 is not
exactly
the checkmate that you're looking for. So I'm thinking Sasha should have played queen d3 and tried to make it difficult for Alice. Right now, she's got 5 minutes on her clock, but it's all about the position. The position's gone. Bishop e5 is just simply too powerful a move.
And there we see Alexandra coming to terms with the result of the game. It will be a victory for Alice.
For Alexandra, this is really quite the blow, because she came into today's round, 2 wins, 1 loss. She has reason to complain about her 1 loss, but tied for the lead. This loss with the white pieces from a great opening. She just kind of came out of that opening with the 2 bishops, easy attack, great king position, and slowly got outplayed. Alice.
It will feel like a waste of a white and like a waste of
big
good
loss
preparation as well.
Yeah, really quite the blow. And oof. I mean, the Cairns Cup, it's tough. I mean, every game, every opponent can win, and even for a former world champion like Alexandra, this hurts.
Certainly does. And it also means that it's looking likely that Zhongyi will be alone
A
at the top.
sole leader, as Harika is drawing. We think Mariya is worse.
Is worse, yes.
So nobody's tying 10 at the top.
Yes, and in our marquee matchup, Nana Dzagnidze is better with the white pieces against Anna Muzychuk.
Our apologies to Nana. I mean, we had said that.
And there we see king takes A2.
Queen A6 mate. No.
Rook goes
Rook.
swiftly to b2.
It certainly, oh, and the king dropped back to a1. Okay, just a second. Here it's where all the vultures come, you know, to see where is the double checkmate or something.
You can just pick up a rook.
You don't have to be fancy, nothing fancy.
Exactly, it's good enough.
And boy, Alice is really playing these moves like with.
And it's going to be checkmate and a handshake, and Alice Lee wins the game and gets a round of applause from our crew.
Bravo, young Alice, and she can't help but suppress a smile on that one as she takes down a former world champion. I must say, in my own career, whenever I was playing a former world champion I won, I really felt great. And I'm sure for Alice, hearty congratulations. I'm sure she will hop, skip, and a jump over to Begim to share the delightful news. Where would you like to go?
Well, maybe we can revisit the Muzychuk sisters. So I'm expecting Harika, Dronavalli, and Irina Krush to be an elementary draw, but maybe go to Nana Dzagnidze.
Okay, again, our apologies to Nana as we came on the show. We said, ta-da, this will be our marquee matchup, and guess what? Alice stole the show. We have a position here where a major piece ending. Last move was just a3, and do I see Paikidze? Can I take a pawn?
You can, and I think you most certainly should, and Nana, in fact, agrees with you.
She took on a3, rook takes a3, rook takes b7. Yeah, I don't see any particular. Okay, you got some source of counterplay over here with the move rook a2, but that is a breakthrough of sorts, right?
Yes. But okay.
What?
How do you defend your pawn on f2?
I don't know.
Or are you just going to ignore it?
I was thinking about b5 and ignoring it, but yes, I think this is the move.
Yes, and here we are seeing the players repeating. Harika and Irina will draw. It's been an opposite color bishop endgame for a while.
Exactly.
And here we go. We get our first peaceful result. And for Irina Krush, she is yet to find that elusive win. 4 draws.
4 draws. 50% in this field. Somehow that's even a victory, but I was thinking that Irina, especially in this tournament, has had the upper hand in a number of her games. Not today's game, however. I think that I think she's going to be more or less happy. For Harika, that means that she's still a half a point behind 10.
She is. And, well, let's move on to the game between Elisabeth Paehtz and Mariya Muzychuk, who is currently in the lead with 2 points out of 3.
When we left it...
I have some updates. There were 2 blunders in a row from both players.
Uh-oh.
Position was completely even, and then, of course, players are down to 5 minutes, so that's when nerves start to come into play. And this move, rook f8, was already a mistake. And after bishop takes e5, rook takes e5 here, white was +2 if Elisabeth found queen f4, which pins your rook.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm playing rook h2 next move. So
exactly.
You have too many threats, the f6 pawn, the pin, and the h-file. So black would just collapse here after queen f4. But instead, she quickly replied with rook f5. And here, it's back to equality. All Mariya needs to do is take with the rook and then play g5. Oh, there's no queen h5, pawn on g3.
g3 is hanging, yeah.
Yeah, here it's back to equality. Actually, white has to be a little bit careful because you may lose some pawns.
I'm sure her intention was to recapture with the rook on f5.
Oh, with the rook.
Like rook f5, rook
f5. Okay.
But
then queen d7.
Yeah, I'm not saying I'm happy about the solution.
Do you know one thing that you can't do is you can't go rook f4. Queen takes queen.
Oh, nice.
And my
rook takes queen, g5, and
rook is trapped.
Rook is trapped.
Yeah.
Hold on. E5, f5, rook g5, king h6.
On
E5,
E5,
F5.
rook E8.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't even go F5.
Because if you take on F6, your rook remains. Well,
Wait a minute.
no, it is.
No,
Okay,
there's a
now the
breakthrough.
pawn endgame is lost. Takes, and C4, I'm guessing. Yeah.
Yeah, the pawn breakthrough. One of my favorite combinations, the pawn breakthrough. By the way, that queen F4 move that you just pointed out, Nasi, is brilliant because that goes to show what I had asked ages ago. Who benefits from the open H file? And in this particular case, had Elisabeth found queen H4, rook H2 comes as an automatic because then you're going to go, I got the check on H6.
Okay, well, we're going to take a pause here because we're going to go straight to Begim, who is with Alice Lee, who just defeated Alexandra Kosteniuk.
Hi Alice, congratulations on your big win again. How are you feeling? You beat just like a former world champion.
Yeah, I'm super happy. Honestly, like I wasn't sure the result of this game until the very end, especially since even though I felt like I was attacking and I had a good position, I didn't have very much time, so I wasn't sure if I'd be able to carry out or if I'd miss something. Yeah, and I'm really happy that I was able to win this game. Especially my opponent is someone who I really respect, and yeah,
it just feels great, right?
Yeah, it feels great.
So let's talk about the game a little bit. Where did you feel like you were taking over the game?
I would say once I played like rook b8 and then b5, because here, so once I played b5, I thought like then I was the one who was attacking from then on.
Yeah.
I was mostly happy with my position. Also, I think like when I got c5 in, but after I played c5, I also didn't have that much time. I think especially like later I got down to like 5 minutes and she still had like 30. Yeah, because I was able to kind of neutralize her attack. But then actually here she played g4 and I was very annoyed because like g4, then now she still does have some sort of attack.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the opening I don't think went that great for me, but I'm happy that like I didn't lose directly out of it because I think that she had some preparation in this variation, like with knight g5 and bishop c4, and yeah, I didn't want to go into any of like the h takes g5. And I was actually very annoyed because like every variation I calculated didn't seem to work for me. Like for example, after h takes g5, I calculated like h takes g5, and something like bishop takes g5, but I think there after bishop takes g5, knight e4, there might even be at some point like I'm not exactly sure, not here, but in some variations there are rook h8 and bishop takes f7 ideas.
This idea is hanging, right?
Yeah.
If takes, but not here, but somewhere. Here it doesn't work.
Yeah, I guess like here it's here, yeah, knight takes g5 and knight h7, but I wasn't sure. It just looks like white has a really dangerous attack, and I'm sure she would have known what to do if I had taken on g5.
So you just decided to play a very logical move, bishop e6.
Yeah.
Here.
Yeah, I think it's more practical to like go for a position even if it's slightly worse, but at least then she wouldn't have be in prep.
Yeah, it was a fight, and then here you took control of the game. Even though you had less time, did you feel like you were in control and you would be fine?
Yeah, I thought I was better here, but I'm not sure. I didn't think I was in control, especially because I didn't have very much time. I definitely spent a lot of time in some places where maybe it could have been useful later. But she had to calculate to defend, so I was using her time also. And I thought my position here definitely was objectively very good, and it's always easier to attack than defend. Yeah, but I'm glad that like in the end I had this bishop e5 resource. I'm not sure if without it there would.
In the end, when you played queen, here we go.
Yeah, bishop e5.
I mean, in the end, honestly, every move is winning already because the king is too vulnerable.
Yeah, actually, I think bishop e5 might be like the only thing because otherwise, like she might get like her own counterplay.
Definitely.
And here
you should be fast, and it's just a killing move, right?
My queen on e5 is extremely good because it defends the e8 square, so she never has like queen e8, and that's very important.
Alice, and also I saw you making this move on like 8 seconds or something like that. I was like, please move. And you were trying to calculate which line.
I mean, obviously, I think king takes a2. Just at the very least, I can play bishop f6, but here it's also just checkmate.
Yeah.
So I was calculating f takes e5, and then queen takes e5, bishop d4, rook takes d4, rook takes d4, king takes a2. And I was like, what if I don't give any checks? But I think after queen d2, then I just should be winning the queen here.
You just wanted to make sure that this position is winning, right?
Yeah.
That's great. Other than that, what she played in the end after bishop e5, maybe it's more resistant the way the line you showed, but after this, rook b2 is just crashing.
Yeah, and she has no way, because like king a3, queen e7, so it's just completely
everything is checkmate. And I'm so happy, you know, you got the win you were looking for. You told me like yesterday, I just want to get a win, I just want to score. And I'm so happy to see you scoring against the former world champion, Alexandra Kosteniuk. And I cannot wait to see you play next round, Alice. Congratulations again, and thank you.
As Alice is the first American to win in this, the 4th edition of the Cairns Cup. Picking up the action between Elisabeth and Mariya. Both players are now on their increments. Bring us up to date with the current situation. How's it going? Who's better and why?
Because of the time trouble, the evaluation keeps changing on each move. So we left it here after rook f5. If black played queen d7, it's completely even position, but now mistakes followed, which is understandable. Both players have no time. Rook e8, rook f4, rook e7, king f2. All of these moves are red here according to the engine. Oh, c4 was very interesting here. The pawn break, even without being in the pawn ending.
Ooh.
So if d takes c, just d3, and you're opening up your queen to come after white's king.
Okay.
This didn't happen. Rook c7, and here white should have played either king g2 or queen h3, and it's +2.
Wow.
It's a big advantage, but Lisa just played rook f3, and white still maintains some advantage, +1. Maybe her idea is queen f4 and take with the pawn?
Exactly. I mean, that's what I would be aspiring to as well, because in my mind, my trump is the protected pass pawn on d5. So if I could get g3 takes f4, sign me up.
Yeah, it's not easy for black here to find the best moves, which are rook d7, and if queen f4, f5. And that looks very risky.
Wow, that's counterintuitive.
That's quite nice, meeting pawn takes pawn with queen takes queen.
Yeah, if e takes f, queen takes f4, and then we take the d5 pawn and separate white pawns.
Wow, I'm still kind of flustered by the move f5. Would you put that position back on? Yeah, just a moment here. So if I take on d6,
queen takes.
Yeah, and pause here for a second, because I'm thinking if you take on e4, my king could go e2 to d3 to c4. So
like king e2.
Yeah, and I want to play g4 and kind of encourage you to take my pawn.
The king can come in.
This is the worst position to have with no time on the clock.
Bingo.
Because move like rook f6 needs to be made, and you cannot possibly calculate this pawn ending.
Exactly.
And could you just go king f6 instead of...
No, you can't play king f6. Oh, you mean without the queen trade?
No, without here.
Here, king f6.
Yeah.
For some reason, it's not good. G4, you're losing a pawn.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so much danger. What's happened? Queen f4.
We have rook f7 and queen f4 on the board. So now again, Lizzie has good chances to win.
But the point is, for me, Lizzie is clearly having the idea. She's knowing what she's doing, but Mariya is the one who's floundering. She doesn't have a clear idea.
And, well, you do see
Queen
Mariya
e7 on the board.
Queen to e7. I've got my eyes on the game between Nana Dzagnidze
As
and
well.
Mariya's sister, Anna. And Nana is a pawn up, but it's a queen and pawn ending, so there's going to be more moves played. It's not, this one is the critical.
Exactly. We
Elisabeth
think
and Mariya.
Nana is enjoying her extra pawn in a queen ending, but for the moment, this is where the action is. Now, that whole idea of transferring your pieces to the king side still makes sense, but the problem is the rook on f3. If the rook were on h1, it's easy, right? You just go rook h1, queen over. So I'm thinking king g2 or king e2, one of the two. Get my king out of the way so I can go rook h1, rook f1, pardon me, rook h1, and queen h6. How do you like them apples? This is the moment for you to say, brilliant.
I was also considering what's going to happen after g4, g5, and I can see Lizzie has gone for that.
G4, oh no, now I can't play g3 takes f4 anymore.
But you've got g5 in the air, that's the big idea, right?
I've got g5. Okay, are you sure I'm winning this?
I have no idea whether it's winning, but it sure looks good.
Okay, good, but good for whom?
Yeah, g5
I think you're losing.
Losing for white, but
okay.
Because
I cannot control the trouser legs, the two pawns. Yes.
Trouser legs. That's
right.
I
And
remember
we see
this card.
Elizabeth looking in the air, but she's gone for g4.
But I don't think she has to go into this king and pawn endgame. The problem is, I like the pawn on g3 because I felt it left the queen invulnerable. Queen e5, Mariya spotted it at once. And, you know, Lizzie can take and play g5, and then it's just a dead draw, right? I mean, I don't have to lose the... But I think this move g4 gave up her advantage. That's what I want to say. I think that
she's still much better.
She is?
She needs to be patient.
How?
King g2.
King g2.
It's a waiting game now.
But
queen takes
f4, rook takes
f4.
So, okay, I'll
This
follow.
is a winning endgame.
This is a winning ending. Because g5, rook f5, and you're going to go d6, and rook takes c5. Wow, okay.
Wait, could you go rook e7?
In this exact moment after
Yes.
king g2, rook e7 makes sense, yes. But now g5 makes more sense, or does it?
Queen e5.
And then rook takes...
e5?
What I wanted to get is I wanted some kind
of... She has done queen takes e5. This
It's
is
a
not...
huge mistake.
And now rook takes rook.
She went right for this drawn rook and king and pawn endgame after g5. Oh no, she didn't realize how good her position is. It's that simple. She's going to play the move g5, and the players can then agree to a draw. But without those trades, she was the one in the driver's seat. That king g2 move, she didn't realize it. She simply didn't realize that that she had advantage. That leaves us with Nana. And over to you, Nasi. Any chances for?
She had good chances. I think we're gonna watch their handshake first.
I see. Yes. They'll find a 3-move repetition.
And there we do see the players repeating 3 times, and the game will be declared.
I don't know who's going to be more relieved. I think it was a fair result, but at various moments,
Elisabeth
both
will be
players had.
disappointed.
I think Mariya too, because at a certain moment, I thought Mariya was clearly better when she had her knight on d4. I thought so. I mean, maybe it wasn't as significant as I felt.
She spent longer suffering.
wait a we're going to break this down.
Exactly. When you suffer in the middle game, and then you turn it around, and then suddenly...
If I have 70% suffering and you have 30% suffering, it means...
So...
I'm less deserving of the draw or more deserving?
No, I just think you'll be more disappointing.
More disappointing.
Because if you look at the trajectory, it was Mariya had the advantage and then she let it slip and she was never a winning advantage.
Right.
Whereas
Yes.
if you look at Lizzie had a
huge,
later advantage.
much bigger.
And at one point it was winning.
Gotcha. Okay.
In this
We've
game,
cleared that one up.
we have a queen and pawn, and in an earlier Nana had a very good chance.
Yes.
Which was missed. I can show you.
Yes, I will. First
Position
of
was
all,
on
I'm
move
going to switch
49.
to Nana's game. Yes. Which? Oh, please take it away. You got it. As we see
Like
the
right
Hobbit
here,
camera.
after King H. No, go forward. Queen F5, King H8, and here she should have taken the C6 pawn and given up F4 pawn. So Queen C8 check.
Queen C8 check. King H7.
And then
Queen
come out
takes C6.
with the king and get closer to
And
the
then
C pawn.
and then put on your shoes and say you don't have a perpetual check,
Just gonna walk.
and move your king as best you can towards the C5 pawn, knowing that G2, by the way, is protected. So just believing there's no perpetual check. That didn't happen. Instead, I'm just going to refresh my board, and we've got this position. Although I must say, this looks kind of good too, doesn't it? Or is it not that? I mean, it just
It's
visually.
less than +1, which tells me it's a draw.
The clock situation worries me, you know, because
is
Nana
the clock
under a
situation?
minute. Anna also got 2.5 minutes. And Anna has to find some accurate moves if she wants to defend.
Oh, definitely.
She had another chance just now to take on C6 and give up F4. Nana just 2 moves ago. Like right here, take on C6 is still winning for white. Queen F4 and King H3.
Queen takes F4. That makes very, very good sense. Queen takes C6. Get a passer. These endings, it's all about, you know, who's got the more potent passed pawn.
And whether you can hide your king. This is very important.
King protection,
king protection, king safety for the aggressor. And that's why Nana, she didn't have so much time, but she did advance the king to G3.
I like it. I mean, again, she's aspiring to just keep the pressure, and maybe if you give me a series of checks, for example, I'm not saying it's a good move. In fact, I might be saying it's actually a bad move. I'll make a beeline towards the C6 pawn. The difference here, though, is there's suddenly counterplay, right? I mean, I can check and take the pawn on C6, but now I've got to calculate a race, don't I?
45 seconds left.
King
for
G4
Nana.
on the board. So let's just see this again. And Queen
Queen
D1. I must say, Anna is playing very, very quickly, not allowing her opponent to rest, you know, take a deep breath. And King H3.
If Nana wants to try to play for a win, King F5 is the way to go.
Exactly. And did the engine have an eval?
Yeah, it was saying plus 1.4.
That's significant. King F5. Conversely, Queen H3, pardon me, King H3, Queen check.
Well, she can gain time, repeat a couple of times, and then go King F5.
She has indeed. That's what she's done.
And
wow,
Anna
I'm
is just
impressed
simply maintaining the balance.
by how quickly Anna's playing. I mean,
she's just holding the formation, right? She put her queen on D7 to cover C6. So her moves are quite natural, whereas Nana does have to burn some time on the clock and decide whether she's going to take that risk and advance the king as far up the board as possible.
Exactly. Here I might find myself intrigued by the move. Queen?
D6?
No, queen check. Queen check, King H7, Queen D6. So the idea is I'm giving myself... She didn't do it. She just went Queen E4. I'm giving myself an option of Queen G6 check. But this didn't happen. She played... By the way, are we in our last game? Just
Yes.
remind me. Yes.
So far we've had 2 victories for Tan Zhongyi and Alice Lee.
By
2
the
draws.
Way, we're back to that moment where we can go queen takes c6. Sorry, I interrupted you. 2 draws.
Yeah, no. We had a critical moment. Let's dive in because queen to g5 awarded a question mark.
Awarded a question.
Yeah, now king g1, king f2 is winning.
King g1, king f2 is winning. I'm glad we've got you right next to us to tell you this, because that would not have been my first thought. King g1.
Yeah, I'm an expert in the endgames.
Yes.
Actually, earlier we mentioned Mark Dvoretsky. I was lucky enough to have some lessons with him while he was alive, and he did teach me a lot. Pretty much everything I know about endgames I know from Mark Dvoretsky.
Wow.
But, of course, in this endgame, I'm definitely relying on the engine.
Exactly. Queen to e5, current position. Clock times, if you don't mind.
Anna is the one building all the time. She's got 4 minutes and 10 seconds ticking down, whereas Nana just has 1 minute and 20 seconds.
I do see a very marked reluctance by Nana to play the move queen takes c6 and allow queen takes f4 check and king h3, a position we know, thanks to the engine, is actually winning for white. She doesn't know that, and so she's trying to get the position where she thinks, I will win the pawn on c6 but not allow you any perpetuals. I'm sure she's afraid of a perpetual check. That's her reluctance to losing the f4 pawn.
Now it's Anna's turn to spend some time sticking down to 3 minutes and 30 seconds. And the big question is, does she maintain the harmony? She's been like dancing with the queen to the d7 square.
Right, as well as the e4 square. And
yep.
Yeah.
I think this is the second game for Nana that can go past 100 moves.
Yeah, lucky girl, right? King h8. I like that move. Just saying, okay, if you want to give me a check on e8 and take on c6, something you could have done before, I'll give you an opportunity to do it again. And how else can she play? If not, I like this king g1, king f2. Something about that I find rather appealing. You're kind of, putting the queen maybe offside.
I like it too, but we're looking at this position as very objective viewers.
And king g1 on the board, by the way.
King g1 played. Excellent move there from Nana, but you have to back that up with stepping forward with the king.
On f2.
And that is a very courageous decision that maybe you kind of want to build up some time on the clock before you take it. But that queen to d1, but Nana decides this is the time to advance the king.
Okay. And there was a moment ago where we were trying to calculate a variation that went queen d2, check, king f3, queen d3 check, king to g4, queen d1 check, king to f5, and it was only thanks to Nasi where I was saying, am I still in control? And she said 1.4. Advantage white 1.4. But will they go into this variation? This is the current position.
Well, in the current position, it's not winning for white. So she went king g1, king f2 a little too late.
Okay.
Because now black can keep giving checks. Queen d8 check now. In the current position, king h4, queen d8
check.
And you can't really hide.
And she's done it. By the way, remarkable defensive prowess there, and quickly played as well by Anna. Blessings. That was the most silent sneeze I've never heard. Queen d8 check, king h3 on the board, and queen d3 check very quickly too. Nasi, pick up. Did something go awry here suddenly for Nana? She doesn't even have an opportunity anymore of crossing through
it was
f5?
About 6 moves ago when king g1 was still +2,
right.
But she missed that opportunity. She needed her queen on e4, so black doesn't have this queen d3 check.
Gotcha.
With the queen on e5, she can't escape checks.
Gotcha. If the queen was on e4, there's no queen d3 check.
The king can hide on h2.
King h2.
And then we begin
The
again.
queen goes back to d7, and we're in the same position.
But then the queen can kind of relocate to
e4.
e4, where it should have been
late.
all along.
It's still late after queen?
And then black can just bring the king over to g8.
Okay, then can't I reset with king g3?
Let's see, king g3, king f8.
The king is better on f8 than it was on h8? No kidding. Again, not intuitively obvious to me.
Anna's
We
gone
do
for
have g3. There goes our 50 move rule, right there.
It does.
Down in flames.
Now it's an easier draw.
We have to count all over again. Now it's an easier
No,
draw.
queen f1, big blunder. Instead, queen f3 or queen d1, both triple zeros, can escape perpetual. Now after king g4, +3. Oh, she's going king h4. This is such a tricky endgame. Now queen f3, draw again.
Oh, but she's gone queen h1.
And we're going to see king g4. She's forced her to play king g4, whether she likes it or not.
Winning now. If Nana goes king f5, she needs
Which
to be brave.
she will, because
and go for it.
Because otherwise
she's
it's
a
just
pawn
a draw.
down. She's a pawn up, and she needs to feel like, I've got to win this game. King f5.
She has no risk. Yeah.
Right?
She might not be sure king f5's winning, but she has no risk, so she has to try it.
One of my worst jobs ever as a commentator, I was at the Tata Steel Masters doing commentary, and it was a game of Wesley So versus Anish Giri, a queen ending. Anish was a pawn up. And the players were playing, it was such a hard game. It was the 7th hour, Anish Giri being Dutch, the local heroes. I couldn't say goodnight, everyone. Here we are at a move 140, and I apologized to the audience and said, I'm turning on the engine. Every time they made a move, it went 0, 0, 0. Then another move was played, and it was plus 47. It was 0, 0, 0 to plus 47. Not plus 3, not plus 5, plus 47.
Per move.
Per move, back and forth. It was like the hot potato.
Okay, well, we have
we've
that
got
decision, king f5
and
on
we're
the
about
board.
to see king e6, and we know, again, thanks to the engine, that after queen g6 check, king to d7, it's white who is winning. And even though you get this pawn on g3, the c pawn carries the day. As it's the hero. Wow. We know that, but the ladies don't know that. 6 minutes to...
6 minutes to 2.5 minutes for Nana. So she's built up the time.
I want to turn the tables on the audience. Through our social media, we have been inviting you to ask us questions and to stump the masters. But I want to turn the tables to the audience and ask them a question, and the winner will get one of our prizes that we've been asking for the best question. We're looking for the best answer. I want an efficient answer to the question, what's the difference between Wonder Woman and Supergirl? The person who gives us the best answer to this all-intriguing question is going to win a prize. So I'm looking for an answer, an efficient answer. Tell me the differences between Supergirl and Wonder Woman.
You want it as concise as possible.
Precisely, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
You're not eligible. And we know why. You did know kryptonite, right?
I knew kryptonite, but I figured that Wonder Woman also had something that made her
weakness.
very weak, yeah.
We don't know. Was it?
I don't know. You're the expert.
I'm looking. I don't want to give the answer away. King takes c6 on the board.
King takes c6.
So there it is, a challenge to our audience. Let's see if they can come up with something that really counts. King takes c6, and what's going on here? h5 immediately, oops, queen e8 check. We don't like that. But
what
how
about queen to f3 check?
Queen f3,
or
check.
Check on the diagonals?
Yep, queen f3 check. The thing I like about that is it does make your counterplay, but guess what? I am moving, and by the check, you got my king's out of the way, so I want to play c6. This one, I can probably feel like you're way too slow.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, it's not a race. It's not a race that we can talk about. So you have to keep up the checks.
Yes.
Right? So queen to b3 check. Where can I go with the king? Should I step in the way? Okay, let me just step in the way.
And then I throw in another check.
Okay, and finally I go down.
And once more.
I'm trying to wrong foot you somehow. Maybe I haven't done it yet.
And still keep checking.
Okay.
Still
check.
checking.
Still check.
Oh, no more checks.
No more checks for you. Check on f8 invites queen e8, and that's a pin. That's the problem, in fact. You don't have a good check in this moment, and c6 is on my agenda. Yes, that's how
Like somehow
Nana
it feels
is supposed
like
to win.
maybe it's okay if the king had been on h7.
You know, but even then, I don't. Oh, you mean because then you would have
Then
queen
I would
f8
have
check,
queen f8 check.
and you're still disturbing.
Yes.
Gotcha. Yeah, good point. Good point. All right, I'm just going to refresh my board. This is our current situation. 4 minutes for Anna, and she's played this remarkably quickly. Almost 3 minutes for Nana. So I was going to say the clock are not currently a big factor. It's just that these endings are just so hard. These queen endings are just so hard on the players. Okay. Well, for us, unfortunately, our broadcast is coming to a close as we close out this 4th round, but it's been a marvelous round. It's a great, and again, we just want to say congratulations to Alice for amazing. Let's jump to Begim in studio and ask her, Begim, please share your thoughts of this round 4 of the Cairns Cup.
Guys, it has been an amazing round. I didn't expect that we're going to have so many decisive games, but I'm so glad to see that it was once more very fighting chess. Girls are trying their best to get some game going on, and they're attacking each other's kings. So it's very interesting to see. And also, as I mentioned in the beginning of the show, I was excited to see what Alice will do against the former world champion Alexandra Kosteniuk. So I'm super glad to see that she won her game, and I hope she will bring more points in.
Thank you.
Thank you, Begim. Yes. And let's take a look at the standings so far. And we see all alone at the top of the table, it is Tan Zhongyi with after her victory against Anna Zatonskih, she moves to 3 points. Harika Dronavalli and Mariya Muzychuk, they're on 2.5 points. Alexandra, Kosteniuk, Alice, Lee and Irina Krush now on 2 points. And because there is still 1 game outstanding, but we are expecting Nana Dzagnidze to win, so we're expecting her to move to 2.5 points.
Where she'll be a happy point out of first. Final thoughts on this once again. Every day is eventful, but this one especially.
Now today especially, right? We have a sole leader now for the first time in the tournament, Tan Zhongyi. She won with such confidence today and pretty early.
Yep.
But I would say still hero of the day is Alice Lee.
Sure.
And what a great day for American chess fans. This is first American win and against the former world champion. So our congratulations to Alice and can't wait for tomorrow.
Indeed.
Absolutely.
Thank you everyone for joining us.
Yes, it's been full of thrills and spills. So absolutely. Thank you everyone for joining us, and join us tomorrow, same time, same place for a lot more of the action.
Good night everyone. Jovi.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.